back with another stream, another London stream from myself today. I've been absolutely mashing it up in the market recently. Yesterday, actually, we had Connor Woods on the stream and also Daniel Holman as well, which was a really, really good stream. Sorry, I've got some music playing in the background. Sorry, Nitin, do you mind muting? But yeah, really, really good stream. Sorry, I need to mute. There's like I can hear myself. Vinit, do you mind muting quickly? Or wherever that is from. But yeah, guys, someone said we can't hear the music, it's too loud. Sorry, bit of technical difficulties this morning. But yes, how is everyone doing? We are back. We are back. So let me know. Let me know in the chat where you are from in the world. Please do let me know what city you are in. And yeah, man, we're going to get cracking on with the stream. We have Ramco Trades coming on very shortly. And this is his first time actually on the stream. So that will be amazing. We'll get to hear his analysis, how he's got into trading and everything around that as well. What's going on, Pum? Man like Willows, what's going on? I was actually just talking about you with Berg, actually. I need to give you a shout, Willows. Yeah, I need to give you a shout. Drop me a message on Insta if you can, because I'm going to shout you after this. Silent Orbit, what's going on, bro? I'm in love how gold is moving and with my analysis. Love that. Hope you're doing good, man. Yes, I'm assuming that is Zilman because of the... I just recognize that. Yes, Berg, what is going on, brother? South Africa, Cape Town, you should all pull up. Amazing. And don't forget, guys, make sure you are liking up the stream as well. Once we get to 50 likes, that is when we are doing our very first giveaway. So this morning, I didn't have the greatest sleep last night. I've not been getting the best sleep, to be honest with you, recently. But yeah, man, we're cracking on. So I'm going to quickly go through my charts real quick, and then we're going to get on Ramco as well. But basically at the moment, right, for me on the dollar, I am bullish. I'm bullish. And this was a very nice liquidity sweep and strong close yesterday. But we do have to bear in mind the news that is coming out. We've got really big news coming out. Fed interest rate decision. We've got some really big news coming out this week that I know you heard Connor speak about yesterday and whatnot. So for me, I'm basically looking at the Asia low to go on the US dollar. And as soon as that gets taken, I'm going to be looking for longs. Anything below here, and then I'll be looking for sells on EU, GU, gold, the whole shebang, basically, the whole shebang. But right now, not too much going on for me. But yeah, this was the trade that actually yesterday I was looking to take, but we didn't get tapped in. So we didn't get tapped in, but this was the trade on Friday. This was the trade on Tuesday. This was the trade on Monday. Honestly, last week we just fucking absolutely mashed it up. I think it was like 10.5 R in a week, which was, for me, that's a very good week. Usually, I'm very happy with like even 2 R a week. 2 R a week, that's 8 R a month. Do you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? We've been fucking smashing it, mate. Bitcoin is looking tanky. This was a swing, got stopped out of break even. I was looking at sells coming up to here, but you know, it's too weak to even get up there. So anyone that is a holder, you may need to hold for a little bit longer. I'm actually looking at 49K, but without further ado, I think it's only right to get in our first guest of the day, which is Ramco Trades. So welcome, Ramco. If he's there.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
What's going on, bro?
Yo, what's going on?
How are you doing? You good?
What's going on, chat? Yeah, good, man. Pretty much same analysis as you. Waiting for the big news this week. And yeah, I don't think we'll see much potential until that news comes out. Well, it's storming bad here.
Nice. So yeah, if you don't mind,
so a little bit about myself.
Oh, so yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah, sorry, there's a bit of a delay, I think, but yeah, if you don't mind, just like introducing yourself, where you're from, how you got into trading, and everything around that, really.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, Jesse, also known as Ramco Trades, only just started kind of streaming only a few weeks ago. A half Thai, half Aussie, former electrician, born in Australia. Most of my working life, I was a Sparky electrician, that is, and had my own business, ran my own business for many years. And then just about over a year ago now, I made the decision to quit my job, close my business, and move to Thailand to pursue my passion of full-time trading. So I'm on day 12 right now of documenting the whole journey live on YouTube, wins, losses, everything. And yeah, I trade ES and NQ pretty much in tandem. So I'll always enter a trade in both assets each time I put on a trade. And just through prop firms at the
Interesting.
moment. I'm not doing live capital. Yep, sorry, jump in.
So you enter on both of them, so like NQ and ES at the same time.
Yeah, like I don't even think anything of it now, but I realize it is a bit unusual. I did it. It started years ago, just from not being able to decide which one I wanted to trade. Right, I would either trade ES or NQ, and then my whole strategy is kind of built around both of them. So
Okay.
like a big part of my strategy is divergence, SMT divergence.
Yeah.
And over the years through my data, right, I found that it was better for me to enter both because it was better than not being in one. Sometimes ES will hit target and then the other NQ will come back and hit break even, or vice versa. And yeah, my data pretty much said it's better to enter both than, just go into one asset, at least for my strategy. But yeah,
Interesting.
good unusual.
So yeah, because most people would see when there's SMT, it means like, for example, with me, you got GU and EU. If, for example, like EU doesn't take the low and GU does, I would end up taking the stronger asset if I'm in a buy, and I would leave the other one. So like that's really interesting.
Yep.
Would you not have you tested with your data, for example, just sticking with, like, when there's SMT, sticking with one and just doubling your size, for example, like with that, or does that not really work?
Honestly, I have thought about that, but I've just spent like already so many years of doing it this way that I think it could work, but it would be too much of a change right now for what I'm used to. And going with a stronger asset, I was actually doing that originally, but I found that it doesn't always play out that way. Like sometimes the one that takes the low, right, which you would, I guess, perceive as the weaker asset. Like if you're bullish, one takes a low, the other one doesn't. Like sometimes it's not always that one that runs the hardest.
Mm-hmm.
At least I had mixed feedback from that.
Interesting. So,
But yeah,
how did you start off with
yeah.
with your like? How did you? I know you said you took the leap of faith with trading and whatnot, but like, what was that actually like? Because there's a lot of people in here that maybe they don't necessarily have I guess the privilege of being able to actually leave their job to do trading and go balls deep with it. Like how how would you recommend doing that, and how did you actually make that decision, and what was the start of your journey, and how did you first start learning? Was it this strategy? Was it another strategy?
Okay.
What was your journey like?
Yeah, no, good. I'll get into that. So I'll go way back. So I first got into trading probably the same way a lot of people did back in the day, which was through crypto. So I got into investing, the buy and hold crypto for many years, like back in 2017. And I got super fascinated with that as a form of investing, buying Bitcoin, Litecoin, XRP back in the day. And then eventually lost a lot of money there. Ended up holding everything. 2020 came around. Everything was back in profit. I thought it was super smart. And then late 2020, naturally, I wanted to learn how to read charts because I was so fascinated with financial markets and then obviously crypto at the time. The next step was to be able to read charts, and then obviously reading charts leads you to learning how to trade, right? And then so my first experience was late 2020 on Binance trading crypto futures. And similar, I think I heard in your stream the other day, you actually had a very similar experience as me. My first ever small account I had, which was about $3,000. In 3 weeks, I turned that into about $36,000. And I was just like, wow, like, why isn't everyone doing this? This is such easy money. Like, I couldn't believe I hadn't started this already. And then, just never forget this day. One Elon Musk tweet, 7 hours of sleep. I
No,
woke
that you
up
know what? Do you know? Sorry, just
and
to cut you off there. Do you know what's so funny?
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
think it might have been the same
yeah,
day, the same tweet, because he tweeted something to do with Bitcoin, and I was the same. I was using Binance. All my stop losses were at break even, but it just went through everything and liquidated all of my positions.
yes, yeah, yeah. It was
Yeah,
a
so it was probably the same day.
massive red day. Man, yeah, 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 yeah. So it would have been the exact same, yeah. So like that was like because like before like that happened, I had no idea what I was doing. Like I had no stop loss on. Like I was just trading Bitcoin 50x leverage. I would get home from work. I'd look at my computer and go, "Oh wow, we're up another 5,000," and then
Yeah,
go to sleep. Next day, wake up, and then sometimes I'd like add a little bit just because all I knew back then was Fibonacci retracements. So
yeah,
anytime like it came back down into 618, I'd add, and then I just did that over 3 weeks, and it was amazing. Like every time I got back, it's up. But yeah, man, that tweet, it was about Tesla no longer accepting Bitcoin as payment. As soon as that tweet went out, man, my account looking fresh and pretty, 30 something thousand. Bro, woke up, the whole thing liquidated, had no idea what was going on, like freaking out. But what I always say to traders now, that was literally the worst thing that could have happened to start my trading journey because it led me with such a false expectation of ease and how
yeah,
easy it was to make the money. So, obviously what I did is, well, that got blown. I'll just put more money in and make it back. Anyway, long story short, I ended up reloading the account multiple times. And between that and greed from not taking profit on like other meme coins and the FTX collapse, which I got stung by, I lost close to $180,000 in my first 2
wow.
years ever learning how to trade.
So good start
And
then.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Very, very big into yeah. What's the word? College payment. But yeah, so ever since then, I took a big step back, and I actually really just wanted to like learn like what was going on, take a step back and figure out like how that happened and how can I avoid that. And yeah, pretty much that started my journey. And then naturally, I gravitated across to futures because it was a bit cleaner. Plus, I still had a bit of a sour taste with crypto. And then, yeah, man, eventually I came across ICT, and that was the first type of analysis that made any sense to me. What I was using before was just so inconsistent. There were so many ways you could break down the exact same price action, but ICT, like market structure, all of that just made a lot of sense. Liquidity, and yeah, that pretty much started my journey. Just buckling in, locking in hard as a student, and yeah, learning every week, learning trading before work, after work, just sometimes during work. Yeah, the grind, the common
Yeah,
grind as a trader when you're trying to make it, but you don't have the time to put towards it.
of course, of course. And
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
great. So you start with like, did you actually learn from ICT, like as in like his mentorship, or did you learn from like, because like with me, I just couldn't sit through the videos, bro. I'll be real. Like I just couldn't sit through his videos. Like that was the
Yeah,
hardest thing. I'm like,
yeah,
there was one video I'm like writing notes, and then he talks about how like someone's fishing and like someone's coming up behind him and stuff. And I'm like, bro, like
yeah, bro.
what's going on?
That is
I need
fair.
straight to the point. I need straight to the point. Tell me the main core bits,
Yeah,
and then you can talk. But he'll just talk for so long, and I'm
yeah.
like, it's too much for me.
Man, that's fair. I mean, so many people say that, and I get it completely. Like, there is a lot of value in it, but then he does go on rants and just completely like spikes off and forks into a different topic. So yeah, it turns into thousands and thousands of hours of content to actually sit through it.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I did sit through like probably 90% of his YouTube. So I kind of got used to it. Sometimes I'd fall asleep. Sometimes I'd have to come back and restart the video. So it took me ages. But eventually, once you got enough right and you got enough understanding, I just went off with that. and then the rest is just in price action, right? You just need chart time, and then finding, what sticks out for you, create your model around it. But as a baseline, ICT was like really, really good, like learning market structure, liquidity, imbalances. I think that's been super beneficial to my trading.
Yeah. No, nice. Sure. Well, if you don't mind, if you could just give us I guess to kick things off analysis wise, if you could give us a breakdown of like what you're looking at today, maybe some what you've you've taken any trades this week. I know it's only Tuesday, but if you've taken anything this week, and like I guess a part of your model, if this is going to be the first stream that you don't do with us, it'd be great to get for the viewers to get a little understanding.
Yeah,
but first off, everybody, make sure we like the stream and put some W's in the chat for Ramco, because this is his first ever stream. So if you're locked in and you are ready, then man, get some W's in the chat, because man, you're gonna learn some new stuff. Let's go.
Awesome. I just seen on chat also the best thing that could have happened, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it was the worst thing at the time, but best thing, that financial loss, because it got me into trading, and it revealed the passion that I had to stick it out. But yeah, let's go. So I think, again, pretty similar to your analysis. I watched a couple of videos of your stream recently, and always start with top down. Start of the week, I'll do, put my news in here. Always want to be aware of the news. Like, that has major impact on knowing when to trade and when not to trade, and kind of what market conditions to expect before you get into the day or into the session you're trading. So Monday, yesterday, no news. Monday is, based on my data, it's my worst day, and generally it's the least amount of setups of my model that appears. So I have a thing on my stream called Mandatory Mondays. So it's a mandatory A+ setup, no matter what. That's it. It has to be A+. No, nothing lower. No B+. No anything. So the last 3 Mondays we haven't taken any trade because it just hasn't been good. So a lot of lines here, but I like to keep a clean chart. Even this right now is too much. Like, I hate all these lines. I separate my daily, my 4 hour, my 1 hour, 15 minute and 5 minute, all on different tabs, because I hate when you have one chart and you've got all your drawings from every time frame and it just gets cluttered. And yeah, less clutter the better. I've got ADHD, so I needed things to be like super, super clear. So yeah, daily chart, I'm always looking at ES and NQ. Divergences, like I was saying, is a very big part of my strategy. Gives me the most confidence in entering a trade and gives me the highest win rate for any trades that I enter. So right now, just looking at the week, we've already actually come down into my weekly target. I wanted to see this old previous weekly low and this gap get filled on NQ, and we've already dipped into it. I'm actually expecting a low to be put in today or tomorrow, probably during FOMC, and I'm expecting a bullish move for the markets by the end of the week, even in gold. But yeah, so daily time frame, first look at liquidity points. Where's the imbalances? Where are the gaps? And yeah, where is the nearest liquidity? So we've got previous weekly lows. On ES here, a couple here stacked together. It looks like a high probability target. Whenever I see this, it looks like an obvious draw. Plus, we've got a previous day low yesterday. So very likely we're going to come and sweep these lows before having a larger retracement or a reversal up. Then I'll drop down to 4 hour. 4 hour, similar thing. Got these lows here. I mean, 4 hour right now directly, we have previous weekly low on ES plus yesterday's low here. So that's, again, super high probability. We've already dipped into this gap on NQ. So I'm just watching price right now, like today, to see if it wants to have a small retracement first. But I am expecting this down move to happen before any larger move back up. Again, just watching the divergences, even on the lower time frame, it's real, like such good conviction for setups that you enter. And then I'll pretty much just go all the way down to 1 hour 15.5. So 1 hour's the same. Draw out the gaps, draw out the any SMTs. And oh yeah, I should clarify, like it's not just any SMT, right? It has to confirm. Generally, a solid confirmation is the following. If you get a following, and I'll get into this for my model, after an SMT, the following candle, if you get a fully engulfing candle, like that's essentially my model on a lower time frame. But
Or is that on the
obviously,
hourly?
there's also things that need to happen. So this is on the hourly. So I wouldn't usually take an entry off the hourly, but it's the same, like price is fractal, right? So if I see the same model, the same thing happen on an hourly, it gives me the bias on the lower time frames. Generally, because I just trade intraday London session, I almost use my hourly as the daily for my session. So, for example, like if we gap up here and we leave a 1 minute hourly FVG, like that's beautiful. I can drop down to the 5-minute chart, wait for it to come into the hourly FVG, and then I look for my model on the 5-minute chart. So I'll just drop down into the 5-minute now. 15-minute as well, same thing. I use that as pretty much my earliest signals of change in direction. 1 hour 15.5, I'd say I'd use the most. 1 minute for only entry, like within a 5-minute window. So just an example here. This is one of my setups here. So the first thing I look for, we have to have a liquidity sweep, ideally high time frame always. Some type of liquidity sweep, taking out hourly lows, 4 hourly lows. Sometimes I'll do a 15-minute liquidity sweep. That's also valid. As soon as I get the liquidity sweep, looking for the opposing expansion and an SMT. So even this on the 5-minute, I would take. It's not ideal because of the expansion we've had on the very next candle. So again, let me just back up, slow down to make sense. Let's draw this out quickly. So this is a big candle. So these setups I don't usually like because your stop loss ends up in, Narnia. But
Yeah.
essentially, just for an example of live price action here. Yeah, anyway, this is not the best example, but what I'm trying to show is, so what did we have? We've swept previous day low here. On the hourly, we've swept hourly liquidity. We've created an SMT. And then on the lower time frame, I pretty much dig down. And what do we have? On this, so this is continuation SMT here, right? This low, ES, this low. Very next candle, big engulfing candle. I would enter at the close of this 5-minute candle. And, usually it's not always going to be that big. So it'd be a better entry. For my model, that I've back tested, it's always entering on the 5-minute close because that's the most accurate. If I try and get in too early, sometimes I'll take a 1-minute inversion. There's usually always a 1-minute inversion with this setup, whether you take this one or whether you take this one or this one, on the 1-minute time frame. As soon as we close above that, I would entry. But in my experience, in my data, a lot of the time it can be a fake out, and it's I have a higher win rate if I wait for that 5-minute close. And this model, this happens all day, every day. Usually at least twice a session, sometimes more.
And are you only doing that in London session, or when are you? So let's say for example, you've got an A plus and an A setup, right? Like, is there a trade example that you could give? I know this is a live one, but is there a trade example that you could give that that maybe you've taken? Obviously not yesterday because you don't trade Mondays, but that you could share, because obviously it's making sense. So you're looking at the overall higher time frame. You're looking at that using the kind of the hourly as your daily. You're trading London session and you're waiting for some sort of liquidity sweep on the hourly. Then you're looking at you're then looking at SMT. If on the 5-minute also or 15, you've also got a liquidity sweep, and SMT. Then you're looking for a large engulfing candle, and then you're trying to get in on the most recent imbalance on that, if that's correct.
Pretty much. Like, I mean, the entry is literally at the close of the 5-minute engulfing. So, like, straight after the SMTs happen, to confirm the SMT is valid, I need to see that engulfing candle, like the very next candle. And then if we get that, then the entry is, I don't wait for an imbalance or a back into a fair value gap. Like, that is the entry. But yeah, essentially, I mean, it's pretty simple. It's just liquidity sweep, SMT, 5-minute engulfing, and entry.
Yeah.
And I usually will go for a 1 to 3. And in some market conditions, I've changed to a 1 to 1. But even though I get a high win rate with that, it definitely doesn't suit my personality.
Yeah.
Because you can very easily lean into over trading, I found.
I'm exactly.
Yeah, well, I think I heard you say you also have ADHD.
Yeah. I'm also ADHD, and I just I 1 to 3, like, I need to know that I'm making a fair bit so that it saves me from my losses. I think if I went 1 to 1, I would definitely be a bit more scalpy. And I do think that, you know, when you're scalping or you're taking multiple trades a day, 1 to 1's all right if you're just catching a little move. But I just know how I work, and I think 1 to 3 is enough for me to be like, oh, that at least covers 3 losses. That's kind of the main thing that I think about. It's like, that covers 3 losses, perfect. And if I get another win in the next 2 trades, it's like, oh yes, I'm on a little bit of a roll. So
yeah, no, I'm the exact same as you. And funnily enough, I literally just tested this 1 to 1 model in the last 6 months because I wanted to try it out. You know, the 1 to 3 is good. It's just, you know, you can go through longer periods of drawdown. So I was wondering, like, would I do better with a higher win rate, so you're winning more of the time, so you're compounding that confidence into the next trade? But then what I did find is exactly what you said. For me, even though it did good, you know, and I passed an account and I thought it was amazing, it actually just turned into me over trading. And because it was 1 to 1, I was finding way more opportunities because, you know, you only needed a tiny piece of the pie.
Yeah.
So I was entering more trades than I should have, and trades that weren't even exactly to my model, just because I thought, you know, I could get that tiny little piece so often and so frequently. Yeah. So, like I said, it turned into over trading. So yeah, I stick to the 1 to 3. It's a better model, and it suits kind of the way I trade better anyway. Like, I am usually targeting and exiting based on liquidity zone. So it'll usually be 1 to 3, sometimes more. So like if I'm getting in, say, entry down here, you know, the natural point is I'll take one off at the next, you know, low hanging fruit swing high or the next equal highs. I wonder if it's better if I just bring up my journal, because it's probably going to have trades I took straight away instead of me scrolling through the charts.
Yeah, if you just go on
I'll just log in over here
thing, and
the
then just
screen.
If you just click on the green icon and then just share the other screen, or unless you're actually sharing it already,
Okay, sure.
That's cool if it's on the tab. But
I don't think so. Yeah, I'll let you just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah,
and I'll
yeah,
just pull this up.
No stress. Yeah, it's looking like it's moving at the moment. Debate, like, I'm bearish on everything, but I do have an entry model on gold, but I'm just bearish on everything, so I can't, unfortunately. And I think I'm going to be waiting until the news as well, so I'm not too keen on taking much. I'd look for GU sells and the EU sells today, but I need price to come up to them Asia highs. So I'm like, just kind of waiting. It's just a bit of a consolidation on the dollar this morning. Yeah, a bit of a consolidation stilly. How's everyone in the chat doing? Are we all good this morning? And could you show it on the same screen that you're sharing right now? Otherwise, it might not show up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out at the moment.
That's all good.
I should bring it up in a second.
Yes, Tara, what's going on? Marco said, I'm in 1 to 2, coming from 1 to 5 RR micro scalping. It's kind of hard, but the piece, oh my God, a lot better. Yeah. I can imagine. I can imagine. I think higher RR is good for like NQ and whatnot, but love from India, State Assam. Nice. Love. Make sure you lock up the stream, my peoples. Them. Artan is my guy. Shout out. Yes, boy, genius. What's going on, dude? How we doing? Remember, guys, 50 likes, and we're doing the first giveaway. Yes, the boys and Dart. How we doing? What a wild New York Open yesterday, he said. Yeah, was crazy. I mean, I was actually looking at a short, but we could have actually got shit. I didn't even realize. I wasn't even on the charts at that point. I was looking at a short, but I was conscious of us taking out the London high, but that would have been a brazy short. Damn, son. I actually had my entry model there as well. It was just, yeah. Wow, what a brazy short that would have been. Top man, yes, Andre.
How's that?
Yes, I think we can see that.
Is that opened up? Can you see that?
Yeah.
So this is just, I think, when was this? Last Friday, 24th. So this is a typical, like very typical setup where you get SMT, right? Both assets, and then see that 5-minute engulfing straight after?
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So essentially that, like it, as simple as that. And yeah, it happens super often, usually twice a session. But yeah, that's essentially all I look for.
So do you mind breaking that? Actually, it's not just a 5-minute SMT. It's just like, do you mind breaking down like the thought process behind the whole move? And just to clarify, you only trade London session.
Now I do, yeah. I was trading New York, but again, based on my data, it showed that it was underperforming. And I know why. I mean, you're in the same time zone as me. It's a bit late to trade New York here.
Yeah.
And I found that my performance, I was taking more trades outside my strategy a lot more often during New York. And that's just, a product of trying to trade when your brain is at its least mentally performing state, right?
Yeah.
So it just made sense to drop back to London.
Got you.
And yeah, results are a lot better.
Got you.
But yeah, I mean, not much to see. These are only screenshots, so I can't really go much further, but it's essentially the same thing. We took out a higher time frame liquidity. You'll see an NQ, this black line here. High time frame liquidity got swept. And then after that happened, I'm just waiting for an SMT between the assets and then that engulfing right there. And of course, also during the times that I trade.
Where are you placing your stop then? Because that's like, is there any key point? Are you doing it with a certain amount of?
So fixed. So it's a fixed stop loss that I've been using. So fixed points. So I kind of worked out over the years, on average, like where does the stop need to be? And it's 9 times out of 10 never gets hit. And that's so that's it. Fixed stop. So generally I'll have 22-point stop on NQ, and then on ES it's 4.5 point stop loss. Because generally, so the thing about this model is it should not retrace like at all. Like once you enter, it goes most of the time. Like after the SMT, after the engulfing, it goes straight away. It shouldn't come back down. It usually has barely any drawdown.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing with so like obviously I've been historically a CFD trader, right? So for me, there's like well, one thing that's really good is on like the DAX, for example. You usually tend to get some sort of a pullback, but on NQ and stuff, that's why when I got into trading, I used to trade just on IFVGs. Like I'd enter as soon as there's an inverted fair value gap, obviously with my confluences on the higher time frame. But I would find that it didn't work so well on EU and whatnot because it would be a bit more choppy. Whereas on NQ and ES, like you do get that just aggressive move to the upside. So that's why I think it works better for scalpers. Like I don't think really you can scalp on EU and GU. I think NQ and ES, because of the volume, once liquidity is taken and just the aggressive nature of it, it just seems to work a lot better. And that's something that I'm going to be introducing into my model because I've got my CFD model which is like my bread and butter, does very well. But I'm like, I also the months of like, I guess, uncertainty. I'm like, when it comes to the Nasdaq and stuff, it's just, I don't know, just every session you're getting like a fairly big move in comparison to CFDs. So yeah, have you ever traded CFDs?
No, no, I kind of went straight to futures, and I was going to ask you, like, what did you just naturally gravitate to CFDs because you traded what? Did you trade Forex first?
Yeah, yeah. Well, not obviously crypto, but then it's all I knew. Like it's all I knew. I didn't even know what
Right,
futures
right.
was, to be honest with you. So I was just like, I don't really know. Also, and all I knew was MetaTrader 5. So I didn't know about any futures firms or anything like that. So I was like, well, why am I gonna do something that I don't know? So yeah. But is there another
Yeah,
trade
yeah,
example
no,
you could share? It'd
fair
be
enough.
good to do a breakdown of.
Yeah, well, I mean, on this same one, I was just saying I had a screenshot of price action prior to it, and the same setup here happened in Asia. But I took this on another account where you can see, I don't know if you can see close enough here, but like where the SMT lands, if you look at the very next candle, it's a bearish, engulfing candle. And that right there is another entry on the previous SMT, sweep of the highs, SMT, 5 minute engulfing to the downside, and then you had that move down. Um, I'm not sure. I can just through my journal and see, go back the next day. What do we got here? Let's open this up. This might have been a 1-to-1. What's this trade? Oh yeah, so this was just a bit of a late entry here, but this was so we had a high time frame sweep again, the liquidity, this black line, and then we had I call this just a mini SMT, but if everything else lines up on the higher time frame, like that's still valid. So that tiny little SMT here at the lows, and then into the 5 minute engulfing, same thing again, entered there, and then it, went up.
Is there any like in terms of, I guess, liquidity sweeps, right? What are you mainly looking at? Like what's an A plus liquidity sweep you're looking at?
So A plus liquidity sweep, it just has to be a higher time frame. So it just has to be ideally a 1 hour or above, like swing low, swing high.
Okay.
Has to be swept. But in the I'll just see if I got another trade, but I'll go back to my charts. Yeah, so here's another one. So this was another one last week, a bearish SMT here at the highs. So NQ swept this red line's a daily level, and then we had this SMT. It's not as visual. This one was kind of a better setup shown on the 1 minute, but everything lined up, engulfing, enter, and then down to the next liquidity, which I was just aiming for this FEG here.
Okay, interesting. And what would be your, so like, like in London session for me it is 8 a.m. Like what is your time that you're looking? Can it sweep pre-London and then you enter like after London Open, or like what are your specific times that you're actually like religious about?
Yeah, so my times are pretty much pre-session. So I work off New York time. So 3 a.m. is open for New York. Do you work off New York time, or is this going to be
I go off
confusing?
London time, but it's the same. It's only because most of my students are
Okay.
based.
Right. So 3 a.m. New York time, London open. So I'll look for setups anywhere from 1:30. So an hour and a half before open, and then up until 5:30 a.m. New York time. So pretty much just an hour and a half before London. And I never used to, but there's been, especially recently, there's been multiple setups that happen right before the open. And then the open comes and we just get chopped. And we've seen this so much in the last 2 weeks. And I try and tell everyone, like, whenever you see a big move up, like an expanding move right before open, Like that's your first sign to sit on your hands. Like wait for price, because generally you're going to consolidate for at least an hour after that. And we've been seeing that almost every London session the last 2 weeks. We keep getting a big expensive move in, and then we consolidate for the first hour, and then there's usually not a setup until after that.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
I'm just going to put my chart. I'll go back to my chart. But yeah, so what are you looking for? Like, what's your setup? Do you use ICT as a baseline, or
I don't really know if
kind
it's
of-
ICT, to be honest with you, but I basically, I'm just looking at session sweeps. So I'm looking at my daily bias. So kind of I pretty much just have I'm looking at like CRT, what some people call it, which is basically I'm looking at overall market structure, high highs and higher lows, and just kind of like whether we're respecting bearish fair value gaps or bullish fair value gaps. And then I'm looking at the dollar mainly to look at. And then, for example, like today, when I'm looking at, let's say, gold, I'm looking at this as like a big manipulation to the upside. We're overall bearish. The momentum's to the downside. So I'm now going, okay, cool. Today, I'm looking for an open high, low close. So I'd be looking for a sell down to this low at the very least, and then continue it down to there. And then really, I'm just looking at session sweeps. Like I'm just going, all right, if I'm happy with my bias being bearish, then I'm looking for today, for example, an open high, taking out Asia session, or New York taking out London session high, and then continue with lower. So, I mean, for me, I would even look for a sell here, but it's not part of that model. So that's why on futures I have a little bit more of flexibility in terms of my key levels. So yeah, that's basically it. I'm just looking for session sweeps and then looking to continue that. And I look for my entry model, which is usually just like a very simple 5-minute breaker structure or 15, get in on the pullback, and then continue lower. And I always go for 1 to 3.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes complete sense. I mean, it's very, very similar. Like when the liquidity points I'm looking for are usually, the daily highs, daily lows, and session liquidity, right? Because they're the most high probability ones. Like I'm not just going to take a random mid-trend kind of sweep most of the time. So yeah, I mean, that makes complete sense. Your model.
Yeah. Would you mind?
I would call that.
Sorry, go on.
At least ICT structure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Do you know what it is? I just
yeah. What's that?
It's ICT structure, but then I also hear people say it's SMC, supply and demand. So I'm like, look, I don't really know what it is.
Yeah. So
it seems all the same to me. Do you know what I mean?
It is all the same. Like SMC is ICT. I don't know who rebranded it or where it came from, but it's exactly the same thing. Both of them.
Okay.
But yeah, what were you asking, bro?
Yeah, no, I was just seeing what you were, if you could break down today, or even if there's any other charts that you could break. I know you're specifically more NQ and ES, but yeah, if you could run over kind of like just for the chat.
I mean, I can break down, anything. I can break down like any chart. I'll just throw it in chat and I'll just break it down daily and see what I'm looking for. I do still look at gold and silver. I just don't look at the currencies. Just DXY.
Amazing. Well, yeah, if you could do a little bit, I'm sure the chat would appreciate. Obviously, I'm going to do mine. I'm on for a few hours today, so I'm on 5 hours every day. But yeah, if you could, that would be great, and then I'll do mine after.
Yeah, no worries. Are we? Is my chart? Oh wait, you're doing yours. I've gone back to my chart screen. I think that's. I'm not sure if it's up.
Yeah, I think you should be back now. I think one second. Let me just check. Yes, you should be back now.
Okay, sweet. Gold. Okay, everyone wants gold. Gold is look, recently I've actually started trading gold in Asia session because just too many people keep screaming gold at me and how well it performs in Asia and in London. So all right, let's go. I've actually been watching gold. Let's go. So slightly messy here,
I think
but
the connection.
Same thing, pretty much.
Oh,
same.
Sorry, the connection dropped out.
Did you lose me?
You're back now.
Okay. So gold Let's turn this down. So gold is the same thing I do with ES and NQ. Same thing I would do if I traded Ethereum and Solana. Same thing I would do if I traded GBP and EU. It's all divergence. Everything is based around divergences and then looking for trades. So I pretty much just have gold and silver next to each other. So to break down gold, I would like to look at silver. I'll just make it a bit smaller. I actually have where my magnet is my weekly target. Up to this box here is just a new week opening gap. And I actually think we might put a low in during FOMC and then we're going to have a big price move higher. So let's just go, I'll just do gold alone then. So using the midpoint of higher time frame wicks, especially the daily, I think is super valuable. Anyone that hasn't done it or tried it, start drawing it out on your chart, and trust me, it has a lot of significance on the lower time frame. Generally, you'll see setups form a lot of the time on these midpoints of these weeks. So right now, we have an SMT at the lows with silver. We've, broken structure up here to the upside, if that's a swing high. Yep. Sitting inside this daily fair value gap. So everything right now has got me turned on for bullish, expecting higher prices. It'll be interesting to see where this daily closes. Let's drop down to the 4 hour. Again, I don't know if you use these gaps, but this will be some real source for people that don't know. But the last fair value gap before taking liquidity, that FEG is the best performing FEG that you'll ever draw on your chart. Any time frame, 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 hour, 4 hour. Even if it doesn't hold, you'll always get like a big reaction, like 95% of the time. So on the 4 hour, that's why I've got this yellow one drawn out. After we took this liquidity here on gold, and we've gone to the upside, I always straight away hunt and look, where was the last gap before we took liquidity? And it's this one. So 9 times out of 10, once price takes off, it's going to come back and it's going to touch that before the next move higher. And as you can see, we had a reaction just here on the 4 hour. Was that yesterday? This green gap here is probably going to be the exact same thing. This green one is a 1 hour. So we'll drop down to the 1 hour now. I'm just keeping an eye on chat in case I'm going too quick.
No, keep going, man.
It's all making sense. The same thing we saw on the 4 hour, right? Same FEG. What do we have? Final sweep of liquidity here. And then we have final fair value gap after the sweep. Draw that out. That inversion FEG, again, is going to be crucial. It's going to be really, really good FEG to have on your chart. Any time frame, doesn't matter. And right now, we've just had a reaction here. So today, if I was in gold, I'll be watching this to see if we hold. See if gold can hold this 1 hour FEG, which I'm seeing is like highly likely, only because we've already taken this low out on silver over here. So right now we have an SMT, not confirmed, but we have this SMT and we have this inversion 1 hour FEG holding price on gold. I'm not going to hold any crazy bias until we have FOMC, because I think we'll see a resolution of the weekly range after that's been released. So pretty much from there, I'll do the same thing. We're reacting off this. We've got an SMT, may confirm, hasn't confirmed yet. So there's no setup. I'll drop down to a 15-minute. Obviously, there's nothing nice on the 15-minute. I mean, I don't know if you've paid attention to London recently. Man, I swear it's been very hit and miss. Like there's been some great setups, but it's been very like choppy, like consolidation, sideways, price action more times than not. And yeah, it's been pretty
Yeah,
frustrating.
someone said yes.
So
London is
15
just
minute.
accumulating.
Yeah, yeah. And again, like I said this at my stream earlier, whenever you see this, right, number one, like, because, as a trader, and you probably obviously learnt this too over the years, it's way more important, in my opinion, of knowing when not to trade, right?
Yeah.
Because you can have your model, it's got a statistical edge, it makes money if you follow your process diligently. But where you get tripped up is executing your model maybe in really poor market conditions. And then, people will say, well, how are you meant to know that? You can't read the future. There are many signals that will lend its hand and tell you that, maybe use reduced size, maybe limit how many trades you take this session because of A, B, and C. And, A being whenever you have this one big expansion move, especially if it's long across a higher time frame, of course, you're always going to have consolidation after. So if you're going into a session right after you see this, or even on the 5-minute or 15-minute, if you see just one expansive move right before 3 a.m. open, London Open, like, expect this. Don't be in a hurry. Don't try and rush to enter a trade. Look for your model. Like, be patient. And I think, yeah, to me, that's been the most valuable thing in the last probably 2 years, is identifying market conditions and having that as a focus point, like in your mind when you go into your session. Same as news days, right? If you have a CPI, FOMC, NFP or whatever, if you have that the next day or the next session, like, obviously don't expect clean price action the session before or sometimes the day before. Yeah, there's right here on gold, there's nothing for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got a little divergence on the 15-minute. Silver took this high. Yeah. Sorry, you go. Silent Orbit holding a short in gold from Asia. Man, you must be up big dollars.
Yeah, you must be up big
That's
time.
a solid entry.
You must be up big time.
But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. High time frame down, and then during London session, pretty much the 1 hour is the only relevant higher time frame, because I'm only in London session for about 4 hours. So there's not. I like to know where the 4-hour candle is, where it opened. Like, you'll see on my charts, I have the 4-hour open lines marked on my 5-minute chart. Just because that I like to know that when I'm on the lower time frame, where we've opened and how price is reacting. Because a lot of the time you'll see, the real move within an hour and a half, and 2 hours usually max of a 4-hour candle. So, like, I'll look for manipulation, say 2 o'clock's the open, I'll look for manipulation between 2 and 4. And if I see my model between 2 and 4, then I'll take that move up. Which, I mean, yeah, this trade played out well and would have been a TP as well, the first one we spoke about.
What would that have been, a one-to-one or?
So look on the 1 hour now. No, I would have taken on that model. I'll usually just always do my 1 to 3. My stop loss would have been different here so again, on my data, one change I've made, which has been really good, is whenever I get a massive candle like that, I'll actually mark the midpoint. And this has been proving a lot better in my stats. I'll have my entry, at the midpoint of the engulfing.
So you'll be waiting
if
for
it's a really large one, because I don't like. Yeah, I'd be waiting. So I wouldn't be in on this one. I'd be waiting for a pullback, because I don't like, unless I drop my size right down, which I have to do if we get a candle close like this. This is just too much range. And right now the volatility is so high, like that's 70 points. Doesn't look like 70 points.
Yeah.
So yeah, for my bias for this session, 1 hour chart is usually more than enough. 4 hour, 1 hour, 15, but 1 hour makes the most sense. So this FEG here that we inversed came back up. the fact that we've closed ES this candle this high, like above the midpoint of this 1 hour FEG, that already signals, like, to me, that we might see higher prices. But it's not enough for me to jump down to the 5 minute and look for a setup. I mean, to be honest, it's just not a good day for the setups right now. Like, we're just consolidating.
Yeah.
So anything like on the 5 minute now, I'd probably be forcing it. What's happened here? 5 minutes. Just having a look if there's anything here that. So these equal highs up here is the kind of near-term obvious draw. So I would actually be bullish right now, short-term, for these equal highs on ES. And, you know, a lot of liquidity as well on NQ, just all these swing high, swing high.
So would you only enter on
FEG up here.
Would you only enter on like as soon as, like, so say for example, right, after we've swept some liquidity, let's say that previous weekly low, are you only entering, are you entering on any of the SMTs that are after? So let's say there was an SMT right now going into that, let's say that, you know, when you pulled the 50% back into that 5 minute fair value gap, if there was an SMT in there, would you, like, let's say for example ES went in there but NQ didn't, would you take the trade, or are you like, no, it's only once there's high time for liquidity and then the next engulfing candle?
No, I would take a continuation. I many times will take, but the conditions have to be right. Like, this price action, there's not enough here for me to trust it. If this 1 hour closed back above the gap completely, then I'd be more confident in using this 1 hour FEG and be looking for the SMT setup on a lower time frame. So say, you know, I'm confident in the bias, we're going up near term. Where's the next swing low, nearest swing low? This one here, right?
Yeah.
This one here. So I would look for the same model on here with higher time frame, proving to me that we're going to go higher and giving me, you know, enough confidence based on the hourly close that we're going to go higher. I mean, this doesn't give me confidence because I don't like this top wick on the hourly, and we'd still closed in the gap, even though past the midpoint, still in the gap, and we're consolidating. So it's not high probability, but if we get a sweep of these lows here, one sweeps, the other one doesn't, and then I get a clean 5 minute engulfing, you know, just for the sake of showing my trade, you know, I'll take that. I'll take that setup today.
Okay, interesting. And
but,
what about,
I mean, at the moment?
Sorry, is there any sell scenarios that you're looking at the moment?
The sell scenario would be, again, looking for this 1 hour liquidity to get swept first on ES or NQ.
Yeah.
I mean, this.
Someone asked,
even this
what is
for
the best
continuation,
advice?
this is a swing high.
Sorry,
Yeah.
someone asked, what is the best advice you wish you got when you started trading?
Best advice I wish I got when I started trading. Honestly, first of all, I think knowing that it's going to take longer than you think. So, like, knowing, like, having a realistic expectation of how many years it's going to take to actually get to a consistently profitable state. I think having a healthy expectation is going to reduce the emotional impact and emotional swings you have, you know, day to day, week to week, when you're not performing the way you want to be performing, and knowing that you're in the middle of the process. You know, it's going to take a while to get to that stage. Don't expect to be, you know, amazing, profitable every week overnight. And I think the biggest thing, I'd say the pivotal thing for me is that, you know, I think most traders are solving the wrong problem. Like, trading isn't a strategy game, it's an attention management game. So a trader who controls their focus controls their decisions, right? And a
Yeah.
trader who controls their decisions controls their trajectory and their growth rate. So a lot of the time in the first few years as a trader, as a beginning trader, you're focusing on the wrong things, and naturally, because you're new and you don't know any better, you're worrying too much about your profit and loss. You're worrying about how much you made, that week. You're worrying about even goals, having monetary goals, or I just want to pass a funded account. I don't think those goals, like having goals, are healthy. I don't think monetary goals are ever healthy. Even I'd go as far to say is my goal is to pass a funded account. I think is useless. It gives you have no built system, no structure. Like putting your focus in the right area from an early stage as a trader, I think is the most beneficial advice I wish I received. So, an example is turn your P&L off. Don't even look at your profit and loss. Don't even care how much you're down after a losing trade. Once you have a model, once you know your model, you've done the reps, you've done your back testing, right? Focus on the things that is actually going to take you to the next level, which has nothing to do with the outcome of a prop firm or a funded account or your P&L. Has everything to do with how you're following your model. So, a goal I set for myself was pivoting your focus, again, attention, pivoting your focus to this week. I'm going to make sure that 85% of my trades or higher are according to my plan. And you mark that every single week. When you do your journaling, go through every trade, completely honest. Was it according to your plan? Yes, no, mark it. Over the course of the week, how many trades? 10 out of 20 trades, 12 out of 20 trades. Divide that. What's the percentage? Did you reach 85%? No. Okay, well then you know what your problem is. You keep taking trades outside your trading plan. So you focus on that. Like you have a focus point every week. Generally, I like to have 3 focus points every week. And they're usually derived from my journal. What are the repeating mistakes I keep making? Like what mistakes do I keep making over and over that keep coming up? I had a tally that I would write down. And when you see the same thing come up, 20, 30 times, you know where to divert your focus, you know where to put your attention. And then your whole process for that next week is strictly fixing that. Is strictly only on that. I am only taking trades according to my plan every day. And when you shift your focus to that and you stop worrying about drawdown, you stop worrying about, how much you made or getting a funded account, like you're focusing on the actual process, then yeah, obviously you're going to get there as a byproduct. So that'd be,
Okay. Amazing.
that'd be my advice I wish I got, shifting your focus to the right things.
Amazing. And what are the most important things or concepts to analyze in any market? Guys, get your questions in. Get your questions in now. We're going to do a little Q&A for the next 15 minutes. And also, as soon as, get some questions in, we're also going to do the next giveaway. So the first giveaway of the day will be coming real soon. So make sure you get your questions in ASAP. But yeah, what would you say are the most important things or concepts to analyze in any market? And, this is I guess this is a universal question, really. But I guess people just want to know, like, from your direct perspective, what would those, the most important parts be? I'm assuming they're asking, for example, daily time frame, or like with you, it might be the hourly. But what for you would be the kind of the real crux of the most important things that you would look for, assuming it's like SMT and high time frame liquidity?
Yeah, I mean, I first of all, I'd say that like is obviously a broad question, and you'll probably get different answers based on the trader's profile and what they trade. If they're looking market structure, if they're looking at moving averages and whatnot. But for me, I think price action is king. Like you should always be aware of the higher time frame and work your way down. Like what is the higher time frame doing? That is going to give you a decision on the lower time frame. Never just create a whole bias for your trading day based on a 1 minute, 5 minute, even 15 minute. You need to know the direction. Price is fractal. So whatever you see on a 1 minute or 5 minute that makes you believe you're going to see higher prices or lower prices. It's the same thing you're going to see on a daily or a 4-hour. Obviously, it's just a lot slower. So go to the higher time frame. What is the 4-hour? Like, what is a daily? What is the 4-hour? What is it telling you? Is it saying we're going to go lower? Then you should just look for shorts in your session. Does it say we're going to go higher? Then you look for higher. And liquidity zones and imbalances, right? So higher time frame, swing highs, swing lows, and higher time frame gaps. They should be just, they're just as important because they're going to be the draws that you should be reaching for on the lower time frame. So again, it's more so, just market structure and price action, and doing the exact same thing you would do on a lower time frame, and bringing that analysis to a higher time frame, and then remembering that and sticking with that when you drop back down to the lower time frame.
Okay, amazing. There's a few more questions. I don't know if you want to have a look at them and read them out. Silent Orbit,
sure.
Indigon, and Boy
What
Genius.
do we got? Further improvements, consolidating technique of your strategy. How to figure out which liquidity will be swept next. Since I often see high time frame liquidity both north and south, like equal highs, liquidity channels. Okay, so I guess the number one way, first just come to my head, in like off the cuff answer is you need to know what price has just done to know where it's going next. Like, what did we just do? Like, did we just take liquidity and then, reverse? Or did we just take liquidity and then break structure on the opposing side? Then you'd be aiming for like an opposing liquidity or imbalance. So, let's see if we can do a live example on the 15-minute. Like this, for example, we just took out a previous weekly low on NQ. So like after this has happened, I'm not immediately, while we're down here, going to be looking for shorts and looking for the next liquidity down below. And also because we've put in SMT. So if you've just taken liquidity, whether it be to the downside or the upside, you should be targeting the opposing liquidity, whether it's, even just on a short-term example here. We took out previous weekly low. So we've taken out sell side. We've broken structure to the upside. We've created a bullish gap. So after taking this liquidity, breaking structure, where would I be aiming for next? Well, low hanging fruit, this swing high here. Next target, again, the gap that I was explaining on gold and silver, final gap before taking liquidity and reversing. Always draw that out on your chart. That's always a target for me as well, because it's a high probability draw and it's a high probability zone that we'll get a retracement from. So yeah, it's essentially what did price just do? And then you're looking to take the opposing side. I don't know if you've heard the term external, internal liquidity.
Yeah,
like, I guess
I live by that.
I don't mind that term because it's an easy way for traders. Oh, you do? Yeah. So I think it's a really good term because it's kind of easier to read, right? Like when you say that, it makes sense. People understand. So yeah, essentially, if we take external liquidity, I'm looking for a trade back into an internal imbalance, usually an FEG, or internal liquidity on a lower time frame. Because generally, a higher time frame imbalance is just a lower time frame swing high or swing low that you're sweeping.
Yeah.
All right, what else do we have? When did you start trading ICT? How did you go about the videos in there? Because it's a lot in there and confusing. Where do you advise to begin? That's a good question. And yeah, there's just so much. It is so overwhelming to any new trader going into that channel. I think he's recently posted of the best way to go about it. Potentially he might even have a video on his YouTube channel, but I think if you already know a bit of basics, I think the 2022 mentorship is really good. It gives you an entry model and it gives you enough in understanding of liquidity. 2022, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably start there. What is the best asset to pair the DAX in terms of SMT? The DAX, I don't think, can you trade the DAX on prop firms,
Do you
futures?
know what? I don't actually. Let me just check. Can you trade DAX on?
Because I've wanted to do it, but every time I've tried to put the symbol in,
It says you.
I've struggled to be able to trade it because
It says you can on Apex. It says FDAX. I don't actually have an Apex account right now, so I don't know if it's what you could check, but it's on Eurex. I don't know if that's the same thing, or I'm not sure what that is. But yeah,
what's the ticker?
I think it's FDAX, FDAX,
F
or it's FDXM.
FDAX.
Because DAX, I really like the
Oh,
DAX.
no way! Wow.
Because the DAX
yeah,
in
you
London,
just answered
honestly,
my
is
question.
amazing. Like
I've
DAX in
never,
London is my highest performing asset.
man, I've been watching the DAX like during London session, and it's like been what I'm like, this is the missing, like I've always wanted to trade it because the DAX seems to move way better, even better than
Yeah,
NQ, like a lot of the
yeah.
time during London.
Literally, like I find that it's just in between six to eight, it can manipulate or bang on 8 o'clock basically, and it's just so honestly, like for me, I didn't trade it up until about 9 months ago, and it's just like complete like that for me. It's like NQ, but I feel just cleaner and more time. I don't want to say NQ is not time specific, but in London session for me is perfect.
I didn't think you could trade it through prop firms, but it is that just came up when I typed into Apex. So what would you put in trading view? Just DAX,
It would
or is
just be
there a
like
particular?
German 30 or German 40. But maybe there's a futures chart. I'm not sure if there's a futures chart for DAX, maybe.
Maybe DAX futures. No. So this chart on the left. This is what I got every time I tried to search for it
Okay.
via prop firms. Usually
Yeah, I'd go German. I'd probably go German 40. I'd probably say Ger 40.
German 40. This one. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. That's
Yeah.
clean. See, I don't know enough about. I don't know if to answer the question. I'm not sure because I haven't traded DAX, but in terms of like what to look for in terms of divergences with other assets, it's similar to like ES and NQ, is it?
Yeah,
Like
but I
it's
don't know what. I actually don't know
I'm
what.
not sure
I
if
mean,
I'd use
some
divergence
people
with
use
ES
the
and NQ.
euro
Would
against
you,
it.
Arthur?
Some people use the euro against it as SMT. I don't use SM, or you could use the dollar, I guess, but it's not really that
Or
paired
Euro and DAX?
potentially. But I don't know. I don't. I personally, I
Right,
don't
right.
use SMT with it. So
I'm gonna look a bit more into it over the coming months because every time I go back in price action and look at London session, it's always performing like so well. And
yeah,
now that I don't trade New York, which God, I miss New York, um, it might be the good asset to trade in London. Same reason I'm looking at gold now lately, because gold's been moving as well.
yeah, no, definitely. All right, guys. So
What
we
else
are
did I
going to do a quick giveaway now. It's giveaway time. So you guys know the drill. What you have to do, all you have to do is one thing, right? First of all, make sure that you have liked the video because the next giveaway will be at 100 likes. Obviously, give both of us a follow on Instagram and on YouTube. But go to the description. And when you go to the description, basically just at the bottom of this video, open it up. And then below, you're going to see subscribe now, blah, 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 blah. And then you're going to see join the Chart Fanatics free Discord community for exclusive discounts, giveaways, live events, and more. That is exactly what happens. And then you just click the little, the blue link there, which says Discord. Once you're in, I know some people don't know how to use Discord. So once you're in and you've accepted the role, you then just need to scroll down when you go to the Chart Fanatics channel and scroll down to CF Official. And below announcements and live updates, then there'll be giveaway. And once you see the giveaways, you're going to see one Apex trader funding there. And you want to click the little blue button. There's a little blue button that has a little party icon on it. You click that. And literally, as soon as you click that, you'll be entered into the competition. There'll be one winner. and it ends in 9 minutes. So there are over 100 people watching live right now on YouTube, and also obviously you got on TikTok and the other channels. So make sure you do that right away because you got 9 minutes. But in the meantime, Ramco is gonna answer a few. There was a couple more questions, and yeah, guys. Hopefully by that time that we should have found a winner. There was, I believe, 4 winners yesterday, actually, or 3 winners yesterday. So this will be the first one of today. So make sure you go in and do that right now. But yeah, sorry, back to you, Ramco.
Yeah, no, cool. No worries. Trying to see, what was that last? There was one question I think I missed back there. Do you think backtest is really important or live trading is more? I think there's a place for both. Like, backtesting is important, and especially as a new trader, it's extremely important. Like, as a new trader, you're not going to have confidence in your model, right? You're not going to have confidence in your execution in the market. So what builds confidence? Number one thing is backtesting. If you have enough data backtesting your model, like, so for example, this one that I showed today, I have close to 2,000 trades backtested, manually backtested. And because I have that data, I know, the statistical edge of it, and that if I just follow my setup and follow my process every time, it's going to be profitable. So the more data you have and the more backtesting you do with whatever your model is or whatever strategy you're testing, it's going to give you the confidence as a new trader, especially early on, and even after that, the confidence to execute. And you're not going to be so subject to, the emotions that arise when you enter and when you're holding the trade to its target. You're not going to move your stop loss. You're not going to exit early. You're going to let it play out because you know that when you see A, B, and C, and you leave it, it'll hit your TP, and that's fine. It's not always going to win, but you have enough data from your backtesting to trust it and have the confidence to hold and not act emotionally. And then, on the other side of that, testing it live is also just as important. I think you need to get your reps in and have a good baseline. I would say at least 500 trades, but, probably 100, 200 is enough for backtesting. But yeah, then the real game starts when you take it live and trade it live, because now it's not a static chart. Now you have to actually manage your emotions and your impulses when you enter the trade. And honestly, I think that's when your whole journey begins, to be honest.
Yeah. And how would you recommend people to, I guess, to start off? Like, let's say, for example, they've just started. I know some people are, I guess, a little bit lazy in terms of actually backtesting, or they're just trying to like figure it out before they even start backtesting. What would you recommend in terms of new traders that maybe have backtested a little bit? Prop firms, live capital, low risk. Like, what do you think?
Sorry, cut out a little bit there. So new traders that have backtested, and you're asking like,
new traders.
What avenue to go into for live trading?
What would they? Yeah, would you do prop firms or live capital?
I would definitely do prop firms. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Start off with evaluations. Take it from me, who lost a substantial amount of money from trading my own money before I knew what I was doing. Right, I had a big win, a couple wins. Thought that was enough, and then as soon as I lost it, I put more money back in. You're going to lose. It's going to hurt twice as much. The emotions are going to be a lot higher trading your own capital. And I think, as a starting trader, you want to give yourself the best chance you can. You want to set an environment where you can put your backtested strategy to the test with the least amount of emotional response. Because it's going to be, that's the hardest part at the start, is managing your own emotions during the trade in live markets. So I think prop firms are better. It's a lower cost of entry. Evaluations are cheap. It's a great time to be a retail trader, I think, or to learn, because there's so many prop firms now, and competition breeds innovation, and there's just so much competition that the accounts have gotten so much better and cheaper, and the rules are a lot more simple. So yeah, I think go prop firms, and as a byproduct of prop firms, you're forced to abide by their rules, and those rules actually do help you as a starting trader. Like those restrictions are beneficial.
Yeah, no, definitely. And what would you say is a sorry, one sec, my chart is just got accidentally disconnected. Should be back. What would you say? So obviously with the prop firm side of things, right? I think a lot of people have different opinions in terms of, I guess futures is a little bit different, right? Because you can risk more, you can pass in maybe a day with some firms or whatever. But like how like what would you set aside as a budget for yourself, for example? How many challenges are you buying? Are you doing like multiple at a time? Are you doing just 150K past that, another whatever? Are you full port in to get funded and then trading properly? Like so many people have different ways of doing it. So like what would you recommend if someone's got a profitable strategy at the moment? How are you getting funded? What would you say is a decent budget to put towards it? Yeah, like what advice could you give that you would give to, for example, your students, or even me that I'm getting into futures? Right? What would you say for me, for example?
Are you just starting into futures now?
Very recently, like
it's awesome,
literally,
man. I think it's a good leap. Nice. I actually have a bit of a strong opinion on this. I don't agree with a lot of traders out there and how they, I don't know if they're saying it for any, monetary reasons from the crowd, but like, I don't think like full porting evaluations is ever a good idea. It also depends, I guess, on your experience and level, many years of experience as a trader, how long you've been trader, and how much funds you have behind you. But for the majority of people that are still grinding, still trying to, get to that consistently profitable state, do not full port evaluations. Like you should be treating evaluations as closely to how you will treat your funded account. Yes, I understand the thesis of like, I don't sit in an evaluation for months and months. And that's fair enough. You don't want to be there for months. So what I do, like personally, with evaluations, I'll risk 1.5 times more than I would in a funded account. So not 2x, not 5x, not 10x, right? 1.5. Because what I found is the closer that you trade your evaluation is going to help you and increase your chances in your funded account, because it's not going to be so much different in terms of the levels of emotions you're feeling, the amount of size you're putting on. It's consistency is everything in trading, and the more you can be consistent across the board, the less you can have these like spikes of like doing this random thing and then telling yourself, okay, now I'm going to trade it this way. Like we all know that little voice that says, next time I'll do it different, or I'll do it different when it counts. Like that voice is bullshit. Like you're not going to do it most of the time. It's the same voice that, if you revenge trade and you make it all back and you're in profit and you're like, oh, thank God, what a relief in your head. And you're like, oh, I'm not going to do that. It's the last time I do that. And then obviously you do it again. So I think trade evaluations the way you would trade funded accounts, but just increase your size 1.5 times. And I think that's close enough that when you go to evaluation, it'll be fine. And in my experience, anytime I pass an eval in one day, that funded account never lasted long, like almost all the time. So yeah, I would say that, especially for beginning traders.
And what would be your rough risk? So let's say most people, I believe anyway, obviously I don't want to speak on everyone else, but like most people probably get like a 50K account or multiple 50K accounts, for example. What would you risk per trade? On a position, on a challenge.
I like to take the drawdown. Yep. So I take the drawdown of the account. Boy, genius. How many years in trading now, Ramco? This would be my 6th year. So for evaluation accounts, I would take the drawdown amount and then divide it by 10. Generally now, as long as I can do 7 full stop losses, so like $2,000 drawdown in a 50K divided by 10 should be risking 200 per trade. That gives you 10 shots, right? Before you blow up.
Yeah.
So for me, evaluations, again, 1.5 times more. So I give myself 7 shots, 7 losing. If I take 7 losing trades in a row, then I blow the eval. It can happen, but it's a lot rarer. So I think you should always, whatever account you have, whether it's $2,000 drawdown, $3,000 drawdown, you should divide it by 10 or divide it by whatever the amount is of how many trades your model, like it's quite rare to see that many losses in a row. Whether that's, 4 trades, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 10's a good baseline. $200 per trade for a $2,000 drawdown. Yeah. And stick to that. Stick to that. It's just maths. If you stick to that, you'll be fine.
Yeah. No, nice. Yeah. Because, oh, sorry. We're actually just looking at, do you want to talk through this right now? Because I don't know if there's a position loading up for you right now. I know you mentioned about the lost low and the SMT.
Yeah, I am just watching this lightly. We've got a SMT on the highs as well. I'm just watching this reaction in this 5-minute FEG is screaming bearish, but let me just double check the 1 hour. I want to see where this 1 hour closes. But yeah, this could be a setup here. I need to see a bit more. But that's fine. We can keep talking if there's more questions coming through. What if you spent time backtesting, collecting data, then doing no hindsight demo testing and getting stats that suggested an edge, but your first stint demo trading live is 8 straight losses? Advice. Spent time backtesting, collecting data, doing no hindsight demo testing.
Hard question. I'm trying to understand this.
It doesn't make sense. You said backtesting, collecting data, and then doing no hindsight demo testing.
I think what they're saying is is that if you backtested and then collected a lot of data on it, and then you didn't end up doing you got the data, but you didn't end up testing it in the live markets, but on a demo account. I think that's that suggests an edge. But your first demo trade live is 8 straight losses. Okay, so they've got the data back testing, and then they've been like, let me try it on a demo account on a live, and then they've took 8 losses in a row. I think that's what he's asking. He's like, what am I doing something wrong, or what? Like, where do I go from here? That's right. That's what I think they're asking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was going to just jump to the end of that, because really the end of that sentence was kind of all I needed to answer. 8 straight losses in a row, that doesn't mean anything. You need to judge your data across multiple months. So, yeah. That could be completely normal for your edge. 8 straight losses in a row, that happens. I have 8 straight losses in a row with my model. Very rare, but it can still happen, throughout the year. So
yeah. I had 8 straight losses in May. I had 10. Yeah. I think I had 8 straight losses in. Granted, actually, no, I had 9 straight losses in over April and May. Granted, one of them was actually outside of my model, to be fair. So that was just me. But yeah.
Did you say in May?
It was. I think it was April over April and May. Yeah. I didn't have a very good April and May.
Okay. Yeah, neither did I. I don't think anyone did. That was also a rough month for me. With price action.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Christian, do you think fundamental analysis is important or just technicals? Again, don't take my answer for full truth here, but I know people have different opinions on this. Personally, from what I've seen, and with 10,000 plus hours looking at charts, technical is all I've ever needed. And a lot of the time, technicals will allude to fundamental news before it comes out. I think fundamental analysis has a place. I think it's definitely good to know global macroeconomics. But in the state we're in right now, with Trump tweets just sending the markets one direction any random day, them playing this, Strait of Hormuz card every single week. It's I don't think there's any point in looking at fundamentals. I think technicals will give you all you need. And again, what time frame do you trade? Fundamentals aren't going to matter if you're down here on the 15-minute, 5-minute taking trades intra-session. If you're looking to invest in a stock or a company, then fundamentals 100% are relevant. What do you think, Arten, on that?
Yeah, I think like I'm new to fundamentals as well. I say new to fundamentals. I have a rough idea, but I do feel like you need to either really understand fundamentals or don't use them at all and focus solely on price action. So because I just like historically I've tended to dabble in it, but it's kind of like dabbling in the daily time frame. It's like, look, like you're either gonna understand it properly or just ignore it and focus on zoning in into what you're doing at the moment. So but I do see a lot of value in the fundamental. Like for me, it's like the bias. Like I do the higher time frame bias. It will always help. So that's why I try to understand briefly. But for me, it's like recently anyway. It's just a lot to do with the war. Like if the war's on, I know where the dollar's going. If the war's off, I know where the dollar's going. That's kind of like where I'm at. The only problem is that when the ceasefire, like when there's a little pause, for example, like over the weekend there was like a brief pause. It's just like, well, is that a manipulation? Are we just continuing because everyone knows that it's not? Like that's when I think it gets a little bit confusing for me.
Right, but yeah, I mean, you even said it yourself. Like, does it really matter? Because like price action is king, right? Price action is going to tell you, like, fundamental analysis. I mean, especially in this day and age, the news and the media, their whole job is to get the masses offside, right? So even whatever news you're getting or whatever fundamental analysis you're getting, it might not even be accurate. It might be the opposite of what's actually going to happen in price. So I think it's always good to just get a good grip and read on price action. As I say, like from your daily time frame, there's been multiple times where I've been able to call a move, but just based on the daily, where the daily was, and based on price action and what it had just done, that there was going to be like a massive reversal. And usually, and then what's coincided with that is some massive news event, right, in the next day or the next week. And I don't know if it's just like I started with fundamentals when I was investing into stocks in Australia, but once you learn price action well and can read it and understand it and have confidence in your ability to read price, I think that's going to be more beneficial to you than trying to understand fundamentals.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, it's interesting how so many people have different opinions on fundamentals, on daily, on scalping. It's just so interesting, how or even like, for example, your style, SMT, entering on both positions. Some people would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, absolutely not. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's so even like, with mine, right? It's like people on futures are like, why the fuck are you trading EU and GU? They're like, I literally, all the DAX, like, bro, just trade NQ. Like, what are you doing? So, or some people are like, just oil, like oil's like, so everyone has such strong opinions. It's just all about, I guess, what works for you. And I think everyone has to get to that point where you find what works for you. I personally believe that, I'm a bit against when traders say, especially mentors, and they say like, you learn one strategy, you stick at it, and that's like that's it. And I'm like, well, to be honest with you, or one pair, one session, one trade. And I'm like, I do understand the concept of that 100,000,000%. However, you evolve as a person, you evolve as a trader, you evolve with your edge, you curiosity, like, as well, and just like testing things and seeing, is this more, like, for example, the DAX with me, it's more expansive than EU and GU. So I'm like, well, if it works better in my session time, why am I just going to stick with what I'm doing at the moment and maybe have a consolidation for like 3 months, for example, when I could also just be going, well, I'm not going to focus on that this month. I'm going to focus on the DAX because the DAX looks quite bullish to me. Or like me with futures right now, it's like, well, prop firms with futures, I don't actually know if it's better for me or not, but I'm like, well, as long as I'm not risking a considerable amount and I'm being sensible with this testing and getting some data on it, then why would I not experiment with it, kind of thing? Like, I have a system, and I think the most important thing is learning how to learn. I might do a little segment on that kind of like later in the day today, but it's a lot to do with like, I think understanding the process of becoming profitable as opposed to just naturally being a good trader. Like there's a lot of experience and kind of intuition that is in trading, but ultimately it's like how do you understand the process of becoming profitable? I feel like that's very important, and a lot of people skip that part and they just assume that they have either a natural ability because they've spent time on the charts. But it's like, no, you do need to learn how to learn. And that's something that when I, like in my life in general, I've never really learned how to learn, and trading was the first thing that kind of like after 3 years, like I started figuring out, let me compartmentalize, if that's the right word, let me section it off and study. And now I've got a strategy, and now I can be like the same thing with, for example, futures or whatever, and be like, okay, cool. Like your strategy right now, right? Looking at the hourly kind of as the daily time frame, you're looking at key levels to be swept, which is anything above the 1 hour, SMT at the lows of there on like the 1 hour or the 5 minute, and then entering on the next engulfing candle. And it's like, that's how you test the strategy. The strategy shouldn't be, in my opinion, it shouldn't take you 4 hours to explain your strategy, because then you've got so much data. How are you ever going to collect that? Like it's going to take you years to collect data on that, as opposed to a strategy that is a bit more, rule based. Do you know what I mean? Or what do you think? Obviously, you could be like, absolutely, no, he's chatting out a bit waffle. But
No, I completely agree. But like the one thing I would say with, it depends where you are on your journey. And again, I always say, just because, the majority of people I talk to are kind of new traders, or, only a year in or even 2 years in. And I think at the start, it is important to just stick to one asset and divert your focus to one thing and one model. But at the start, you're not going to know what your model is. So just whatever you see in price naturally, whatever you gravitate to, whatever you like, it fits your personality, go with that, and then go deep into that, and then optimize. Don't change strategy. Don't make wild changes from, ICT to order flow, or like, don't make a massive change. I think you find your strategy and see what's working. And when it starts working, you lock in on that. And I'm saying this from experience as well, because, man, I strategy hopped so much at the start. And I think it would have put me back at least a year from doing it, because I was just constantly looking for the next thing. But as soon as I just locked in, like I came back to this SMT strategy like 4 or 5 times, because, anytime I passed an account, anytime I got a payout, the consistent factor was I was always trading this and strictly this. So I think once you figure out what works, just go deep on that strategy and optimize it. You start finding things out, like, why did you take a stop loss here? Did you follow your rules? Okay, you followed all your rules. So why was it a bad trade? And then you can actually dive deeper, and there'd be like another thing you realize in price action that happened. And this happens every time you take a losing trade when you follow your plan. So then, okay, you optimize around that. And I think that like slow optimization of one model and trying to stick to just 1 or 2 assets at the start, like in your first year, 2 years minimum. And then I think when you're like more experienced, if you want to go try other markets or test other strategies, you just do that alongside your existing one. Don't stop doing what works. But it's the same thing that I did recently that I said earlier. Like, I've always had this SMT model. I do a 1 to 3 risk to reward, but I went through a phase of being in long drawdowns. Then I wanted to know psychologically, would I perform better on a 1-to-1? because I'll be in drawdown less time. Have a higher win rate. And I tested that for 6 months, and the result was what we spoke about before. It just made me too impulsive, taking too many setups. So this is why trading takes so long, right? Like, you go through all these phases of discovery, and you have to do it yourself. Like, it's such a personal thing. You can't take advice from someone and then go jump on that and then everything's fine. Like, you literally have to go through it yourself. You need to make those mistakes. You need to test your model and figure out why it's working, why it's not working. All of it just takes a bit of time, but this is the process, the real process of trading, and not the fake get rich quick Lamborghini stuff that other people sell.
No, facts.
I just wanted to go back and chat.
Sorry, go on. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, I just felt bad. I missed someone's question, and they made me aware that I missed it. Lasha, I like the combo. Is my internet that bad? Do I keep dropping out?
No, I think it's the camera's just freezing. I think the camera's just free. It's a little bit lagged. But yeah. It's...
All right, I'll sort that out. I was about to buy a new camera anyway. I think I missed, with $200 risk, how much do you target? Again, I would aim for a 1 to 3, but more so I aim for liquidity. So if I entered a trade, here, for example, the next liquidity I'd target would be this low-hanging fruit, the most recent swing high, or the next swing high up here. So always targeting. I like to take half off at the low-hanging fruit, but as long as it's 1 to 3. So yeah, if I risk 200, I'm generally looking to take 600.
Nice. I'm just getting a load of in my Discord's popping off right now. All of my members have like basically the last 2 weeks they've been smashing it, and everyone's passed accounts today. And I've just realized that I've actually missed like a really clean setup today, and like everyone else is taking it and not me. So
oh, no.
I'm like,
that never feels good.
But it's fine. I mean, it's fine because everyone else is taking it. But I'm like, damn. I'm like, oh, I didn't quite realize that had actually that was actually so clean. But yeah, it's all good. But yeah, cool.
I've been finding myself on stream calling out trades, not taking them, like constantly calling out trades that play out and then not taking them. Getting a bit distracted.
Live streaming it's a tough game because it's you got a lot of people watching. You're like, oh, it has to be 100% to my model if I'm teaching it. There's so many like different aspects of it and the pressure and stuff. So you have to get used to it. I mean, luckily I'm fairly used to it. I mean, I'm fairly used to high pressure environments, like being a musician and stuff. So for me, it was like it's not so bad. However, the however is that we're talking about some people think you take a loss and they're like, oh, you're fucking shit. So I'm like, but luckily I've been doing pretty well on live stream. So I'm like, yes, thank fuck for that. But yeah, it can hurt your ego.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of a learning curve. I actually, in my journal, I've put a new tag in, and it's trades taken on stream, trades taken off stream, just to like follow that progression. And yeah, off stream has been much better so far. Actually, funnily, in the first week, I don't usually have a problem with hesitation. Usually in the past, I've had a problem with, impulsiveness. But it's funny, when I started streaming, like there was like 3 perfect trades that I hesitated on every single one. And I was like, it was just so weird because I would never do that. And then realized it's obviously just a part of streaming live. When you stream in front of people, it is like a more of an emotion of not wanting to be wrong in front of everyone. So
yeah.
Anyway, that just comes with time, I guess.
No, exactly. So yeah, anything that you're looking at with that at the moment?
Not yet. I mean, this is the type of session where I want
to ask why is you mentioned it's bearish. What has put you off about this? For example, if you were targeting the liquidity above on the hourly, why wouldn't you take this trade?
it just doesn't look like. First of all, we're still heavily like bearish on the higher time frames, right? So
Yeah.
it's already a counter trend move. Um, we're in a range consolidating. So when we're in a range consolidating, a lot of the times you'll see fair value gaps just get completely disrespected both ways. We don't even have like a gap, you know, we have no gap, like bullish fair value gap on the 1 hour. It's just the structure. I don't like this structure. There's no gap to kind of base the thesis off. We're heavily bearish, so the long is against trend. We're still respecting PD arrays, you know, FEGs on the 5 minute. Like the ones that I deem important, I always draw out. Still rejecting here, still rejecting here. Higher time frame, still bearish. So it's just not a high probability environment to take a long.
Yeah. So would you say, someone said, are you buying NQ? Today's bias is a buy for me.
I mean, if I see my setup, I'll take it. But if I don't see my setup, then I won't buy an NQ. Like we've both swept. So we've swept this low on both assets now. So this is not interesting to me, at least from
A buy perspective.
here. Yeah, this big gap, like I don't like this big candle, this big push up. This just tells me like manipulation, and it's going to get reversed on.
Yeah. So would you not be? Could you not argue that there's SMT now though? Like with a bearish SMT. So like for example, like do you know what I mean? Like and there's not an engulfing cat.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to think in terms of your strategy. Like
yeah. So there is. You're right. There is bearish SMT here, right? So we have on the 15-minute, we got this high and this high. So, and again, it always comes back to the higher time frame with SMTs being valid or confirming, and this is against trend. Oh, sorry, no, higher time frame's down. It's not against trend, but because we've swept previous weekly low down here, and we have this higher time frame SMT, like that, only at this point right now holds more weight, and this SMT on the lower time frame, it didn't give me any clean engulfing on both of them. So I'd have to say that there probably is a little bit of discretion in what I'm so used to seeing and looking for. But yeah, this is not a setup here. We've just taken liquidity, SMT on the lows. We have a bullish 15-minute gap here. And we didn't get a clean, you know, that's not a clean engulfing to me. Like after this SMT hit, this reaction here, you know, this candle came back up. Like there's no strong engulfing candle down on NQ. So yeah, I wouldn't take it.
Okay. Just seeing if there's any.
Someone said,
go on.
Gold.
Yeah, gold is
4-hour gold.
I think the dollar's just pumping up. The dollar is just pumping, so everything else is starting to dip.
Yeah, I do actually have a higher target on dollar. I want to see dollar pump and get it over and done with, so gold and silver can put their low in and reverse. But yeah, we come down to this 4-hour gap that we've previously held. So this will be interesting to see this next 4-hour candle. I mean, everything's looking bearish. See that SMT didn't confirm. So I would expect lower prices. We've taken the low on both assets here.
And do you look at like order blocks on at all? Do you look at order blocks for like key levels? Is it just straight up, you know, liquidity swept, like just out of curiosity? Because I know some people
reactions.
Yeah,
just for reactions. So like, yeah, I definitely will look at order blocks, but I don't generally look at them to take a trade off of. It's just to read price off. So I like to use the midpoint of an order block that's like a really strong area that if you get a candle close above the midpoint of an order block, that is extremely strong confirmation that the trend's changed and we're going to continue in that direction.
Okay.
So like say this, for example, up here, 15-minute, I guess you would argue that this would be an order block, this top candle. So whenever I see this, I'll draw the midpoint out and draw it out in time, right? And, if you're bearish, it's also a good entry point. I would always, you want to see it completely respect and not close back above it. So that's mainly the reason, the way I use order blocks is just to, read price action better.
Right.
Extra confluence.
You don't have like extra entry models or anything like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, do you just do you have just the one, or do you? Because you said this model. Is there any like variations of your model that you kind of trade or anything?
I do like. It's the variations are pretty similar to the main model, but it'll just be like dropping down to a 1 minute. Because I mean, recently I'm trying to say the 1-to-1 model that I was taking, it's still everything's derived from SMT. And whenever I don't wait for SMT, my stats usually go down, or I'll get stopped out. Usually that SMT is like that final wick, and then it goes your way. So just based on, again, my data over the years, it just made sense for me to wait for SMT.
Yeah.
So in terms of variation of the model, not really. I'd just be looking for the same thing on a lower time frame.
Okay, interesting.
I have had like a lot of models in the past, like other models, but again, it just comes back to like what works, and then not trying to strategy hop too much.
Yeah.
I'm not against people that have different models, but it gets very hard to manage. It gets very hard to manage when you have a few models. Like if you want to like master one model and know everything about it and know exactly when you should do it, exactly when you shouldn't do it, and all the key little details around that model, at least that's my approach. I think you'll do better because you just have like ultimate confidence in execution.
Yeah. No, totally. Any still not interested? I know it's a little bearish. I know I've asked you about 50 times, but like, does anything sway your mind when with this, with anything like this, like with time, or like with the midnight open or anything like that? Is it like, or is it like pretty much because of the range, which I agree with, by the way? I agree. I think the range isn't so great, but like, would there be a situation where
I'll be honest, like,
go on, sorry.
No, sorry, what'd you say? A situation where...
Yeah, like, would there be a situation where, for example, let's say we came into that, well, right now we're not in the 5-minute fair value gap on, I think I'm getting it right, on the left one anyway, NQ. If there was a large engulfing candle, would that convince you otherwise? Would you be like, do you know what, it's worth a punt? Would there be anything that could change anything, or?
You mean like to the downside or upside?
Either, really. Like, is there anything, or is it just like, look, it's a straight up? I'm like,
no. So right now, I mean, to be honest, right now is usually when I stop London session. So 6 a.m. New York time.
Yeah,
I would usually be done now and close the charts, because I found that especially this hour between 6 and 7 New York time is like very erratic price action. You see just sideways consolidation or bad wicks. So usually it'd be done by now. Most of the time the move's going to happen between 3 and 4:30, and I'd argue that this was the move. Like this long here was the move for London session. And yeah, now I wouldn't touch this unless I was coming back for New York, which sometimes I'll come back and just watch the pre-session in New York, so before the 2 hours before the open, which I mean, it's been amazing recently. I think that massive drop actually started. Oh, another thing I should say. Let's see if we got it here. So in terms of SMT, I also use body SMT. So the wick, both might make a higher high with a wick, but if one's body, like if you put on the line chart, if one's body is higher and the other one's lower, that's also a valid SMT.
Okay.
Because arguably the body's more important, like the close of the candle.
Okay, interesting.
Look
And
at
is there
this.
anything
Beautiful
that you would look at?
yesterday.
Anything that you would be entertained with on any other pairs if you were to trade them at the moment?
I'll just have a look at gold. I guess that's the only other one I've been trying to trade a bit. I mean, this is not ideal. I mean, on gold, anything I'd be interested would be in terms of a retracement. Definitely wouldn't be taking any shorts from here. I mean, silver, we just had this fast dump down on gold, the 1 hour chart here. Silver hasn't even come close to that. Dropped down to the 15. I mean, right now it's more interesting, I think, to track gold and silver to see how silver reacts on this 15-minute gap. And this sell-off down into this level and this shaded area is the new week opening gap, an old one. We just swept liquidity as well on gold. I'd be looking for longs, and I'd be looking to take it with a close above this inversion on the 15-minute or a close above this green 1 hour. But yeah, unfortunately, immediately, no. London session, not too exciting at the moment in terms of entries, at least for me. Do you see anything? Is there anything that you would take?
Not right
or
now.
try your hand at?
Yeah, not right now. I mean, there was the short on GU. That was the only thing that I was. This is what all of my members took was on GU. It's just after again, the session sweep, break a structure, pull back, and the stop would be kind of like 1.1 of the fib or just above, and would have got 3R out of that. And that actually, I think this is going to continue going fairly aggressively now. Like I think this is going to be quite like when you're looking at the liquidity to the left of the chart here. This is like, I don't know what ICT calls it, but like what is it? What's the easy liquid? No, what does he call it? The
like trend line liquidity.
Trend line, no, but he calls it a certain thing.
Low resistance.
Low resistance liquidity. Is that low resistance?
Yeah,
liquidity? Yeah. It's just quite easy, easy wicks here. So yeah, I see this. To be honest with you, probably the news is probably just going to end up
I'd agree
doing that. But that was the only thing. Gold, gold as well. I think we could come down not quite as clean. I think gold was. I mean, well, when I'm looking at that hourly candle though, damn, that's looking quite good. But we swept these lows now, so I'm like, what we could do is we could just end up shopping. So I'm like, I'm trying to save my bullets really. I'm trying to save my bullets as much as possible at the moment.
Yeah.
Someone said,
I would agree with that. I mean,
as well.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on. Sorry. Do this first, and then someone said the question afterwards: do you use macros?
I do actually use macros. Yeah, no, I was just saying I would agree with you. Whenever there's high impact news, especially FOMC, NFP, and CPI, like I think it's always better to save your bullets until after the news announcement, right? Especially the day before. You're going to just get consolidation or just bad price action. But yeah, I've got dollar. This is on my longer term chart of DXY. I've got targets up here. I use projections as well for like longer term targets. And yeah, I honestly think dollar is going to, anytime in the next, like whether this week or next week, we're going to have a pump to the upside. So
on what? Sorry.
In saying that, on dollar.
Yeah. Same. I've been very bullish.
Like I think we're going to move. I think I've got targets. Yeah. Up here around the 103.40 level.
Yeah.
I've kind of been watching this in my Discord, just waiting till it goes. And I want it to go because once it goes, I imagine gold and silver will have its final flush out. And I'm invested in a few mining stocks, so I want this to hurry up and happen so gold and silver can reverse back to the upside.
Yeah. Interesting. My target, someone said my target for gold this week is 4,020 and 4,000. YM shorts. Do you trade YM?
No, I didn't touch YM. ES and NQ's more than enough. $4,020 and 4,000. That's weekly target? We've already hit that. Oh no, we haven't hit 4,000 yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, 4,000. I mean, that's quite a strong psychological level as well. So it might consolidate around there. But I mean, if the dollar wants to pump, the dollar's going to pump. Like it's going to, you know what I mean? It's just going to drop everything else, which is going to be interesting. But that's the thing. German 30 is held up really fucking well, which is it's insane. Like when you look at like the euros been bearish, everything is just German 30, like the DAX, sorry, in general, has held up really well. Like it's kind of it just doesn't really care about what the dollar's doing, especially yesterday and today. It's just in its own world. I'm trying to see if there's any other assets that are that are doing anything similar, to be honest with you. I'd like to know fundamentally maybe why that is, but maybe there's some sort of news or something that maybe triggered that. But yeah, it looks extremely bullish.
Yeah, I don't know what to draw from that because I don't know. I like to know what kind of assets are correlated and uncorrelated. Like if I was to venture into another asset full time, it probably would be EU and GU, just because they're like quite correlated. And I like how you can use the dollar to look for divergences between, forex pairs. I think there's a lot of edge there in trading it inversely.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Why?
How did you back on that last trade that your Discord talk?
Yeah.
Like what was you had a fib for your stop loss. How do you set your stop losses?
So I put my stop losses usually kind of at the 1.1 of the pullback. So let me go to it. So for example, like this, I'll draw the fib from the high to the low, and then the 1.1 level is basically just here. So it gives me a little bit of breathing room. There's no real science behind it. It's just like what I used to do is I used to tuck them right there, or I used to be like, oh, I'll put them like a pip or so. But I'm like, based on the expansion, I'm like, again, this is kind of with SMT. So here with pound, it would have taken out us on the high, but euro, it didn't take the high. It actually would have been better taking the euro because of the SMT, because it was obviously weaker. But yeah, it was just like pound did it, nice breaker structure, and just put it on the 1.1. That's what I usually do. Same thing usually with this one. The stop would have been a bit about here. This one, the stop was roughly at the 1.1. This one was actually tighter because it was quite aggressive, and there was I believe it was just mainly the aggressive nature of the dollar. So I was quite happy with entering there and having it tight. But usually I'll have it on the 1.1 with the lows here. One sec. When it's like we're at the bottom of a range and everything, I'm like, look, we could just end up doing it's a bit of a consolidation here. So I was like, we could end up like popping up a little bit higher or something. So that's when I'd usually put it at the 1.1, like here, basically.
Okay, cool. So it's just giving it a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, just a bit of breathing room. Like obviously on NQ and stuff, I probably wouldn't bother doing that. Yeah, I wouldn't bother doing that. But because like you said, you just get that. There's not even any pullback. It just shoots off. So, but on EU and German 30 specifically, I will do that because German 30 can do that as well. Like German 30 is quite aggressive. So you want to have just the slightest bit of breathing room just in case.
Yeah, I get that. And I generally would, I showed this example before with my SMT, and it looked like my stop loss was just in the middle of nowhere. Usually it would be at the low of the SMT and like right on the low, because if we create an SMT, then that's telling me that that's a protected low. Like we shouldn't be coming back down there until we take opposing liquidity.
Yes. No, definitely. So you're not trading New York at all. Like, would you bother? Are you like religiously just not trading it at the moment, or would there be a scenario where you would in the future if maybe, I don't know, you moved countries or whatever?
Man,
Or,
I definitely would. I miss New York, to be honest. I traded New York my whole trading career. I only cut New York out probably 6 months ago, and
okay.
that was just again because accumulated like data. Like I was making errors I shouldn't usually be making, and it just came down to I'm trading 2 hours before I sleep, which trading is a complete performance game. You want to be mentally at your peak every time you sit down to trade. So it just
Yeah.
made sense for me to cut it out now and have better P&L. But man, I move if I move to a better time zone, 100% I'll trade New York again.
Yeah. Would you consider
I could
moving,
just
or
trade New York
are you
and not
Thailand now? Are you like 100% Thailand now for a while? Like, what's your plans?
probably going to be Thailand for a little bit. I don't know actually. No, it depends. My girlfriend wants to move to somewhere in Europe, and we were talking about Portugal as a spot. That seems like
Yeah,
a nice,
I've heard about
a good
Portugal's
spot,
nice.
good
Yeah.
time zone.
Mm,
Yeah, really, really good time zone too for a trader. And it seems like they got really good internet. Like we went pretty deep on the research, and it's nice area. So, but no plans in the near term. The only difference would be if I change my schedule again and change my sleep schedule to fit New York in, which some weeks, I'm tempted to do it because we've had some pretty average London sessions lately.
yeah, yeah,
But,
yeah.
it's still more than enough. You only need one session, and it just helps, I guess, practice more patience. Sometimes it is boring, just waiting, but it's better than, entering an impulsive trade or a trade outside your plan. Put yourself back further.
Yeah. No, completely, completely. Someone said, sorry if already covered as just logged in, but wondering what you guys think about a potential AUD USD sell if gold continues its sell off. AUD USD. I've never looked at. Is there a correlation between those two?
AUD USD.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Not that I know of. I mean, you'd probably
Yeah, I mean,
handle this one better.
yeah. I was just wondering if you did, because no, I don't. I don't. I would never. Yeah, I don't think I've ever looked at a correlation between them. But I mean, if I'm just bullish on the dollar, like really, I'd just be looking at the dollar. I wouldn't even bot like AUD USD gold. I'd just be looking at whatever
Yeah.
is weaker, really. I mean, they're both paired against the dollar, so I would just, yeah, I would. I mean, even right now today, I don't know. I'm reluctant to. Do I think that the dollar is going to like pump up? Yes. Do I think that we're going to come up to the 101.519 level, like as in base, sorry, 101.5, yeah, that level? Yes. Do I think that will be today? Couldn't tell you, but today's expansion in the morning suggests that potentially we could, like, there clearly is a reason for us to move higher. It just depends if we do that, like when we do that. We might consolidate. This could be a manipulation to then move lower for FOMC. So like for me, I'm just like, I don't know. Even though I'm very, I should have been in the trade this morning with GU. So if I got that trade today, I probably would have been done until the news, until after the news. And probably that news is going to be so big that I probably wouldn't have even traded the next day. To be honest with you, I probably would have been like, that's me done for the week. So I'm kind of just waiting at the moment and seeing. But AUD USD, have a little look.
I mean, I would agree. If you're looking, like, all you need to do is look at the dollar if you're trading the Forex pairs. So I wouldn't be looking at gold for AUD. Like, you just look at what the dollar's doing.
Yeah,
And the
exactly.
dollar's really, I mean, I can do just a quick breakdown of
Yeah, yeah.
AUD. Oh, you're on it now. I'll let
No,
you
go
go.
on, go on, go on, go on. You do it.
Okay, just again, so start from the weekly, right? What have we done? Always ask that question first. taken this weekly swing high here, and then we've dropped back down, closed, inverted this, FEG here on the weekly, and we're still completely staying in the bounds of that, right? Closing in, opened here, closing in. So weekly bearish. Where's the next obvious target? Swing low here. And then obviously this swing low. So these are close enough in proximity that I would just call these equal lows, and I would just target this lower one. Daily, so that's weekly. So weekly pretty much tells you most likely where we're going to go for this week. Daily, what do we have? We've already dipped into this daily FEG here, so I don't see a reason to go back up there before taking sell-side liquidity. Daily chart, probably just look for a break on this. Daily FEG is confirmation that you're going to go down to these lows. So it's very bearish. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, looking at what you just showed me before on EU or GU, like that trade and all that low resistance liquidity, it looks like most of the pairs are bearish, right? Because dollar's going up.
Yeah.
I mean, this 4 hour here looks equal lows on the 4 hour here. So like another thing I always look for is like, where is like liquidity being generated? Like, where are they engineering liquidity? And whenever you see like equal lows or lows in proximity like this, or even down here, like this is all engineered liquidity. Swing low, slightly higher, swing low, slightly higher, swing low. All of this, or the whole way up, engineering liquidity on the downside. So all you're doing is waiting for a high time frame sweep, and then a model, whatever your model is, on the daily. Again, I like to hunt for the final FVG before the sell-off.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem very clean here. There's not really any large FVG here I'd take. There's this tiny one here I would draw out anyway. Looks like that's where we just had this recent sell-off from.
Yeah. I would draw just really quick one. I'm just gonna jump. I've just got. I need to take my break before the final 2 hours. So I'm just gonna leave you to it and answer the questions if that's cool. And in the meantime, guys, get up to 100 likes because we're gonna do another giveaway. So 20 more likes, guys. 20 more likes. But yeah, if you could just hold it down for 20 minutes, I'll literally be back very shortly, and then I'll finish off my couple hours. Yeah. Amazing. Thanks.
Sweet. I'll probably jump off when you get back.
Yeah.
I'm already half an hour past when I would usually, but yeah, that's cool. No worries.
Cool. Thank you, my bro.
Just bring this chat up so I can see. AD closely correlated to gold due to being one of the biggest gold producers. So I was thinking it makes the most of your bullish take on USD and bearish case on gold. I mean, I understand like your reasoning behind that, but I think you're still better off looking at the dollar inversely, looking for, if we take out a low here, dollar should take out a high. Yeah, I mean, again, unless you've done your own back testing on that, I've never looked at the correlation between gold and AUD, but I'm not going to say that there is no correlation. If you see something there, yeah, sure. I mean, go with it. Do some analysis around it. PS, I usually trade NQES, trying to expand my repertoire, so hence been looking at new ideas. What do you mean by expand your repertoire? I'm interested what you mean by that. Can you explain earlier when you took away the colors and looked at the tops highs of them? I didn't understand the purpose. What chart were we looking at then? Can you explain earlier when you took away the colors and looked at the tops / highs of them? I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're asking there. So all these colors, like the boxes, are FVGs, and they're just color coded based on the time frame. I took away the colors. You were showing a strategy. Explain it. You took away the colors and looked at the tops / highs of them. I didn't understand. I still don't understand your question. I can go over my strategy again. Are you talking about when I drew a line on the order block here? You weren't talking about this, were you? Where I drew just this 0.5 line on this candle? Yeah, Compton COG is in having a wider macro outlook of trading other assets. Again, like how many years have you been trading? I don't think you need to broaden your focus to look at multiple assets. I think if you trade ES and NQ, like just stick to trading ES and NQ. Become a master of that pair of those pairs. Adding more pairs isn't going to increase your profitability, but becoming a master of one or two pairs, I believe, will increase your profitability because you're going to get more confidence in your trading, and you're going to be, you're going to build intuition faster for trading that pair. Did you ever consider using other tools for confirmations, RSI? I did in my first couple of years. I used indicators, but once you learn price action and market structure, it's my belief you don't need any of that. And I like to have like as plain a chart as possible. Like the clearer the chart is, the clearer it is for me to read price action. And at the end of the day, all you need is price action. It's going to tell you everything. RSIs, look, if you want to use RSI as confluence, so whenever you see two bearish divergences in a row and something else in price action, then you enter. Sure, if you want to use it as confluence, but it should be secondary to price action. Yep, I'll go over my strategy again. Used to trade everything under the sun. Now I trade QQQ, XAU only. Yeah, about anything else. Yeah, I mean, that's the way. That's like, trust me, I'm almost positive that you are going to do better by narrowing your focus instead of broadening your focus as a trader. You want to just stay completely locked in on one thing, so then you can optimize it, figure out what you need to pull away or things you want to add. As soon as you broaden your focus, you got to do that whole process again with other assets, and they're not going to move the same way that you're used to. Cheeky BTC on the weekend. I mean, why not? Who doesn't? I do a cheeky crypto trade every now and then on the weekend. We're all traders. We can't get enough of the charts. Okay, let's go over my strat. So it's pretty simple. Like, it's essentially this. Like, I'll mark it out. I'll mark it out on the chart, but I'll just write it out as well. It's a high time frame liquidity sweep. Then I'm looking for an SMT, and then I'm looking for a 5-minute engulfing candle straight after the SMT. That essentially, in a nutshell, is like the complete basis of my model. Nothing happens until I see a higher time frame liquidity sweep. Nothing happens until I see an SMT, and then that SMT is not confirmed until I see that 5-minute engulfing candle. So this is like a dodgy example, but it is still the same thing. Right here, we have a SMT. This red line is the previous weekly low, so higher time frame daily chart here, right? Took out a previous weekly low into a higher time frame gap, this daily FVG. So that's a valid liquidity sweep. And then lower time frame, there's two setups here actually. we've got this SMT here. Actually, this will be clear on the 15-minute where I drew it. This SMT here on the 15-minute, after taking liquidity, like this would have been a valid trade right here. 5-minute engulfing, as you can see on NQ. Generally, the stop at the low and then aim for next liquidity, which the next swing high, which would be, you could use this swing high for very low hanging fruit because that is technically a swing high, but generally I would aim for a swing high like this, and then that would be the trade. And then same on the 5-minute we went over before. You know, after we had this liquidity sweep, I'm just waiting for an SMT on the 5-minute. So swept the previous weekly low down here. Now I'm waiting for structure to show me 5-minute time frame. Where's the next SMT? ES, we have a swing low here. NQ, same swing low. ES, higher low. NQ, lower low. Next candle, 5-minute engulfing, and my entry would be there and take it up to nearest liquidity. So another thing I do that I didn't talk about is like if one asset takes liquidity before the other, I'll usually trim my position, you know, or get out of it. So like considering NQ took these highs, which would have been first target, I would usually have my stop 4.5 points, but I would also not usually enter on a candle this large. I would like to enter at the midpoint. But yeah, as soon as ES took this buy side liquidity, I would trim my position on NQ. If say I was targeting this high, but there's multiple highs here. Generally like to go for a 1 to 3. Let me have a quick look at chat. Can you do it on left chart because your area covers right a little, like an example? You can't see. Can you pin your video somewhere in the side? Oh, sorry. You can't see the chart? What can't you see? Is this chart being streamed? Just double check. Oh, good. You can see? Okay. Okay, cool. Did everyone understand that? I mean, it's simply just high time frame liquidity, SMT, 5-minute engulfing. And I'm looking for that all over, constantly. I mean, I could go back through the chart now, and I guarantee there would be multiple setups. What do you have on US 30? So just quickly while we're here live, I mean, I wouldn't usually be trading this time, 6:30 New York time, but this would have been my entry originally on my setup. After this SMT, because this candle was 70 points, I mark out the midpoint of this massive candle. I would usually enter at the close because it's 70-point candle. I would put my entry at the midpoint, and then I would have my stop at the SMT lows, and again targeting highs up here. So I'll draw this out. I'm not going to enter this trade just because it is outside my hours, and I only take trades during the London session main hours. Chart is clear. Okay, cool. But we'll see if this plays out. It'd be better as well. I would even drop down to the 1-minute time frame. This is why I don't trade after 6. Exactly what I said earlier, because you get this type of price action. Kind of like a time distortion. Price just goes sideways until New York open. US 30. I mean, US 30 essentially is the Nasdaq, right? So, I mean, that's what we're on at the moment. Man, US 30. I don't know why you would trade. Oh wait, US 30. Hang on, getting mixed up. Oh no, I was thinking of another index. Sorry. I mean, US 30 does not look good on the 5 minute. Let's go 1 hour. First of all, I draw this out. New week opening gap. While we're in the range of this new week opening gap, you should definitely have it on your charts. Price, whenever you have a big weekly opening gap and we come into it, usually price will like to range around for a while. I'll do XAU after this. So, all right, let's do this properly. We'll go to the daily. Oh, let's go to the weekly first. Weekly, obviously bullish. What have we got? Volume imbalance here. Draw that out. Drop down to the daily. Just swept this high here. This, yeah, I mean, I definitely don't like this chart at the moment, but I would argue it's more bullish because why is it more bullish? We just swept liquidity here and here. Although we did just also make equal lows with that last one, but we've just swept, 4-hour liquidity, and then we've also engulfed, sorry, not engulfed, inverted this 4-hour FVG. I could see this as definitely a draw on liquidity, the low of the new week opening gap into that final inverse FVG right before taking liquidity. But yeah, I would be short-term bullish in terms of taking a trade, taking a scalp. You've got equal highs here just created. So that looks like an obvious draw. No, I don't usually trade this time. I'd be done about 40 minutes ago. I would, like, if I was to trade next, I would trade in 20 minutes though. So for the New York pre-session open. Yeah, look, US 30, you're kind of in the middle of a range here. You've had a big drop and this slow grind up. There's nothing here that I would take with high probability. This looks like kind of the final resistance here. If we close above this 1-hour FVG, then I would expect it to come take out these equal highs. But at the moment, there's nothing here. Nothing interesting, at least. XAU, go back to gold. I mean, gold is still... I go on MGC, but I can open XAU if you want that specifically. Oh, what happened to the NQ trade? Hang on. Let's drop back down quickly. Okay, this looks like we're going to have another move to the downside. So in about 20 minutes, the next macro is 7 a.m. Someone asked about macros earlier. I do use macros. I think it's a really good time to narrow your focus. Generally, you'll see the start of a move or the expansion of a move inside a macro time or at the end of the macro. And I think 650 to 710 macro could be something. What day is it? Time 7, 8, yeah. So Arten will probably be back soon. I'll hang around till 7 here and see if we get a setup at 7 o'clock New York time. Generally, that's a good time to look for the next expansion. 1 second, just gonna bring up this window. That's fine. No rush, no rush. Let's bring up XAU USD. I usually trade the futures, so not the CFDs, but I imagine it's going to be the same analysis here. Daily chart, lots of equal lows. I want to see this final flush on the metals, and I think we're going to see it possibly this week. But looking at this on the daily time frame, it's not very high probability. We're inside a range. These highs. So I would want to wait until we have a break to either side before having a longer term bias. So when it's like this, I will just drop down to lower time frames and look for a scalp, some type of short setup. This 4 hour, which we showed before, final FEG before taking liquidity. I want to see if we close below that, then I would expect, these lows, lower prices. This is kind of the last line of defense for me. We do actually, I will draw this out too. New week opening gap that sits just below it. So that'll be the last line of defense. If we can get a reaction here to go higher, great. But there is a lot of liquidity stacked, engineered liquidity here. This high, this high, this high. So again, when you see all this engineered liquidity, you're just looking for an entry model on the lower time frame. And there's nothing yet on the 4 hour. Nothing yet on the 1 hour. Once this 1 hour closes, I think this would be a good FEG to draw out. It might get inverted. What's everyone looking at? Anyone trading this right now? This is kind of the in-between session for me. So I'm not sure if anyone else has any success in trading this hour between New York and the end of the main London session. You close this example now. So this is again low probability. We have opposing SMTs either side. So you see this a lot. You see SMTs on both sides, and they keep printing on both sides, and that's the first clue. We're in a range, and we're just range bound. So these conditions I know are not great conditions for me, historically. For me, whatever I have my setup, I go with it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. And that goes down into optimization, right? So I was just saying, if I see my setup print, I'll take it. But based on my data, based on the hour of the day, I noticed that I had a lower win rate when I would take my model during certain hours. And for me, this 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. New York time hour was one of those hours. It was quite a low probability. I'm just going to go back to MNQ. Yeah. I was going to take a quick short NQ. I got it, but I kept focusing on gold trade. And that's what I'm saying. Stick to one asset. Don't try and trade too much. You don't need to trade multiple assets. You're going to have a sharper focus and sharper execution just focusing on one asset. Nice. Oh, awesome. Good job. But yeah, again, we've got 15 minutes until top of the hour. So we might see resolution of this, slow, boring price action. Next 15 minutes, we might see a resolution here, a move up to the upside, or a manipulation. Are the last 2 hours before New York volatile, would you say? I think like the 2 hours before the New York, equities open, I think it's a good 2 hour period. There's really good setup. Sometimes you see the big move of the day happen there, and I think it's more manageable. Like it's less, it's less like overly volatile. So you can like find a nice setup and then watch it, slowly expand rather than, New York Open where you get crazy up and down, you get big manipulation early on. So it still has New York, characteristics, but it's a bit safer, I think, to trade. A bit less erratic. One trade, one asset, done. That's the way. That's the way. News hits soon, right? Yeah. News. What do we have today? I think it's just Consumer Tuesday, right? 10 a.m. So medium impact news at 10 a.m. So anyone that trades New York session, just be aware at 10 a.m. Like generally, I wouldn't hold trades anytime there's news at 10 a.m. New York time. So 30 minutes after the open bell, I would just wait until after 10 a.m. and then look for a setup. I wouldn't advise holding a trade through news ever, unless it's low impact. But I don't look at low impact news. Just high impact and medium impact. Yeah, Mark, let's get it. Here he is. Big man's back. Nah, more of the. I was just going over my strategy again for someone. We're looking at gold and looking at US 30. But I also just drew where I would actually enter. When I said if you're getting a candle, 70-point candle, I'm not going to feel confident entering here unless I enter with like one contract with a stop loss down here. So this is where I would usually enter at that midpoint's wrong. Would be midpoint. So I'd be in the trade there, stop at the SMT low, aiming for these highs. So I was just going to hang around till maybe 10 more minutes for the New York pre-session, and then I'll jump off. I'm starving.
Strategy will only work if you find the one that works for you as well, to be honest with you, I feel. Would you say you're quite fortunate with getting into ICT? Do you reckon that if you tried, like, I mean, I know you tried a bunch, but was there anything else that was like close to what you could have ended up running with?
I went really deep in Elliott Wave, like too deep that it's still subconsciously stuck in the back of my brain when I read price action. But I'm not sure. Like after ICT, maybe any other teachings around price action and just general market structure, like no indicators, just price action, I would get on board with. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Are you long on Nasdaq? Oh, so are you in something right now? Sorry.
No.
Oh, okay.
This again because I don't take trades after 6, so this is an hour where it's never good. But this I was just an example. I just drew it out. If it wasn't past 6 o'clock, this is where I would have entered, and I would have had the stop at the SMT low. Another thing I was saying is when we get rangy price action, the first sign is you'll start to see SMTs on both sides constantly forming opposing SMTs. And that's when I know I'm in a range, and usually I wouldn't touch price. So consolidation conditions are my worst conditions.
Okay. Interesting.
Which one takes higher priority? You just read that one. Profitable strategy or finding a trading style that works uniquely for you and your mind. Yeah. I mean, I'd agree with what you said. I would just add to it that I think finding a trading style that works uniquely, like for your personality, is massive. But I don't think anyone's going to know that coming in new. Like it's something you're going to learn over time. And then, what are your natural cognitive biases? What are your biggest flaws? Like, are you an impatient person? Are you an impulsive person? And then kind of, shaping a strategy and model around that. Do you ever swing trade, Arton?
No, do you know what? I haven't, just because I haven't got enough, I guess, enough data on it. But also on EU and GU, when I was kind of first starting, it was consolidating so much that it just never really worked for me. I don't think I'd ever swing trade, but what I would do is on my personal, which I do need to do more of a personal trading, is I would enter a position and maybe cut off 50% at 3R, and on my personal just let it run until, like, as a swing. That's what I consider doing maybe on the NASDAQ, for example, or something like that. But yeah, I don't swing, because I'm like, let's say I'm swinging for 5R and it takes me like 2 weeks. I'm like, well, I might as well just trade normally and just, like, it's quicker, and I don't have to worry. I don't have to wake up in the middle of the night and check my phone, because I will do that as well.
Yeah.
What about you?
That reason there is exactly why. No, that exact reason there is why I don't like swing trading. I used to do it as well on a personal, but the stress of like holding a trade overnight, I think, especially, maybe I'm still scarred from that Elon Musk tweet, but
Yeah.
I can never go to bed and feel like safe and like relaxed. Like I'll always have a bad sleep, and like you said, I'll wake up and I'll want to check my position, and yeah, that happens every time. So I'm like, nah. I'd rather get in and get out, not carry that emotional burden throughout the night.
Yeah.
And yeah, futures prop firms, you don't really have a chance to hold past a day anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. What firms are you funded with at the moment? Like, who do you usually use?
At the moment, Apex and Lucid. I've just started a new account as well with my funded futures. First, I've never used them before, but generally Apex, yeah, Apex I've used the longest and had the majority of payouts from. But Lucid is a new one I've been trying because yeah, Lucid's good too. They got some good accounts.
Okay.
So do you only trade CFD props? Or do you trade live?
Well, I'm funded on future. Like, literally last week, I just got funded 150K on Top Step, and I've literally just started it. But yeah, I'm still working out like what I want to risk. Like, when I'm looking at gold, I'm like, am I going on the micros on gold, or am I going on the? So I'm still like kind of like working it out. But I'm not really that fussed about that account. I'm just kind of, I do focus more on my CFDs, to be completely honest with you. Also because I think I've had like one payout with futures in the past, just because I was like playing about with it. But you still got to get like minimum trading days. You can only withdraw 50% of your balance, and then leave a like. So there's a few, there's a few different there's a few rules and stuff.
They don't have those rules in CFDs.
Sorry, say that again.
So do they have a lot less rules on CFDs? I've never traded a CFD prop firm.
CFDs have they're harder to pass, because you've got to make 8% usually stage 1, or 10%, and then stage 2 is 5%. You can only risk between 1 and I'd say some firms is 1%, but FTMO, for example, and Alpha, there you can risk 2% per trade. But then when you pass, usually most firms, they don't have a consistency rule. They just have a minimum trading days, and you can withdraw every 2 weeks. So other than that, or you can't trade news events. So other than that, there's not really much other rules. Different firms might have like rules where it could be, for example, I don't know, like you can't, and like I'm in a risk category in Alpha right now. So they're like, if you take a trade on the Euro USD and you lose it, let's say 1%, you can't take another trade that day on the same pair. And if you breach that, you've lost the account. So there's like a few different Yeah, there's a few different ones, but what's your
Right.
like?
Okay.
What are the
Yeah. So
rules
that.
that,
Yeah.
that you're kind of with? What's the difference between Apex and Lucid?
Um. Probably actually they're pretty close now because Apex had a big rehaul and now they offer like pretty much all the accounts that one reason I swapped originally was the end of day drawdown, but now Apex obviously has been doing them for a while. But it just comes down to I like the Lucid Flex account. It's a 50K account. The rules are pretty light, but honestly, like Apex has come back with such good accounts now and end of day accounts and pretty much similar rules to Lucid, except you can actually extract more payouts per account, and they're cheaper. So I would say they're pretty similar in rules now because Apex has just optimized and just created a cheaper product. And I've never had a problem with Apex. I know that I sometimes have the best rap, but I don't see why. Like I've never had an issue with them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I
So we're
need
about
to.
to hit 7 a.m. here.
Sorry, say that again.
I wonder if we get an expansion. Oh, I was saying we're about to be 7 a.m. here for the pre-New York session, which generally you'll see like a resolution of this slow consolidation. Do you look at macros ever, or no? It's not in your
No,
trading.
what are I know there's certain times of what are the macros?
It's literally just the top of every hour
Oh,
and
okay.
the
That's
10
15
minutes
minutes, I'm assuming.
of every new hour. So 50 to 10. Yeah,
Okay.
like right, 550 to 610 or
Okay,
650
okay.
to 710. I don't use them a lot, but I'll sometimes draw them out during the London session. It's just extra confluence. Like a lot of the time, you'll see like again the resolution of a move, either the manipulation and then the expansion, or at the end of the macro it would be expansion. But I haven't tested it enough myself to put it into my trading model.
Yeah, okay. So do you reckon you would? Do you reckon you would be open to testing it, or is it just like if it's not broken, don't fix it?
No, I am testing it. Like I'm actively testing it by just like watching. I notice a lot of SMTs form actually in the macro. So that's the one thing that I've been tracking. Like this SMT here, right, happened right at 4 o'clock in the macro hour. And I'm just wondering if that's going to add, any edge or increase a win rate. But yeah, just tracking at the moment, not kind of implementing into live trades.
Okay.
Man, as soon as we got on the stream, the price literally just went sideways the
Yeah.
whole time.
Literally. Just on gold.
Yeah, see, this is super uncorrelated for me. I don't like this.
Yeah. So let's just say that, for example, it wasn't consolidating and it was like expansive. Would this be a setup that you would have considered, like after that 5-minute candle, or is that not an engulfing? That's not an engulfing candle, is it, on the 5?
Which one? Like this recent one? No,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
doesn't.
yeah.
Not engulfing because we didn't close
Yeah.
above. Yeah. So I mean, if anything, like right now, because this happens a lot, where I'm expecting a move up, and you'll see this, and we might get an SMT on the top side. But like I said, we're in a range, and as soon as I start seeing opposing SMTs one after the other, then I know that we're in a range, and yeah, I wouldn't trust it. Nothing's really like we've also just closed through this 15-minute on NQ. So, and we have this SMT on the top side still. This is why I always draw them out, because it's kind of what happens after the SMT to confirm if we're going to continue in that direction or not,
Mhm.
or if it's just a local SMT before we go higher. But right now, like this looks like we're just going to take the low out, and this could have just been a lower time frame SMT here. Not clean. I like to use swing highs. This is a swing high. Not so much on here. So, yeah. Hopefully tomorrow or Thursday we get some clearer setups, but it's a bit muddy at the moment.
Yeah.
How many setups do you usually see in a session on your model? Like, are you
Well, for me,
taking
it's
as many
usually
as
like
you
one
see, or
trade a
you
day.
know that only a few?
One trade a day usually. That's what
Right.
I'll usually look at. Yeah, one trade a
One
day.
trade a day. Okay.
Yeah. I'm happy with one trade a day, but in an ideal world, I'd take like three to five in a week. There will be occasions where it might be like, for example, it might be one on German 30, and then there might be one on Euro USD later that day. But like, yeah, I'd say five a week is like that's usually my good zone. That's when I tend my trade frequency is usually good, and my win rate's usually good if I do that.
Nice. I mean, I like that. You must like, do you operate mainly off like a slightly higher time frame then? If you're taking one trade, like you
No,
have a wider
it's more
stop
so
or like
just
a
like
15-minute entry, or
I'm waiting for the daily to give me confirmation, and then I'm looking for the fight. I'm basically looking for the session sweep, and then I need my entry model, and then I need it to pull back to my entry model. So it's kind of like I need all those things to align in order for me to take the trade. So that's what keeps me out, because if I didn't have those things,
Yeah.
I would definitely be over trading for sure, because I definitely used to.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to quite a lot.
Yeah, nice. I mean, I think that's good. It's definitely good to have. I mean, one trade a day is that. Do you give yourself like a few stabs at it? Like how many shots will you give yourself?
Nah, usually one stab, and then if it stops me out, but no, usually I'll leave it until the next session. To be honest with you, I'll take the loss and firm it, unless it gives me another entry model. But the chances are it probably won't. So I tend to not. Like, yeah, I tend to not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to not.
Yeah.
Just
All right. I might take off here.
Yeah, no stress, man. Well, thank you very
I'm
much.
hoping we get some better price action tomorrow, and yeah, get some trades on the board.
Yeah, man. Well, everyone in the chat, can we get some W's in the chat for Ramco Trades, please? Been a great session with you, bro. Great 2 hours. And when are you on next?
I think tomorrow.
Right, yeah.
I'll have to double check, but I think I'm on tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow and Thursday.
Amazing.
But yeah,
amazing.
no, it's been a good. Thanks for having me in this introduction onto Chart Fanatics. Yeah, love your work.
Amazing,
It was a good session. I hope some people learned some things, and hopefully I can put some numbers on the board this week if price action clears up. We don't want to see any more of this. Yeah, chop. But yeah, best of luck, man, for the rest of the
one,
session.
bro.
And
Take care, man.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Love, bro. Take care. Take care. All right, guys. W's in the chat for Ramco. Come on. Love that. Don't forget to give him a follow on Instagram as well, and also his YouTube channel. Maybe you can drop a comment on here and you can give him a follow. But cool, chat. Who's locked in? I know in my Discord group, in the private Discord group, everyone absolutely mashed it. I didn't end up taking the trade. I didn't end up taking this trade. I was a bit distracted, so I didn't, unfortunately, but I'm glad that all of the members did. Really glad that all of the members did. But how's everyone doing in the chat, man? Let's catch up. Let's catch up. How has everybody's week been? How's everybody's week been? Nine for 5-9 FX took the W today. Trust me. Trust me, they did. This was really clean, to be fair. Yeah, I think the euro is going to drop massively. My first ever discipline, stressful beginning of the real trading journey. I'm upgrading. So said you saved me from a loss on the US 30. Did I? Was that me or was that Ramco? Was that me or was that Ramco? Mm-mm-mm. Are we going to have a trade for today? Not too sure. Not from me, I don't think, guys. I think the dollar's going to pump. I think the dollar's going to pump. That's my thoughts, guys. What's everyone looking at today, guys? German 30 could push lower. Say you meet an acquaintance and they ask you what to do. Do you tell them you're a trader? If not, what are some of the creative ways to tell them what you do without lying? I want to hear y'all answer. Just say that you learn. I mean, if you want, just say that you're learning how to trade. That's all I'd say. I'd just say I'm learning. That's what I'd say personally. I wouldn't over deep it. Don't tell them you're a trader, because if you say you're a trader, they'll be like, oh, how much money do you make? And then you're in a bit of a pickle. Thanks a lot for the value that people have. No problem, man. No problem. No problemo. Guys, we need to get to 100. We need to get to 100 likes. How many likes are we on right now? 100 likes, and we will do another giveaway. We'll do another giveaway at 100 likes. I'd say I sell daily candles as a side hustle. Come on. Potentially look for that on the dollar, or even come in lower to take out the London low and then go. These are my two scenarios, basically. I don't know if we'll take out the London low, but someone said Mukalitsum's a professional gambler. So, guys, what were you doing before trading? I want to know. Or what are you doing at the moment? Like, how are you guys getting into trading? Like, outside of trading, what do you guys do? I want to know. Are you guys working? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing for work, or what did you do before trading? Let me know in the chat. I work 7 to 7 now. I trade full time. Nice, man. Built, programmed, and sold hearing aids. Nice. And is that what you do now, or is that what you did? Yeah, still waiting on something, guys. How did you get into selling it and making hearing aids? That's a crazy story. Built, programmed, and sold hearing aids. Did you do that for a company, or like how did you actually end up doing that? Because that is cool. I've actually not heard of that before. Is Artan interesting in a hearing aid? Sorry, what? I'm a taxi driver. Nice. Uber driver or what? Context surges. What is that? Everyone, let me know what you do for work or what you did for work before trading. I want to know. I did it for a company recruited by a family friend. Nice, man. That's crazy. That's so cool. Luckily I've got decent hearing, but to be fair, with the music, the music has definitely messed up my ears a little bit over the years. Yacht steering systems. Yacht steering systems. Interesting. How did you get into that? I'm a lawyer. I fucking hate it. Hence trading to get away from it. What kind of lawyer are you, bro? And how long you've been doing it? I actually studied law in sixth form, and I ended up quitting that after a few months. I'm not good at like remembering things. Not good at remembering things. Not so good. Maintenance technician, nice. Is that for what, like railways or what exactly? Context. You had previously bespoke joinery. What's a bespoke joinery? Ah, interesting. Do you do that for someone else, or do you run your own firm with that? Taxi in Morocco. Okay, cool. I'm a pharmacy student, but I took a break from everything. I had a skill. I use it to help people solve their problem. Then I look in the year to. Oh, sick. Pharmacy student, but I took a break. What was the skill that you used to help people solve their problem? That's similar, like me with trading. Trying to help people learn how to trade. You know what I'm saying? I practice criminal law in South Africa. Our justice system makes a horrible experience. Been admitted for 10 years now. Wow. I can imagine in South Africa. Where in like Cape Town or where? Crane supervisor in London. Nice. I think one of my friends is a crane supervisor actually as well. I can make your room cooler with just a flow of water. That what a flex. what a flex. What a flex. That I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that. That's a bar. I can make your room cooler with just a flow of water. What was your take profit on GU? My take profit on GU is 1.32802, but I didn't actually get in this trade, guys. I missed this. My private Discord community got this trade. I was on stream and I just missed it. Completely missed it. EU would have been a good one as well, but didn't end up taking it. I haven't taken anything today. I haven't taken anything today. Yeah, I'm just seeing. I don't really know if there's going to be anything today for me, guys. We could see a little bit of reversal, but I think the dollar's just going to continue bullish. But would I continue to sell? Let's look at the hourly right now on GU, because tomorrow it's the big news, man. It's the big news. So, do I expect an expansion today? Not really. Not really, to be honest. I do think that we could literally come down here, though. I do think we could literally come down to here tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but like we will. I think we're definitely going to go down there. I would, in an ideal world, I'd like us to come up to here and then drop. I wish I was in Cape Town. I'm in a rural area. Whereabouts are you? Whereabouts are you? I keep old steering systems running now. I have a small engineering workshop in a local marina, but spending more time on the Harleys now, learning to trade to help with the retirement pension funds. Nice. What's everyone looking at today, charts wise? Like, I'm going to chop up some charts for you in a second. But let me know, like, what are you guys looking at today? Because for me personally, there's just not really much. We've got the big news tomorrow, so that's why obviously we spoke with Ramco for a while, which was great. But for me, I just don't really have anything at this moment in time. Jarvis kind of in a consolidation process. I mean, German 30. Yeah, since yesterday, Matt. I mean, yesterday was actually quite a nice move, but yeah, we did pop down. We've come into this fair value gap, so I can expect a bit of a chop. All-time highs is here. Do I think we're going to rally there? I'm not too sure, but it's been very strong in comparison to the dollar. I would like to see us maybe take out these lows here. To be honest, these lows here, I would like to see get taken. Maybe you could look for a buy. So I might see. We have taken out though. We have taken out the London low and the Asia low though right now. Sorry, wait, is that the Asia low? Yeah, this is the Asia low. Sorry, we've just taken out the Asia low. Still waiting for them lows. Still waiting for the lows. Town called Potchefstroom. Okay. I haven't actually heard of that. I stayed in a Runyazik one time. I don't know if you know that. Nothing for me either. Looking at GBP AUD. Let's have a look. I don't know what I'd think with this, to be honest, guys. On GBP AUD, I'd look for buys, I think, but yeah, I'd look for buys. But it's just not too great for me. I'd want us to take out the London lows, so I'd look for buys on AUD. Maybe like if we did something like this. Yeah, just not much at the moment, guys. There's not much on that. What else were you looking at here? In other news, it looks like Arsenal are preparing a bid for Vinicius Jr. If anyone supports Arsenal, anyone support Arsenal? Yeah, I don't know if they do. I don't have a code with XD Edge. No, sorry, bro. USD CAD swing longs. Let's have a look. USD CAD swing longs. I'm assuming your point of interest is this 4-hour Fair Value Gap, right? Yeah. German 30, I would love it to come back in here. Similar thing, right? But this is what I would love to see. But I'd be open to wicking into this as well, because it's, yeah, I'd be open to it coming into here. Oil. No, let's read the chat because I'm just flicking right now. And London session is kind of almost over. Yeah, exactly. Artan, honestly, you're one of the best things what happened recently on Chart Fanatics. London session is slower, gives plenty of time to talk about what's going on and guest spot on. Thank you, ET. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. Interesting. A little bit of a move down. Loving the record in the back. Thank you, my G. Thank you, my G. I personally don't use FEGs, but I'm considering incorporating it into my strategy when I'm back to this. Yeah, I really like fair value gaps, man. I think fair value gaps just show impulsiveness to one side, and then price likes to rebalance and then go in the other direction. So for me, fair value gaps also tend to be in some sort of like a discount. So like you've got the low, you've got the high. Dollars kind of chilling out. It's a bit of a slow one here. Bit of a slow one here, guys. Bit of a slow one. But GU and everything reacted very well. Again, I do think we're going to react here and continue higher, but we need to see what New York wants to come in and do. What do you reckon, guys? Do you reckon bullish dollar today or bearish dollar or consolidation? Let me know in the chat. What do you reckon? Let me know in the chat. Guys, we only need 4 more likes. Is it 4 more likes? Are we at 100 likes yet? We need... Oh, we've just hit 100 likes. So, guys, do you think we should do a giveaway? Do you think we should do a giveaway? Let me know. Yes, hit yes in the chat if you think we should have a giveaway. What do you reckon? Giveaway time? Let me see some more yeses. Let me see some more yeses. If I win 100k account. All right, guys, go into the Discord. Go into the Discord right now, and the giveaway should be going live any moment this second. What's this, Andres? Don't forget our deal on this one. There's no deal, brother. No one believed that guy. All right, I haven't promised anyone anything. All right, the giveaway is live right now, my people. It's live right now. So spam that up. Spam that up. Finally closed out my MCL trade and profit, though, so all good. Nice. We deserved it from sitting through this chop. Trust me. All right, God, we've got Neilab coming from Market AI in 10 minutes, so we'll be able to speak to him. I had a smooth sell on Euro USD yesterday and today. FOMC is likely going to be crazy tomorrow. Bro, you know what Usman Noah does? Somehow he gets everyone's name and puts them in a duck race. Winner of the duck race gets the account. It's usually quite fun. Do you know what? Maybe I need to figure out how to do that. Yeah, and make sure you take the Fanatics role first. All right. Is everyone in the giveaway? Is everyone in the giveaway? How long we got left? We got 6 minutes, guys. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. All right, let's see how many. 58 people have joined it. 58 people have joined it, guys. Market AI is jumping on in 7 minutes, so we will be speaking with them real short with Nilab. So he's going to be going over the platform. Obviously, we've got big news tomorrow, so it's like this is a real big deal. So yeah, I'm going to probably let him take the floor with it and talk for everything, because you guys know my stance on just like the kind of market at the moment. Obviously, we spoke. Sorry, a bit of burp there. We spoke about it quite a bit today. And we've also got a New York session later. So for me right now, nothing really else. Still expecting high dollar. But it'll be great to hear from the team what they are expecting. This was the GU trade again. Like I said, I personally think in this, but the Discord did, which is great. Three minutes left on the giveaway, guys. If you don't know how to do it, okay, first things first, go to the description of this video, look below it and click show more. It will show you the free Discord community. You click the blue link. It'll take you to the Discord. Once you go to the Discord, make sure you have the Fanatics role on there. And then you scroll down to the CF official part, click giveaways, and then click the blue button, the little blue button with the party icon. Yeah, I'm not far from. Oh, you're from Bournemouth. Nice. W's chat, guys. You need to join our Artem's membership. Your benefits. So yeah, man, we got a bunch of us. A bunch of the guys are in the mentorship from the YouTube that are watching here. We've had a bunch of people, man. Big up the 9559FX crew. You know what I'm saying? We might be letting in some more people. You just got to go to my Instagram and fill in the form in my bio. You can apply there and jump on a call with us, book in a call, and yeah. Elon Musk says money won't matter in 10 years from now. What's your thoughts? I don't know. I think money's always going to matter. I think money's always going to matter. But Elon Musk says a lot of things. He says a lot of shit. So I would, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like Elon, yeah. I actually rated Elon maybe like 5 years ago. I used to actually kind of like Elon, but I do not like Elon Musk now at all. You don't even know what charge to qualify training. I don't get that. You don't know charge. I'm not too sure what that question is. All right, guys. So the winner of the Holoprime account for the giveaway is Arnold R. Arnold R on Discord. So congratulations, Arnold R. Well bloody done. You have just won yourself a Holoprime account. So congratulations. Can we get some W's in the chat for Arnold R? W's. Sorry, guys. I'm so tired today. Like it's just like hit me, it slapped me around the face. So, and I'm dying to go to the toilet as well. So I might have to let Neelab take it for like 10 minutes on his ones because I'm literally absolutely dying. Nice, guys. Nice. Well, yeah, look, markets are just a little bit chopping right now, especially at the bottom here. There's not really too much going on. Let's see what German 30's doing. Euro USD. DXY. Yeah, DXY could come back again. We could chop. We just have. I don't want to talk about the news too much because I'm gonna let him say it because I don't want to say the wrong thing. As I said, I'm not too much fundamentals guy, so we'll go. But yeah, we will. I'm sure he will cover literally the whole shirt. Bang. Cool. Well, guys, can we please welcome Neelab from Market AI to the stream? Can we get some W's, please? What's going on, brother? I'm good, thank you, man. I'm actually knackered today. Like, Mike, you can.
Bro, I was listening in. I can tell
it's been a long stream today as well.
Yeah. I got this. I'll take over.
Today,
take a break. Do your thing.
Yeah,
I'll get it covered from here. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Well,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, guys. Well, W's in the chat for Neelab, guys. He's going to cover a bunch of stuff.
Oh, yeah, we're going to go through it all, guys. We're going to go through dollar, gold, NASDAQ. We're going to go through everything. We're going to prep for FOMC. It's going to be a good time. So thank you so much, bro. You've been killing it. I know you go so hard on these streams and the grind. Even just speaking for an hour is a lot. So the fact that you do it for multiple hours throughout sessions, big W's in the chat for you too. So thank you, Ertan. Like, I appreciate you doing these streams on a day. I am the co-founder and CEO of Market AI, and I am also a day trader. So one of the best things is that I got to go through the entire experience of losing for nearly 5 years before I made a single dollar in the markets. And I started trading when I was 19 years old. And by the time I was 24, I was finally taking money consistently out of the market. So it took me about 5 years of chasing my tail. And one of my biggest problems was that I was trading in a way that did not work for me. I was trying to be one of those hyper scalpers who trying to take a trade, exit a few minutes later. It's like really having bad mentality towards things, right? Once I started zooming out and focusing on catching more of like the intraday plays that go out throughout sessions, and I don't really have to worry about watching the charts, that's when trading became more beneficial and profitable for me. Of course, everybody has their own way to trade. But the point is, if we just understand what the markets are doing, and I'm not talking about just price action, because price action, we can all view in our own terms, right? Like we know that price action, it's subjective to a degree, but we all have our own subjective ways of looking at it and digesting it. And that's completely fine because a lot of us trade differently. Not everybody trades the same. Some people trade order flow, some trade ICT concepts, some trade supply and demand, whatever it may be. That's the way that works for you. And that's amazing. That's your edge in the market. And how you capitalize and maximize that edge is up to you and really honing in on your trading skills. So when it comes to the financial markets, we understand the technicals part of it, but we need to understand the financial part of it, right? Because you're trading in the financial market. This isn't a bazaar in India where I can go and buy vegetables, right? This is the financial markets. We're trading contracts, we're trading futures contracts, we're trading options, stock options, trading CFDs. Like these are actual derivatives and securities in the market. So now we have a major event coming up tomorrow. We all know it. People in the red folder world call it FOMC, right? It's the US interest rate decision, and that's happening tomorrow. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that the US interest rate decision is usually priced in already because markets are already expecting the rate to be held at a certain degree. And we'll go through that. But the main meat and potatoes falls under the FOMC press conference, which is at 2:30 p.m. where Kevin Warsh will come and talk. And we'll go through everything that he could possibly say and how that could impact NASDAQ, gold, dollar. Because it's very easy once you realize that there's certain words that these guys will say, and it shifts the tone of what the markets are pricing in. So I just want to go through something real quick, is that I want to know, and this is a feature that we're coming out with very, very soon. Our beta users have gone, our beta testers have gotten access to it already. So we didn't want to come out with just a chatbot because I absolutely hate chatbot. Am I lagging, guys? Am I lagging for everybody, or can you let me know before I continue this? Because I have a ton to say. No, I don't think so. I don't think I'm lagging, right? But anyways, okay, perfect. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it, J Trades. So let's say I want to know what the U.S. interest rate policy is, or like what the markets are pricing. So listen, I'm super lazy when it comes to this, but so I speak to my AI. Like I speak to it. So if I'm saying something along the terms of, let me allow this. What is the market pricing it? Oh, what is the market pricing in for tomorrow's Fed interest rate decision? So the point being is that I don't want to be returned text. I think that is the most useless thing that I don't want to read, right? So markets currently are pricing in a 75% change for no change, right? Like 75% hold. So that means it's already baked into the expectations. If something out of surprise was to happen, that's when you would get the markets moving in a way that's more volatile, right? So that's when the rate decision matters more. But the point being is that we want to see what the press conference could be. Okay, so whatever Warsh says is what's going to impact the markets, right? So over here, there's two tones, and I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with this, but we'll go over it. But these are just the words used to describe in what way the central banker is leaning, right? So hawkish basically means rates need to be held high. That's what it means. It just means that we are in a tight financial policy, that rates are higher for longer. There's no quantitative easing, right? This means that inflation is also high. That's why they're keeping rates higher, right? Dovish means that eventually rates are going to get cut. Like that is a dovish tone. Anything that talks about inflation is cooling, oil spike is temporary, rates are restrictive enough, cuts are getting closer, or we're comfortable here. These are specific tones that and words that have constantly been used in a more dovish manner. Okay, I want you to take a screenshot of this, and I'll also share a link to that you guys can have these. So on the other hand, we have hawkish. So hawkish basically is when inflation is too high and they take a more of a hawkish approach. So that's when you have more of a hawkish policy. And these are little birds. But right now, I want you to focus on monetary policy. And for those who were here last week, we talked about how all these little red folder data reports, they all add towards the underlying sentiment or take away from it, right? So if you know the rate cuts are eventually going to come, that's when you start seeing how these data reports play out and add to that narrative. Because if it's adding to that narrative, then you know eventually the markets are going to start pricing in those cuts. And that's when you take mass amounts of opportunities. Like, keep in mind, there's a lot of great traders know when to put risk completely on and when to be more risk averse, right? When you have situations, and we'll go through all these examples, because guys, this happens all the time. And I want you to know, I want you guys to take, what I want you to take away from it is, listen, I don't care if you go and use market, buy it. I really don't. Like, I'm good either way. What I want to give you guys is a way for you to understand fundamentals and for you to take something away so it resonates with you. If it doesn't resonate, that's fine. Do your thing. But if an ounce of what I'm saying is valuable and it makes sense to you, then I hope it can add to your trading, right? However you trade. And this is a way where this adds confluence. This adds more conviction to your positioning. Because let's say I'm in a buy or I'm in a sell, and something adds to that trade, something happens that adds to it. Now I have more conviction to hold on to that position, to even hold it past my target and let that runner really absolutely run. Excuse me. I'm just coming off of a cold. Yeah, and we'll go through that. Thank you so much for that question. I'm curious about what Market AI is saying about FOMC tomorrow. We'll 100% go through that. And we'll go through it live as well. So again, I just want to finish going through this. So either his tone is hawkish or dovish. And these are just a few things to watch out for. On the hawkish side, it says inflation is still too high. That means they're going to have to hold rates higher for longer. We should hike again. That's another thing that they could say. Rates stay higher for longer because inflation is high, right? If they say not done with inflation, that just implies rates are going to have to stay higher for longer, right? Or if oil is a real risk, that also implies that inflation is going to remain high, and then that implies rates are going to stay higher for longer. It's all inflation and rates. That's all it comes down to. Inflation, labor market, rates. That's what the Fed's job is, to control inflation, keep it at a baseline of 2% per year, right? 2% inflation a year, and keep maximum employment. So those are the main factors, and that's called the dual mandate. I want you to keep that in mind. That's called Fed's dual mandate. Dual mandate, first objective, inflation 2%, okay? Baseline. This is year over year inflation, right? Yes, sorry. So I'm going to show you. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. The arrow is pointing in the wrong direction. There you go. Thanks. Inflation 2%. Thank you so much for that, man. Over here, and then number 2 is, why is it doing that? Maximum employment. Okay, so when you have these two things, oops. If inflation is coming down, right? If the Fed tells us inflation is coming down, that automatically what the markets are going to do is start pricing in those rate cuts, right? They're going to start pricing in those cuts. And when the markets start pricing in those cuts, that's when you get gold absolutely ravaging towards the upside, right? And we went through this last meeting. I think it was like Tuesday, right? Last live stream. This move right here, August 22nd, 2025, right here, was the Jackson Hole Symposium. And we'll go through that in market, and then we'll go into how to prep for FOMC, right? So I'm going to load up just backtest fundamentals. And man, like, I'm so excited to show you guys every single week what we're working on, because I don't think there's any other team doing it like ours. We are a completely bootstrapped company. I approached my mentor a few years ago, my trading mentor, who's one of my best friends, and we started this platform together. So he taught me everything I know about fundamentals, about trading, and now we have a company together. We have 22 people who work for us, and it's amazing. It's the biggest flex that we have, is that we have a massive team now. We went from 0 to 22 people in a year and a half. So that's been one of the biggest achievements of my life, to be honest. So everything else to me is secondary. I don't care if you guys go buy market. I'm living my dream life of running a tech company, being a trader, working for myself. So I click this candle over here and I can see what happened. Fed Chair Powell signals possible September rate cut, boosting gold demand. Okay, let's just stop there. Let's stop there and just look at what happened to gold after that, leading into those following weeks. This was the candle right here, guys. Okay, this was the candle. Gold prior to that had been consolidating since April. Okay, this one candle, this 10-minute speech that Big Papa Powell last year said, I call it the Jackson Hole freestyle. At the Jackson Hole Symposium, Powell comes out and says, labor market has risks, okay? Must balance both sides of Fed's mandate. Fed's goals are in tension, said Powell. Remember that dual mandate that we're talking about? Inflation at 2%, maximum employment, right? That dual mandate, that's so powerful, and that's what the Fed has to do. And then you can see technicals absolutely surge because of what Powell said. Downside risk to labor market. He also said that we're looking to cut rates in September. And then that caused safe haven flows into gold, right? Because of rising US recession fears and labor market risk. Remember, guys, the markets are forward looking. That's where buy the rumor, sell the news phrase comes from, because the markets are always forward looking. So this entire move happened before the first rate cut. Now, keep that in mind. This happened before the first rate cut of this cycle, because in 2025, the end of 2024, the Fed paused. The Fed was like, we need to see what's going to happen with rates, what's going to happen with inflation, right? Inflation continued to come down. Unemployment was shooting up, all right? And the Fed also wanted to see what was going to happen with tariffs. Remember, Trump last year in early 2025 was going at it. He was going at it with the whole world. He's like 140% tariffs for China, 90% for Canada, right? As a Canadian, I'm like, man, let us live, please. And I'm just kidding. But look at this, a massive play towards the upside before the rate cut happened in September. Now, that just shows you how important it is to understand what the Fed is saying and how to interpret it, right? Now, that's what we built market for, is that how can we bring these things and make it easier for our traders, right? We have thousands of users. And even if we look at certain things, is if I go over here to our live news feed, right? And I look at what certain things that Trump was saying, or some things that Warsh has said, right? But let's look at Trump, because we know Trump always loves to give his input, even though the Fed is supposed to be completely independent and not have government influence. Do you know that Trump is definitely influencing the Fed? He's on Warsh's shoulder. He's that little devil on Warsh's shoulder, and telling him to cut rates, right? Like here, if we do rates, if we type rates, you're going to see there's going to be a headline of Trump talking about him wanting, Trump calls for lower rates 19 hours ago. Says US should target lowest global rate. This guy just wants the most booming US stock market ever, right? Trump on the Fed, rates should be lowered. But, and then we look at what Warsh has said recently. So when Warsh speaks, Warsh data here says inefficiency in the central bank system. And then he also mentioned, or actually we can do something even better. We'll look at ask market here, okay? So we'll talk about here. What has been Kevin Warsh's recent stance on Fed policy? And then we can also say, has he been more hawkish or dovish? Show headlines. So this is a prompt that I'm just showing live to you. This is a feature that's not out yet. So our beta testers are using it right now. And one of the best things is that we ground all of this in our own research, is that we have all this data behind the scenes that we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for a year. And we are able to ground it in our own research, in our own data, before we even go out and do a web search. What you will see usually is that ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, they do complete web searches. And sometimes if you look at the sources, you might pick up on like opinionated blog pieces. So that's something to always keep in mind if you are using tools like that, is to check the sources, right? It's cool to use tools like that. But I'm just trying to make lives easier for my traders. So instead of them reading paragraphs of text, see, watch tomorrow's decision is priced in 75% hold, 25% hike. Warsh's recent rhetoric directly supports the hawkish skew. So Warsh has said, sees varied views on policy, warns against over-reliance on single outlook. Labor market appears strong, but inflation remains concerning. That was 12 days ago. Again, that is more hawkish, right? As we were talking about right there, right? You guys see what I'm talking about? So, and then you can obviously see more headline says inflation picture less positive, mandate part affected. See, so 12 days ago, Warsh says inflation picture less positive, mandate part affected. Now, if I put the same thing in ChatGPT, it's going to dump me like 15 paragraphs, right? It's going to dump me 15 paragraphs, and I don't want that. Like, I don't give two shits about that. Like, I want to be known as a trader is that if I trade gold, and this is what I love doing, is that I trade, okay, we can even do like, if let's say I want to know what happened in the last CPI. What happened to gold on the last US CPI in July? So I don't want to be given 20 paragraphs, and we'll compare this to GPT as well. Okay. So we scanned our economic calendar. Now it's going to analyze the 1 hour candle. So you see it says analyzing 1 hour XAUSD candle because that's what I trade for gold. And then here it is. So you can see what happened. Soft US CPI sharply lowers Fed hike expectations, boosting gold as yields fall. Okay. So here's the move. Here's the exact move that took place in the 1 minute. Now, if I go to ChatGPT and do this, and I'm like, chat, let me write chat at the front. Maybe it likes that, chat. What happened to gold on the last US CPI in July? Now, ChatGPT is going to take some time thinking, but in the meantime, so you see it's doing that print. But let's go through this. So you can see how CPI came out. And we had massive inflows into gold because it lowered Fed hike expectations as we just got a cooler CPI, right? But then shortly after, we also had Warsh come out. And you can see even we had a headline come in 7 minutes after, traders exit bets on Fed on July Fed hike after soft inflation data. And you can click this here to explain to you more or to teach you the concept behind this, or you can follow up with more and more. One thing we've done as well is that we have this feature coming out on August 4th. So we're doing a massive launch for it. We're also doing a complete revamp of our entire platform. But if you click share here, you guys can also check this out. I'll send you the link here. I'll copy the link and I'm not sure how to send it, but maybe I can type. Sorry, I think I muted it. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. So, sorry. The point being is that I'm trying to make the lives of my traders. Is it better now? Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys. I feel like there's a delay. Like I asked something and chat replies like 30 seconds later. But that's okay. So yeah, the point being is that I'm trying to make the lives of my traders easier. And this is something that we've really come out with. And from our experience of building a platform and really seeing how traders trade, and that's also a reason why we came out with our TradingView integration. So you can have your breaking news headlines here. You can have your live headlines while you trade, whatever futures, options, whatever you're trading on TradingView, you can have it here. You can also have bias and the calendar open as well. So exactly. And the last thing I want, dude, when I asked it what happened to gold on US CPI, this makes me do more work. Like now I have to go back to my chart, find where that US CPI move was. I know where it is off the top of my head, but most traders don't, right? Most traders don't know where it is, and it's harder for them to figure it out. Now, if I can just ask questions in natural language and get visuals given to me, That to me is something that's innovative. And that's why I love what my team does. And I'll always put my team first because they are the reason we can do something like this. Now, how much will it cost to use this? This comes right now. This is going to come with our base subscription price, which Chart Fanatics actually has a great discount but the point being is that we don't know how much this is actually going to end up costing us. So that's why we're doing a beta release. We released it to about what our core cohort of core users and new users as well. So like inexperienced people with fundamentals are giving us a ton of feedback on here as well. And this serves all purposes. Like if I want to know what are the top stock movers for the day, right? Or let's say right now. What are the top stock movers right now? Now, this is going to give me full details on actual pulling biggest gainers, biggest losers. Now it's going to present me with a whole table instead of actually seeing a text of it. Now, if I ask GPT the same question, right? Now, if you ask GPT the same question, or if you ask any other trading platform's AI, you'll never get an answer like this. This is beautiful. To me, this is pure information, right? This is things that aren't done in this space yet. Now look, things of this nature, right? Now, if I go back here and we go to the point of go back to the comment that someone made, how much will it cost to use this? This is for you guys. It's included in the base price, like just in the subscription. We are trying to do. We're going to see on launch if we add a limit to chat like per 24 hours, because guys, it's an experiment for us too. Like we have built such a powerful thing that is so cost expensive. And it has completely, we don't know what the projected cost could be for this. So now I can also prep for FOMC. And I want to go back to someone's comment, which was few scrolls ago, was that, can you try FOMC here, right? Where did it go? I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, I can't find it, but let's prepare for FOMC. So tomorrow is FOMC, or let's not even say that. Let's not even give it that context. I want to prepare for FOMC. What is expected by the market? What would be considered a surprise for rate, decision, and conference? So I want to prepare for FOMC, what is expected by the market, what could be considered surprise. It starts scanning the US economic calendar. It starts reading the rate decision odds. And now it was building a playbook for the Fed's funds decision rate, right? The rate decision. So what I mean by the playbook is I'll show you here. Now, we'll break it down step by step, right? So it completed 4 steps. And this is what I mean, is that we ground all of this in our own research, okay? So here you can see these are live rate decision odds, right? So you can see that the AI doesn't go out to the internet to go search. Like we have this data. So what would be a surprise would be a hike. This is 24% priced in already. That's the odds right now, right? Like that's what the odds are sitting at for July 29th. So it's not a true shock, but it's still hawkish enough to jolt USD and send dollar higher, right? So if rates came up above what current rate is, that would be bullish for the dollar, right? We know that that's bullish. And how would that impact gold? I go to my playbook over here. I click gold. That's bearish for gold, right? So that would pressure risk and gold over here. Warsh's tone at the press conference then would become critical. One and done. If it's a one and done, like that rate hike, if it was to happen, low percentage chance, it's not going to happen. We're just going over the scenario, right? On hold, this is a base case. Deciding factor is the press conference. Exactly what we were talking about over here, guys, is that deciding factor is going to be this press conference, whether he leans hawkish or whether he leans dovish. And if he leans dovish, that's going to put pressure on USD. It's going to lift US stocks. It's going to lift crypto. It's going to lift gold. And they're going to go boom, boom towards the upside, because that means we're getting closer to cuts. He's probably going to say rates are restrictive enough. We're comfortable. Oil spike temporary, inflation cooling, boom, boom. And this is what you end up with. All right. Now, if it's the other way, if it's inflation is too high, we could hike again. Rates stay higher for longer. Not done with inflation. This is the outcome. And I forgot to move the dollar thing again. Let me just grab this. So then it's this. Oh, wrong color. Oh no, sorry. It was the. So then it's this, right? Is that you get dollar upside, gold down, stocks down, crypto down, right? Risk would come out of the market. Gold would feel that pressure because gold does not thrive in a high rate environment. When rates are low, that's when gold is absolutely crushing it. Now let's go through some examples after we finish this. So now watch 2 p.m. statement gives the initial direction, but Warsh's 230 presser, especially the dot plot. So now what's the playbook? And then show me Fed's fund rate. Now I can go deep into this, but I want to go through an example over here. And guys, this is where I want you to keep in mind that, remember what we were talking about? Buy the rumor, sell the news. Now I'm going to keep iterating this because it is a very, very important concept. And all this stuff is available for free. Like, you can do a lot of this research yourself, but you're fortunate enough that there's live streams like this that exist for traders like us to come into, right? I'm always here trying to learn more stuff. Like that, to me, as a founder, as someone who makes an income on his own, like, I want to learn as much as I can so I can protect myself and make more money. That's it. That's what I want to do. Now, buy the rumor. How do you spell rumor? There's like multiple spellings for rumor, right? Like depending on US or Canada, like British English, American English. Buy the rumor, sell the news. So the Feds are already going to keep rates the same, but the point is what he says at the press conference, and we're going through that, right? So we've gone through. We'll go through it again. So buy the rumor, sell the news is what we all are so familiar with hearing, and all this implies is the following concept: the concept of pricing it in. Okay, this is a very important concept that you guys understand, and we're going to go through this in actual examples on when this plays out. Okay, so this is pricing in, meaning the event that's being priced in right now hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened. That's why the markets are buying the rumor. They're running with the rumor, and that's front running, right? That's what you might have heard in the markets being used. That's called front running. So when the markets buy the rumor, they start pricing in the event ahead of time before it even happens, right? And then when it happens, they're like, nah, they sell the news. They're like, fuck it, it's been priced in. That's when you see the opposite reaction sometimes on the actual event. Now, keep in mind, an event like this, and this is a beautiful example. I'm gonna break down all of this. This is all gonna make sense as we go through this, okay? So this period in gold was the last time gold aggressively sold off, okay? The reason this happened was because the Fed started hiking rates. They went on their most aggressive rate hike cycle. Powell did 3 back-to-back 75 basis point rate hikes, which pressured gold and it lifted the dollar. And at the same time, if we go over here, this is that time. This is the same time where dollar was seeing inflows because the Fed was going to hike rates. And you can see dollar started bottoming out over here before Fed even hiked, about 8 months before. And it really broke out of this range leading into the rate hike cycle. Now, first hike didn't happen until May, right here. That's when the first time the hike happened. But the markets, inflation had already bottomed out over here. So that meant that we needed to hike. Sorry, inflation had topped off. So that meant that we needed to hike, right? Like inflation was at 9% June 2021, right here. So the market started front running the hiking cycle because they knew the Fed was going to have to make higher rates to bring down inflation. And then when the first hike happened in May, we were already at $100 on the US index from a low of 89. Now it's the same with gold. Gold started selling off 2 months before, right here, right here. This is when the first hike happened. So you can see the market was pricing that in. And then we had hikes leading up to it. We had 4 hikes further going into the year. Now, the market didn't bottom out when the Fed was done hiking or started cutting. The market bottomed out when inflation had come down. Inflation came from over here, we're sitting at 9% in June 2021, year-over-year inflation, to then coming down to around 4% over here. And then the market started pricing in those cuts. And that's when you see gold absolutely started ripping it over here and recovered that entire move. So now we're in a similar spot where gold has done one of the most aggressive drop-offs since 2022. Since this little move right here, this is the most aggressive cycle, and it's been because the market was pricing in a more hawkish policy. And the reason the markets were pricing in a more hawkish policy was because inflation was being affected because of oil prices. Okay, so inflation, oil prices was spiking up, inflation was being impacted, and the markets were pricing in a hawkish policy. That's why we saw, again, dollar continue to push up for the past since the war started, and we saw pressure on gold since the war started. So you get what I'm talking about? Now, what starts to happen is you start getting into the picture of, hey, maybe if the war starts ending, if Trump really goes into midterms with the mindset, I can't go into a war into midterms. Let's say he has that like no other president has done. Now you'll see dollar starts topping off, right? You'll see that gold eventually will start to shift. But in order for that to happen, we'll need to get concrete data. We'll need to get what's it called? Concrete data plus a catalyst. And like that catalyst that we went through over here when we talked about last year's example was the Jackson Hole Symposium, which was the Fed Chairman Powell at the time telling us that there's rate cuts coming, right? And that was the catalyst that absolutely sent the markets. And over here was the catalyst when we had multiple inflation reports that came down. And after Fed had kept rates above 5% for months and inflation had dropped down to near 4%, markets started front running the rate cut cycle. So now we're approaching that similar area, is that eventually wherever gold ends up going or bottoming out, and I'm not saying it's going to bottom here, but I'm just saying that eventually when that data starts pointing towards it, that either we get higher unemployment or inflation coming back down, because remember that CPI increase was because the price of oil was sitting at $100 a barrel, right? Price of oil was sitting over here. That's why we had shocks into CPI. Now, if this move gets faded out, right, and we were talking about this last time, if this move doesn't get sustained and eventually gets faded out, what do you think is going to happen to CPI, right? CPI is eventually going to start cooling. It's going to start coming down. If oil spike is temporary, that means CPI is going to come down. And eventually, the Fed's going to have to start leaning more dovish. And if the Fed starts leaning more dovish, then we're going to get more market participants pricing in rate cuts. And that's when you start seeing dollar absolutely topping off wherever it does and start pushing back down. Because in a low rate environment, it's dollar devaluation, right? You have to keep that in mind. When markets are pricing in lower rates, dollars being devalued. This is markets pricing in lower rates. Okay, this is also Trump tariff tantrum. All right, and it's the same thing. Is that this over here was markets pricing in lower rates as well. So over here, right here, this sell-off was when the Fed was cutting rates down to zero because of COVID, right? This sell-off was what created that inflation. Was when Fed pumped $7 trillion into the financial markets and completely devalued the dollar with near zero rates and stimulating the shit out of the US economy and the overall global economy. And that caused dollar devaluation. And then when inflation was peaking and they needed to hike rates, markets started pricing that in. You got dollar absolutely pumping. You had NASDAQ as well. If we go relate that to NASDAQ was absolutely there. You had NASDAQ coming down when markets were pricing in that rate hike cycle. Right here, right? December 2021, October, same thing here. Look at dollar. Dollar bottomed out a bit earlier, but this is markets pricing in that rate hike, rate hike cycle, right? Same thing with gold. We go back to gold as well, just to relate this for everybody here, because we trade everything and it all works the same. Is that right here? That same year, gold being pressured because of the rate hike cycle. Now, when things finally started shifting and you had that change in sentiment, then you had gold completely push back up. Then you had US stock market continue right back up before the Fed even started cutting. And that's what we're talking about here, is that markets are very forward looking. Even here, the market bottomed out this recent sell-off went in March because of the war, but the markets bottomed out before Trump even announced the ceasefire. Isn't that crazy? That before he even announced it, now let's go to market. I go to, I'm on backtest fundamentals. I want to go to ES, and I don't want to load data all the way from 2024, but that's okay. So I go here, and then this is I'm gonna do over here. We'll go all the way down here. So the market bottomed out right at 6,300, 6,400. This big candle, this big green candle, which everybody usually comes to, and they're like, oh, what moved price, right? You click this. This was a 2-week ceasefire and peace progress with Iran. So why did the market bottom out 2 weeks, a few days before Trump even came out and said that? And this put everything towards the upside. Remember that move that happened? And then also here, you had, this is exactly where oil also toppled down from here. Where did it go? This move right here. This was Trump saying 2-week ceasefire. Oil went from $100 a barrel all the way down to 73 over the next few days, because that was a classic Trump taco trade. Trump not being able to handle the economic pressures of oil at $100 a barrel and US equity markets sitting at a near 10% correction. This is called using fundamentals, psychology, politics, geopolitics, blending it into the financial markets. And then when you get that confirmation, that catalyst, guess what happens then? Every pullback gets bought up. You should not be looking for shorts in any of this area. All you should be doing is buying and holding, buying and holding, buying, taking profit, holding your runners, taking profit, holding your runners. That's the point of being aligned with fundamentals. So when things like this are happening, when markets are pricing in higher for longer rates, when markets are pricing in the risk of war continuing, and that's what you had last week, right? You had those escalations that held weight, and that's why oil pushed up. And since oil pushed up, that capped gains on NASDAQ, that capped gains on gold as well. Because if inflation remains high, if oil remains high, that means inflation is going to remain high as well. And the Fed's not going to cut. If the Fed's not going to cut, US stock markets don't like that. US stock markets love a low rate environment. Gold loves a low rate environment. That's why gold's been selling off since the start of the war. This was the start of the war right here, the very tip top. But if you understood that everything comes back to monetary policy, and whether we're in a more hawkish or dovish policy, then it's way, excuse me, I'm recovering for a cold. Then it's way easier to understand what way I should be trading, right? Now, when it comes to gold, eventually we're going to get to that point where gold bottoms out. Gold is in a very balanced range right now. Gold, its lows are here, 3950s, highs are 4200. Very balanced range. We've seen this countless times where gold will range for a substantial period of time until we get that catalyst, in this case being Powell at Jackson Hole Symposium. Right? His Jackson Hole freestyle. So Powell's Jackson Hole freestyle was the catalyst that led to this move towards the upside. Okay. And then you have that classic retracement after having such a parabolic move. And then this was rate cuts here. And then here, hold on. This was rate cuts plus more tariff tantrum. Okay. So that's what that was right there. So after that, we had the markets pricing in war risk, higher oil here, oil shock, inflation risks. Now I'm going to change the size here just so it's a bit more legible. But inflation risk here. Now you can clearly see it becomes a series of trickling events that it all comes down to labor market. Sorry, not labor market, to how markets are pricing in for the Fed, for the monetary policy. Right? And that's what caused this move on gold towards the downside. Okay? So you can see how events start painting a picture of what's to come. Now, on the opposite end, this was the more hawkish, higher for longer, hawkish, and then that caused gold to go down, right? Now, on the opposite end, excuse me, on the opposite end, if war gets priced in, meaning that, let's say you get any statements related to, hey guys, war's ending, that's it, midterms are coming up, they're going to sideline this for now. I'm not saying they're going to finish the war, they're going to sideline it probably. Oil spike temp, right? That means inflation risks go away, inflation comes down, and then markets price in, price out hikes, price in cuts. Right? And that's the opposite end then. And then what you'll see is gold bottoming out, and then gold starting to chug its way towards 4,800, 5,000 eventually, when we start getting all of this, not just one thing. We need all of this. We need oil to come back down. We need that to get translated into CPI, for CPI to come down, and then for some catalyst where the Fed hints towards hiking rates, and then you see the price of gold come back up, and then you see NASDAQ also creating new all-time highs and going towards that, right? Because that's what's going to happen. If the market come up here, or like something happens and then there's a catalyst and markets are pricing in those cuts, eventually you'll get that play towards the upside back to all-time highs, and then we'll head there. But it all depends on what the Fed does with the policy and what the markets are pricing in for the coming future. So I hope this is making a lot of sense, and this is how we're going to prepare for tomorrow's FOMC. We're going to watch the press conference. I'm going to have one of our educators and traders in market come and explain and walk you guys through that entire rate decision as well as the press conference, because we believe so much in the product we have built and are building on it every single day, is that we will be here every day to guide you through these releases, through CPI. We will show you how easy it is to understand how to break down what's happening behind the scenes, and then absolutely translate it into a story that you can execute on day in, day out, so that you're not operating blindly. You're not getting stopped out when Trump says something, because we're more of position. We're positioned in the right side of the market. Now, just as we went through all of these events, and now it's becoming more clear to you guys of these little events that have taken place that cause this overarching sentiment that lasts for months, lasts for quarters. Now we start thinking on a much higher time frame and logical basis, because listen, markets are very irrational. They're very illogical, and humans do not operate emotionally in the smallest time frame of things. Even when you're stressed out, when you take a step back and you go for a walk, you come back way more clear-headed. Or if you go and do one of your hobbies, like maybe you go make music, right? Or for me, I like to go to the gym, release some stress, go on a walk, right? Things of that nature. And then you come back way less stressed out. It's the same thing with the markets. You zoom out, you look at the picture of what's happening. So when I know that the markets are pricing in oil shock, inflation risks, higher for longer path for rates, then I know that any pullback that happens to gold during this time, I'm going to sell. I'm going to wait for that selling opportunity, and then I'm going to absolutely milk it. Okay. Now, tomorrow we're going to have Sebastian come and walk you guys through the rate decision for gold and the actual press conference. I'm going to trade it live using market. We're going to look at the news feed. We're going to see what Trump says. Now look at Trump speaking right now. Trump says only desired ships will pass through the straits. U.S. controlled Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. Yeah, right, buddy. You know, this guy will say anything. This guy will say anything in the moment. We know this isn't true. Iran decides whether the strait is open or not, and this is where Trump thinks this is where it comes to down to like literal propaganda, where Trump will say one thing, but it's actually not true. He will say that I'm going to bomb them and then back off the second because he knows the retaliation would also be so immense. Absolutely, man. Of course. This is something I'm very passionate about. And one of the best things about the market team is that every one of us is a trader. Every one of us understands macroeconomics, technical analysis. We break it down to, and then we're able to translate that for you guys. Now, one thing I want to talk about is if the price of oil starts coming down, just as we are talking about, then we start painting this picture, right? Where did it go? Then we start painting this picture. War being priced in, oil spike is temporary, inflation risks will go away. That means CPI will come down, and then markets will price out hikes and pricing cuts, and then you get gold pushing back towards the upside on a higher time frame basis. But that doesn't mean it's not going to happen now. This point on gold is a very important area. This is where, as price approaches these lows, this is where you have to get careful with selling because this is an important demand zone. Unless we have concrete catalysts that can help gold break this, which is going to be either a hike or him, taking a very hawkish approach tomorrow, which is then talking about inflation too high. We could hike again, higher rates stay higher for longer. Oil is a real risk. Then you would get US dollar upside, gold downside, stocks downside, crypto downside, because that is a hawkish policy. That is higher rates for longer. That's going to pressure all risk assets and gold. And then you have maybe gold pushing deeper into here, right? But if it's a dovish approach with confluences such as oil prices coming down and the Fed and Kevin Warsh tomorrow, right? Kevin Warsh tomorrow comes and says, hey, inflation, oil spike is temporary. We are restrictive enough on rates. Then markets are going to start implying that CPI is going to come down. Rates are eventually going to start coming down, and then they're going to front run it. And then you'll see that bullish movement in US equities and in gold and bearish movement on dollar. But that all depends, again, on what Kevin Warsh says tomorrow. So the rate decision, as we are going through on market, is essentially priced in, right? We have a 75% chance of a hold. Now that's priced in. What we care about is the actual statement over here, Warsh's 230 pressure. Now, based on what Warsh could say, and we can check that out exactly as we were talking about over here, right? I think this was the one. What Warsh could say is he could either lean hawkish or he could lean dovish. Now, he's been firmly hawkish in the recent weeks, right? His July 15 testimony, he stressed inflation remains concerning. And then you can check the headlines here as well. So that's the best thing. One thing I love is that if I ask GPT this, GPT is going to explain to me 20 paragraphs. Here you can actually see the headline he said 12 days ago. You can click explain more or teach me the concept and it'll break it down for you. But the point being is that the main meat and potatoes is going to be at the press conference. And we're going to have Sebastian from Team Market come here and absolutely break it down. He's one of the best traders I know. He's a way better trader than I am. He's a way better educator than I am. So if you think that I did a half decent job, wait till Sebastian gets here. This is all value based. And guys, again, I appreciate that you guys give me the space to come here and yap for about an hour at the start of my day. And I hope you guys realize how important and valuable what these guys are doing here is. That the Chart Fanatics team, Chart Academy, all this entire ecosystem did not exist when I started trading. It did not exist 5 years ago. People were paying $5,000 for a mentorship. People were paying $2,000 for a mentorship. Now you have a whole team working endlessly to bring you free value for hours on end, regardless of where you live in the world. And dude, just saying that out loud gives me goosebumps. So the real W's in the chat need to go out to the Chart Fanatics team, Chart Fanatics Live, everybody behind the scenes, everybody on camera that's absolutely crushing it. Because man, that's what I tell my team. That's what I tell the market team is that these types of teams, destined for success because of how they work with intensity. There's people who there's people who work intense for a little bit period of time, and there's people who work intense and have shit ton of stamina. And I'm telling you, Chart Fanatics team, Riz, they're those people who have an insane amount of stamina, and they're just here to provide you endless value. Because these are good people, man. So when good people come together, you just have good times. You have value-based time. We all learn, we all grow together, and everybody at the top just collaborates. If you have anybody who thinks there's competition going on, it's the worst outlook to have. Yes, you should be in competition, but be in competition with who you think is the best version of yourself. Like the person who is doing all the things that you should be doing right now, right? Like the person of me who has a six-pack. I don't have a six-pack right now, but I'm working towards it. But that guy has it, and that's my competition. The competition me is not a competitor platform. I could give two shits about what they're doing. All I know is as long as I focus on innovating, I focus on bringing the best thing forward for my traders, for the community, make it fully value-based, where even if you come to these lives, you don't use market, you use some other platform, I don't care. As long as I could give you some sort of value, I've taken a W here, right? So I appreciate it. Itan, I hope you're doing good, bro. How's your little break? Good? Yeah, maybe if chat has any questions, or yeah, we'll answer. Sorry, go ahead, bro. Of course.
Big day tomorrow.
Big day tomorrow.
big
And
day
guys,
tomorrow. But,
and guys,
yeah, man, thank you so much for jumping on.
Sorry, I just want to say one more thing. Tomorrow, you don't have to trade the actual decision or the press conference, okay? A lot of times, it's better to understand what happens in the press conference, and then in the following daily candle, that sentiment is now ready to make a move on, okay? And maybe I'll just go through a quick example before I leave, but I want you guys to be aware of that, is that don't get caught up in FOMO. The markets are very rewarding if you're patient and you understand what's going on, okay? They love to shake out people who are ignorant. So you can see my screen still, right? Oh, am I still? Yeah, okay, perfect. So over here, last time,
you still see screen,
yeah, perfect. So over here, this was gold coming off of lows, okay? Gold coming off of lows. Here we had Trump talking about the Iran deal done. Trump mentioning it first. He's like, hey, deal's about to be signed. And then this was the market open on Sunday where he said the deal signed. We're just waiting for full confirmation. The deal never got signed after that, right? And then this was Kevin Warsh, rate decision, plus summary of economic projections, all pointing towards a hawkish policy, okay? So this is them saying inflation is high, oil is spiking up, rates need to be higher for longer, and gold absolutely plummeted at the rate decision and after. But in the following daily candle, before the day was even over, and then in the following daily candle, we got a complete retracement of nearly 70% of that move got retraced. But that sentiment was still very, very strong. So now what had happened after everybody got shaken out, those late sellers got shaken out, that's when the market made the continuation move, and it happened the following day. So this is the move that I capitalized on, and I waited because I understand. I don't care, man. Like volatility, volume's always going to exist in the market, and opportunities are endless, right? If I just understand what's going on with what I trade, right? I trade gold, and right now, if I know that sentiment is hawkish, then the following daily candle, I can just short. I can just go short when the opportunity presents itself. And that's the main thing, is that when you see a big candle like this, you know, oh shit, something happened here. I click it, it's a hawkish Fed dots higher for longer path sparks a gold sell-off, right? Because that's what they said. Fed held rates, but projections show higher for longer. Remember, markets are forward looking. So we always have to look at their tone, what they're saying, and that's what the markets start pricing in. And then the following day, we just had a complete continuation. And eventually that low got taken back out because that sentiment lasted a week and a half. So now, don't get caught up in FOMO. If there's a lesson in this, understand what happens tomorrow. And Sebastian from Team Market will be here to walk you guys through as the headlines come out. We'll be breaking what that means for impact on oil, on gold, on NASDAQ, on ES, on crypto, on dollar. Guys, because it's all easy to understand. And once it starts clicking, you guys are going to use this as confluence in the way you execute and become absolute beasts, man. I'm excited to be here. And thank you guys for giving me the time to just speak my mind, speak what I'm building, and what I'm very, very proud of our team and just this entire Chart Fanatics collaboration. Because listen, man, I used to be a guy watching Riz's podcast since it started. Like, I was someone who was just watching Riz's podcast for so long. And last December, I met Riz for the first time. We went out to dinner. And it's just like, dude, I went from a viewer to someone who's working, collaborating with Chart Fanatics. I have my own business. It's just cool things happen when you're just working to become the best version of yourself. So if there's something to take away from here, is that we want to be trading like the next 30-year self of us would be proud of. We don't want to be trading like a monkey. We've evolved way past that. So guys, I'm not going to take up any more time. Thank you guys so much. Ertan, I'll leave it to you, man.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Nilab. And Hunt, can we get some W's in the chat, please?
Appreciate you guys.
Thank
man.
you so much, my bro. We'll speak soon.
Yes, sir. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, man. All right, chat. So we are wrapping up the London session and we are heading into the New York session very, very shortly in about 2 minutes' time. I hope that everybody had a really good stream today. We had, a really good session. I personally didn't take any trades. I actually missed my GU trade today, but a lot of you guys actually took it, which was sick. So really, really happy with that. Yeah, man, it's time to lock off the day. Big up everybody as well. Well, sorry, lock off the London session. Sorry, don't go anywhere because New York session is about to start. So be prepared for that. And tomorrow should be a big day as well. So anyway, that is me for today. Don't go anywhere because the New York session is coming up really, really soon. But big shouts to Nilab and also Janko Trades as well. So yeah, man, lots of love, guys. And we will see you back very, very shortly. Peace.
What's up, everyone? I'm back. Welcome to Chart Fanatics TV for the new people joining us. My name is Pavlovic. I'm an order flow trader. I'm also specifically a student of Fabio Valentini. And yeah, I'm gonna trade Nasdaq today. I always trade Nasdaq, and yeah, looking forward for this session. Let me just take up the meeting. Second, I'm gonna take up the chat. How is everybody doing? How has the week been for you guys? Hello, hello, hello. Time for our boy. What's up, Sleep Cheap? Luki, Matt. Hello. How are you doing? I'm good, doing great. How are you guys? Hi, Fao. Great to have you back. Hello, Soren. Glad to be back. It's gonna be an interesting day. Yesterday, I did some PM session trading. I managed to fund one account, and today I'm looking to pass 2 more accounts. I'm going quite heavy on these eval accounts because, yeah, either I pass them now or they will have to rebuild me, and I'm not looking to get rebuilt. I came in at a really good price, and I want to get rebuilt at full price. Hello, what's up, Bible? How is everybody doing? Okay, so let's see. Shall we go to the chart and start looking at what we have for today? Hopefully this doesn't mess up anything. Maybe I can do it like this. Yeah, you guys can see my screen now. Let's build a narrative for today. I'm going to load this one. Just want to make sure it doesn't mess up anything. Okay, no, it looks good. What's up, Z? Any plans on taking trades on gold? Nope. Only Nasdaq. Only Nasdaq. Nasdaq is my sweetheart. I am loyal. No, but yeah, I only trade Nasdaq. Okay, let's look. What happened yesterday compared to the day before? So yeah, since actually we shifted lower on this day, we were bearish for Monday, so yesterday. And if we look at it, it came to value area high, rejected to the tick, sent it lower, and we're building a B shape right now. This is screaming bearish. One thing though we have to check is, okay, where are we right now? We're at 28,000 at the dot. Let me see. Let me just mark out where that is. It's pretty much here. This is where price is at the moment. Okay, and we have a B shape and we have shifted lower in value. For me, that's bearish, super bearish. So how I will, what I will want to do today is, we got 2 opportunities that I can think of before we get anything. We got IVB, so we got the opening range. If you break down, retest, we can send it lower, or price comes up to value area high, look for absorption to send it lower. So that can be the game plan. And the third one, which is, if you pay attention to the right and left side, you see how we have low volume here, right? All the way. If we accept higher here, I'm going to take a long to aim higher to fill this, and this can go quite fast. Okay, let me see. Is that clear for everyone? Hello, BR. How are you, bro? I'm good, bro. How are you guys? Okay, that's gonna be my bias for today, so I'm leaning towards being bearish. Okay, let's go back to 1 minute. Let's see what's happening in pre-market. We have a range. We're at the VWAP as of now. Okay, interesting. I'm really curious to see if we accept higher or not. Okay, and then I have it on my left side also. Okay, I have everything ready now. Hi, Pavlovich. Good to see you again here. Thank you. What's up? Oi, aha, ahat. Sorry if I mispronounce it. Hello. Bro, your analysis is so clear. Yeah, I like to keep my trading as well. Like, simple. Less is more. I'm glad you like it, Glass. Okay, bello. We're gonna have more people joining. I know that from my community, everyone joins the last minute. And I'm gonna get the question a lot, like, what's your bias? But it's fine, we can recap it for them. So I'm gonna wait for some more people to join. And then if I have to recap, maybe we can have more. That's correct, Ahat. Oh shit, that's a cool name. Ahat. Did I pronounce it correct? Ahat. Hello, Ledge. What's up, JC? Guys, how has your week been going? Are you guys up? Down? Yes. Nice. Cool. Consumer confidence figures today with apparently carry more weight than usual due to FOMC. Yeah, we got FOMC. Let me just take that up really quickly. Okay, you guys can see we have this on Trading Nomads now. Wow, wait. We got FOMC tomorrow's. Yeah, tomorrow FOMC. That means usually we have a choppy day before that. Yeah. And tomorrow as well. You know, the day before FOMC, I have it's like from my own experience though, when I've been trading it, maybe 8 out of 10 days, 8 out of 10 times, we have a choppy market. Nothing happens because we're waiting for it. Yeah, your community is the 5 min before open, boys. You used to start stream earlier. What made you do the 5 min before open? You know, Sleep Trip. Since we knew that people joined so late, like many people join exactly when market opens. It's like, let's just wait for 5 minutes before market open, because then yeah, if I have to recap my daily bias and so on, I just have to say it once and not 15 times. Are you looking Nasdaq? Yeah, this is Nasdaq. Yeah, correct. Wait, you guys can see my top part. Okay, yeah, this is Nasdaq. Flat on the week so far. Okay, nice, well done. Best advice I ever gotten was righty tighty. What the heck? Okay. Hello, Planetary. When will option levels update? Soon. We have a timer for that. Let me make sure everything looks good. Moment. Yeah, I want to see. You can't trust the technical everything so much. You have to be, because I have these apps now that I'm building and so on. So you can't be too trustworthy. Stuff always breaks. Okay, nice. Seems like everything is running great. In 3 minutes, it should be updated. Thanks. Love the streamer life, having to repeat yourself got to you. How long have you been going, right? Since 7 months now. No, wait. Soon 8 months of streaming. Wow. That went super fast. Which EMA you have on the screen now? This is VWAP, not EMA. So that's VWAP. Are you in a trade right now? If not, what's our bias? What's our bias for today? I'm bearish. I'm leaning bearish today. But no, I'm not in a trade. You will see me when I'm in a trade. I'm going to enter and yeah, all my trades are visible. Stops are meant to be broke. Okay, let me just... One moment, guys. Nice. Everything's running. Okay. Hi, can you volume profile from the last 4 days when moving down started to see heavy delta levels overall? I want to learn how you implemented this if it's possible. Thank you. Wait, okay, let me see. What do you say? Hi, can you show volume profile from the last 4 days? Okay, let me take this up then if you want to see. From the last 4, why specifically 4 days? I always look like yesterday only because it's the, yeah, we don't usually move past like 2 days. Like, for example, if you look at this, if we're gonna try, we usually we're gonna play in this area, if anything. That's like the expected move day because it follows the ADR, average daily range. We don't usually, so looking past 4 days all the way down back here is, yeah, I don't know. The fourth one I wouldn't count. I wouldn't look at it. Maybe you can look at this one. How I would interpret this is pretty simple. If you mean for the delta levels, we can see this. I would just mark out most significant. Where did the sellers, for example, step in the most? And this is how I would use it. I would not look, maybe I would not look at the value area high and low on this. I would pay attention to the delta levels. I would pay attention to the high volume nodes. So where POC is. Overall, based on all of these, this is where the most significant ones was. Yeah, that's how I would mark that up. And besides from that, nothing more. Only delta levels and high volume nodes. I will not pay attention too much to the low value area low and high, as it becomes because I like to do. Let me take up my 1 minute again. I always like to look at yesterday static levels. If I have to plot out and like base my own idea, it's like it becomes too discretionary. I like to have static levels. That's why I love yesterday's RTH volume profile. It's there. It's gonna stay there. Like it's not gonna change. Got it. Earnings also later this week for a few companies. Okay. What's up, Joe? I saw when Fabio did Monday that he finds some heavy buyers possibly down somewhere. Okay. Hello, Alexio. Okay, we are joining. People are joining now. More and more. It's gonna be an interesting day. We got FOMC tomorrow, so I don't know if we can expect that much happening today. Maybe we get only chop. Hey, Pav, hope you're having a good day. I'm having a great day. What's up, Eldron? Fancy seeing you here. What's up? Okay, we got 30 minutes left. And then we got market open. By the way, guys, giveaways. Join the Discord. You have, just look at these beautiful deals at the bottom of the stream. You also have 9% with Apex, Ola Prime, 20%, 25% with Trizella, a lot more stuff. And we have giveaways on Discord, so make sure to join. Like. Okay, let's see. By the way, I saw some news from, where is he? Mr. Orange Guy. Where is Mr. Trump? This guy nuked. What the hell did he post? He's gonna... It'll be interesting to see what's gonna happen in the world with Iran and America. But Mr. Trump is spitting out a lot of tweets, like a lot of stuff. The market is gonna... Where's the link? Chart Fanatics Discord. You can write. Discord. There you go. There you go. What's your percentage on passing accounts? I have 12%, and I'm thinking that is pretty bad. How much do you risk per trade? Like when you try to pass an account on an eval, are you going super heavy? If you're going super heavy, then it makes sense. Like if you have 12%, but if you have like stable, if I trade it normally, 5 MNQ, okay. So what's your risk? Like 200 bucks, 300? It depends. Like if I trade it normally, then it's 100% because it's, yeah, I'm gonna pass it, but it's gonna take some time, pretty much. So it's a 100% for me to pass it. But if I trade super heavy, then of course, bro, it goes down. It goes down really much because I'm risking too much. And if I lose one trade, which is gonna happen, then bye-bye account. But yeah. But trading normally, 100%. Sometimes 2, sometimes 7. Ooh. So your risk management isn't on point then. Because if you're if you're trading different, oh, it depends. No, it depends. You maybe, how much are you risking? How much are you risking per trade? $200? What it means normally. Normally for me would be risking $200 every trade, taking same setup. That would be normal for me. And then you have, yeah, like Z here, full port. Full port is, and then I trade MNQ. So $200, that's like 3 MNQ contracts. Like 1, 2, not the mini contracts, only MNQ, micro. Got 9 minutes left. Wow, I think we're gonna have a choppy day, guys. Let me just mark out some stuff. For some reason, you can't mark out now on the daily profile chart. It's like a new update. I use 5 minutes, no jokes, like on eval and funded. What? 5 minutes on a 50K account? But don't you lose the account if it just goes against you like some points? That's super high risk. Okay, on eval, maybe I can get, you want to pass it, you want to be done, yada yada, but on funded, I use tight stops. Well, are you trading on the 1 minute or on like 15 second? 5 minutes. Let me just, yeah, okay, I'm definitely not gonna do something on this one. I'm gonna go on sim account just to see how it looks. 5 minutes. Whoa. So you risk something like this, and you have only this much. If it goes against you, that's kaput account. How is that working for you? Maybe it works for you. Rhythmic, which one is it? Today we go this one. Oh shit. Yeah, nice. Make sure I'm not in a trade. When I have possible AAA setup, I have 5-10 point stop loss with. Okay. But how is your pass rate 12%? 5 minutes. Wait, Andre. I know you've been in my streams as well. What are you trading? What models are you using? What's up, Sherry? Sponsor me, please. Okay. 1 minute. Actually, lately I've been using 500 volume chart. Okay, how's it going? How has it been treating you? If I have to put stop loss, like 30-point stop loss, I will go with 2 MNQ. Okay. I use 5 micros, lol. It is too risky. No, it depends. Like 5 micros, what is it? $300 risk? It's pretty good on a 50k. But you know, on a funded, I always go with $50 risk. I really don't go above it because it's, yeah, losing doesn't kill your account. First of all, doesn't kill your mental. Doesn't like. It's super easy to handle it, at least for me, at least. So not risking too much, you know. Say I lose 3 trades in a day, in a row on a funded, minus 150. Okay. That's 1 trade. That's 1 win, and I'm back for 50k account. It can be good for evil. I was going through my journal, but I put the filter to mean reverter model trades, and all I saw was red. Meanwhile, breakouts were so positive. There you go, Sherry. That's the power of collecting your data. The power of journaling. You see, like you mentioned here, going mean reversion, you have red days majority of the time, but going for breakouts, you have green days. And that's why I only trade breakouts, actually. Pretty much. But you see how good it is to... And yeah, so just trade breakouts. Spoofy guy. Do you want me to spoof? I'm gonna start placing limit orders everywhere on demo. Do you usually trade minis? No, I don't usually do it. I can do it in a PM session like yesterday. Yeah, then I can trade minis because the market is not as volatile. It's pretty much more stable and it's so much smoother to trade. Then I can maybe, and then 1 mini. But on funded, no. I am full focus on risk management. I like preserving my capital. That's my #1 rule. So I'm not using minis on a 2k account if I have a 50k account. Funded. Fabio model plus quant levels. Okay. 12% though. What's your win rate? Win rate, profit factor, sharp, expectancy. What is stop loss? Stop loss. Stop loss is... Wait. Is the quality good? Yeah, it looks good. What's up, Banga? Pavlovich, when you have time, can you improve the journaling in a TN app a bit? Yeah. What if you have some request, send it in. But Alexio, this things we're gonna do now because we have finished Teenage. We're gonna now start. We actually just got the data for TN options. We're building that. Once that's done, then we're gonna make everything more robust, secure, and then we can start to improve the existing stuff. But let's make everything we have now just much better, and then we can go from there. How have you been? How have you been find the GEX levels? How have you been find the GEX levels? Do you mean how he's been treating? How he's been trading with the GEX levels? It's quite cool. It's I call it the invisible levels because it's like levels that you don't see on the chart, of course, but they really work. They really do. Now when we get for TN options more, we're gonna update the TN options app. We have live GEX levels and all of that. So you see the strike level, the gamma for each strike level. You will see market regime, negative or positive. Yeah. Then I'm gonna tap more into that. It means like remember some stuff. Yeah. Do you watch NQ and execute on MEQ? Yeah, correct. Did you trade Asia or just New York PM? New York PM. What market is this? New York. Nasdaq. No risk, no 400-inch TV. Full port. What's up, Matthias? Where do you prefer to get the suggestion for the journey for later? Mail. Email me. Email me. Have you found a model using them? No, but my team is working on it right now. We are gonna work on fixing like some option levels models, and then we're gonna share it with you guys. Some really profitable, statistically profitable, not just testing it for 1 week. No. I want at least 3 years, 5. I don't know, 5. I saw your story. Nice. Yeah, it was good. It was a good. I really liked the PM session yesterday. It was super smooth. I feel like New York Open the past 2 months, because it's summer months, but hasn't been like smooth sailing at all. It's been quite dull, really. Okay, we're open up now. Hopefully we don't have any issues with Ninja Trader today as well for T and Edge. 55 to 70. Wait, you got 55 to 75% win rate, but I have around 30 trades a day. When it's good from the beginning, I would just... That's actually really good. Wait, 55 to 75% win rate. I actually found that I can get all order flow tools that you have for free on Quant Tower. Nah, it's impossible. No, Banga, that's impossible. This data costs a lot. They would not give that for free. What's your pre-market routine? Daily profile framing, always. Want to see what my bias will be for today or not. It's more like a narrative. It's not gonna decide, okay, I'm just gonna take sales. Yeah, daily profile framing. Quote report, I like to look at what happened yesterday, news, all of that. So news, daily profile framing, and quote report. That's my go-to. Usually I do only quote report on Mondays, but yeah. For every day, just daily profile and news. All of which I look at MEs and trade them. Do you think it's better for me to look at ES and trade? If you look at big trades, definitely is. Definitely is. I would not look at big trades on MNQ or MES. But yeah, definitely look at ES if you want to plot like volume and all of that. Touch grass and have a sip of coffee. If you mean that routine, my pre-market routine. Wake up, fix myself, go out with the dog, eat some good breakfast, shower, shave. I always shave every day, actually, because I have these G's, bro. I can shave today, tomorrow I'm gonna have it's like it's growing like grass, man. Touch some grass. Actually, I have to go out in the nature. I like to take a walk with my dog, right? So we go through the nature. It's mandatory. Yeah, I always have to come into the market calm. If I don't come into the market calm, and I don't know how you say it in English, but it's called sansad in Swedish, then it's not gonna benefit me a lot today. Not maybe gonna be a good day. What market is this? Nasdaq. Seeing price reject the Proxima yesterday previous session. Seeing price reject the Proxima yesterday pre-New York. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see. We only react. We never predict. Hello, Mohammed. I'm good, brother. How are you? Have a Red Bull. I really, energy drinks, I've never been a fan of it. And I don't think I'm ever gonna start drinking it. That shit is not good, guys. Really. It's not good for your health. Are you guys drinking energy drinks? I know some, okay, I get it if you drink coffee and so on, but energy drinks is, nah. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, pre-market nothing to trade for me. I don't trade. Okay. Yeah, pretty much what is it? They will just walk in the woods, in nature with my dog, shave, shower, eat breakfast. Okay, then I also work before, but yeah, I have my company, this and that to run. Big stuff. I shave my beard every other day as well. It's so annoying. Trust me, I know. What's up, Mac? I'm sure you caught some nice move yesterday. Your type of your beard must be super charged, growing faster. Yeah, it's growing super fast. Wow, look at these sellers. Wait, where is my delta level? Why don't I have my delta on the right side? Oi. Okay, let me see if I can fix that. Yeah. Then I can load it. Bello. Nice. Okay. Look at all these buys trying to push price higher. See if they fail. If they fail, I would want to look maybe for a small scalp. Keep in mind, always pre-IVB, I always risk a little, not a lot. Now it actually looks much better for a long. Look at the CFD behavior. See if I accept. Look at the delta on the right side. Oh, we're gonna ping pong here, and yeah, let's wait a little. What's up, Kairos? Hello, everyone. White Monster is goated. Nice. Energy drink. Drink water. Water. Nothing, not energy drink. Water. Are you on 5-minute time? No, 1 minute. I'm assuming everyone... Pav, are you able to open code report? Because always less compare pre... it doesn't... I can't share that screen. But wait, JC, what? Can you elaborate what you have found? What's up, Z? That's why I don't want. That's why I don't want ping pong. Caffeine gets you dialed in sometimes. Hey, sure. If it works for you, fine. I haven't found, like, I don't like, if I'm too energetic when I come into the market. Look at the sellers, by the way, on the right side. Oi. What is it? We're gonna have a free fall today as well? I love it. Don't get me wrong, but damn, we just open up. You can see at the bottom we have buyers stepping in a lot on the 5-minute profile, but sellers are pushing. Okay, let's see if these buyers fail. If they fail, I want to take the short. Okay, let me jump in. Tight scalp. Let me remove IVB. Okay, I like it. You know, I don't like this market because it can go like whipsaw you out quite fast. So usually on these type of days, I like to just take all the profits I get. Everything. Get me every profit you can give me. That's one. Just getting some, because it's like I'm building a little buffer for when my real model comes up. And then I can risk even more or just risk the profits that I got. And that's a free trade for today. That's at least how I do it. But yeah, I really don't like... If I take a trade here, I'd kill it here. What about sparkling water? Hey, it's also good. Water, whatever you guys want. You want, drink tea, water, tea. Whatever fits you. Just don't drink energy drinks, please. It's not good for your health. Okay, nice. We start the day with 1 win. Small scalping. We're gonna keep falling. I'm jumping in. I'm looking at the right side. Look at the delta. Oh, I see some buyers on the 5 minutes right now at the bottom. They stepped in a lot. We have to accept below if I want to take a short here. Before that, I'm not gonna do it. That was fast as lightning, bro. Yeah, this is fast scalping. Just to build buffer, nothing. So I like to take these. Guys, I don't like hyper scalping like this. I prefer actually taking 1 trade or 2 a day and then just letting it run. I'm transitioning more into a swing trader. Actually, that's where I make the most money in trading. And it makes sense. Dancing in and out, you're taking a lot of risk and quite consistently. But swing trading, you take maybe 1 scalp, 1 trade or so. That's it. Wider stop, not dancing. Bello, bello, bello. Smash the like button, guys. Yesterday, what CME group launched cash set of single stock futures July featuring the Yeah. I think somebody mentioned Harzbullah or something said this in the stream yesterday. Are you in 1 minute? Yeah. 1 minute time frame. Your screen can't see what pair. It's Nasdaq. It's Nasdaq. Thank you. I know it's not showing around the screen, right? No. Guys, how is the quality? Is my screen blurry for you guys or is it good? Look at the sellers at the right side. Look at the sellers. I'm trying it. I'm giving it a shot. Just purely because of this. But if they fail now, then we get stopped out quite fast. But I'm going to risk my profits. Let's see if they keep stepping in. Oi, oi, oi. Buyer stepping in. Let's see if we get the push. Here we go. I can actually remove this and just trade my stop loss. Nothing more than that. Trailing it. I'm taking all of this with me. Okay. Small win. We keep going. Let me make sure I'm on the correct account. We are at Gex level. I don't have Gex today. I'm not looking at it. I'm gonna start looking at it soon. Where are you planning to set up the trade? Clear for me. For this to set up my trade for today, the big one, or my go-to. In 70 minutes, that's when we get my IVB activation. However, we have statistics on this. Listen really carefully. If the opening range is super wide or super, like it's big, the probability of IVB working for that day is much lower. Much lower. And it has to do, based on what we found out, is the ADR and expected move for the day. And just logically, if we move super long, it's like a lot of points in the opening before IVB sets in, and then we get the IVB, like the move has already pretty much happened. So trying to take a continuation, it's much less probability. But if we have a ranging open, so we have a tight range, for example, say this is where IVB low is, and we have something like this. When we break out, which is something we got to learn from Fabio Valentini, the denser the range is, the bigger the breakout. So if we have a range, we break out, this is much higher. It's a lot higher probability that we will get the expansion to reach protection level, target 1, 2, and 3. So from the looks of it, now, because I'm building the narrative for you guys live, what I'm thinking, we are expanding so much in the beginning. I don't know if I'm going to look for an IVB continuation later. But it's not guaranteed, of course. And like always, yeah, we trade what is given to us. We can't predict anything. Maybe I forgot to mention, guys, this is not financial advice. This is only the education and for entertainment. What are you trading today? Nasdaq. Okay, we took two wins, 2 small scalps. 1-to-1s. We're building volume at the bottom. Oh, we're just pushing. What's going on? What the hell? I like this. Can remove this for now. Look at the buyers on the right side. Okay, I have 2 wins. Some good profits. I'm gonna only risk the profits that I made. Sellers are trying at the bottom. Failing. Opa. Okay, good. Let's see if we get some small correction or something. Opa. Now we got some buyers stepping in. This is what Fabio calls the momentum candle. Why the hell do I have the OC thing? I don't like it. If these sellers fail at the bottom, I'm killing the trade quite fast. Let's see if we can squeeze out small profit. If I see hesitation, failing, I'm killing the trade. I go break even here. I don't want to see these sellers at the right side fail. No chance. Give me the push. Nice. And we're just falling. Okay, break even. That was a little delay. What the hell was that? You see why I didn't want to let it have my stop loss higher? Because if these sellers at the right side failed, there's a big chance we go up like this. Okay, nice. I love it. Ready for FOMC tomorrow, FOMC. Then you know if full port it. What's your plan for today after this opening? Well, that don't think I'm gonna look for continuation actually. Maybe a reversal, maybe a retrace back up to VWAP. Based on what's happening, we expanded quite a lot in the beginning, and yeah, For my TM members, how is RTH gap? It's not signaling. What's up with Ninja Trader? We have an expected move down to 27,619 though, based on the statistics. Let's see. Wow, that's a quite a far way down. Wait. 27,619. All the way down here. An expected move based on statistics. Now buyers. Opa, look at the buyers stepping in. Okay, there's your correction. We're going back up to VWAP maybe, huh? Let's plot the IVB. I can also look at the volume profile. Oh, okay. Now, if we break above these sellers, look where we reject from as well in this area. If we break above these sellers, where they were the most strongest in this whole down move, I'm anticipating maybe then a move back up to VWAP. But let's see. What's up, Rio? We have news at 10 a.m. I don't see anything on my end. Maybe it's some small. Aha, okay. Crude oil inventory. No, it's at 4:30 p.m. No, we don't have anything today. I don't see anything. Just consumer thing. Consumer companies, but not sure what time it is. I don't think it's gonna be. Nah, it doesn't seem like it's something big. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what's we maybe gonna stay here for a while. We had quite a big move. Let's look at CVD. Who is pushing? Who is not? Opa. So sellers didn't push so much, but we got so much results. Now buyers are really stepping in. Look at the foot. Look at how they're putting their foot on the pedal. Pushing. Okay, like I said, if we accept above, I'm looking for a long because we destroyed their last line of defense. So where they were the most strongest in this down movement. If you trade above it, yeah, then for me at least, it looks like we have shifted. However, volume is building at the bottom. If you look at the current days developing RTH profile, clearly we are bearish. So it's a little counter trend, but let's see. Look how they're rejecting it 2 times now. And we also have another agenda where we can like build volume at the bottom before we decide what we want to do. Yes, dollar also still just accumulating. Talking about breakout, there goes another big W in the bank signature, 3 tries some new work. There you go, Sherry. This is what I mean. That's why I only trade momentum breakout. Mean reversion, it's statistically, and it makes sense. Like if you look at Fabio Valentino, our mentor, he doesn't trade it. Why? Because it's not, he doesn't make money on it. Sure, he can win some trades on it, but he says like it's not worth it. And I saw it quite fast. In the beginning, I tried to take it because I wanted to execute. When I started to learn about what the Fabio teaches us. But then after, I was like, man, I'm just losing. Why do I? No point. I can win maybe 2 out of 10 times. Like, is it worth it? No, no, no. Okay, it looks like we slowed down and we're building value now. Makes sense after all of this. Any plans on taking a trade today? We took 3 trades already. 2 wins, 1 break even. I don't plan on taking a trade. I wait for opportunities to present. So I don't plan. Just observing. If it appears, I will take it. If it doesn't, I won't take it. Simple as that. Lost some trades. Okay, it's okay. Bounce back. Lock in. That's part of the trade. That's part of the journey. Actually, that's part of the job. We all lose. We all lose. By the way, look at the right side. Look at the buy stepping in. I'm really curious to see what happens. If we accept below these, look at the right side. You see the delta? Oh, look how they are entering. I might try something like this. A breakout. So I'm anticipating that these have to cover themselves if we push lower. Where would I cover myself? Well, above the absorption. Small risk, small risk. Let's see if if the idea plays out. Or if we're going to accept back into and we have officially created the range. No. Accepted back into value. Okay. Range confirmed. Okay, now I'm just going to sit on my hands a little. Which absorption is more strong? The one that has 60 buy contra on the week, or 60 buy contra on delta on footprints on? It's gonna show 60 at my end either way. Wait, what do you mean, Antar? Can you elaborate? Where are you planning to set up next trade? As of now, nothing. If we accept above that delta level, then I might look for a long there. If we accept now below, I might look for continuation play. What a quiet chat. Mine's at work. I think, yeah, we have a moving asset today and people are dialed in. People are really focused. But it's good. It's good. When we have, I've noticed like when it makes sense. Like when we have a ranging market, that's when the chat is going like crazy. Okay, wait, we might have the move that I was thinking about. Look at the right side. Who is pushing, who is not? I can see buyers are stepping in a lot at the bottom on the 5-minute. So I'm gonna take small risk. Really simple. If we break down, they have to cover themselves. We may push. We may get a squeeze. On this is a breakout. I want to go break even really fast. So I'm gonna hover the break even button because if it might snap back quite fast. Oh, what is this fill, man? No, that's so bad. The fill was up here and we got filled here. Oh my god. Okay. That's a loss. That's so... happens. We go next. I'm really curious now to see if we accept back up. Look at all of the sellers on the right side. They're failing now. Want to see the candle, see how it behaves. Why is it so slow on execution? Do you guys see the OC group thing I get? Look, OC group. Why the hell do I even get this? I turn it off like 50 times, but once again, it always appears. Remove this from me. I don't want this shit. That garbage shit. Like, look at this. We got shitty feel again. Are you joking with me? Oh, man. Take me, give me the profits. I want the risk I got from, I want it back from the loss I got here. What a garbage. Was it easy to transition from trading view to deep charts? I was trading on top step actually before. You cannot see the right. You cannot see it. Shit. I don't know. I don't control this, guys. Maybe I can do it like this then. I don't know how I can stop. Man, what are these fills? I was looking at this level. You see how the sellers were failing at this, right? Wait, let me see if you can see it. Because my image is in the way. Okay, there you go. Now I can see that you can see it. You see the sellers here at the right side? They were failing at the bottom. So what I was looking for was this. We close above, we go down, test it, and then flick. The second it flicked, I went long, but then I got that OC piece of shit confirmation, and I got filled up here instead. Like, it's disgusting. It's fine. We made back the loss, and we're up. So we have 3 wins, 1 break even, and 1 loss today. I'm gonna keep scalping. I like the way we move today. Sellers at the top. Look at that. Okay, he moved it. Okay, bello. So now I can show you guys this. So you can see the delta levels on the right side. Perfect. Thank you, producer. I'm looking at the delta at the sell levels. Maybe take a long here if we accept above. We have poke right below us. It's not so nice, as it's a magnet. However, I want to see us challenge these delta levels at the top. Buyers stepping in. Look at that. Big buyers. They have to accept above if I'm going to even try something here. If they don't, we go back to poke. We're gonna diddle in the middle. We don't want to trade there. There we go. Back to poke. So let me show you my game plan for this now. So you see the sellers here at the right side now. I pay attention to these buyers as well. So if they're stepping in and we see a lot of buyers, they're pushing that, they're trying to push, and then we accept above these sellers, I want to take along. Where would I aim? Well, we have the most problematic area up here, the delta level. Okay, look at the sellers. Let me try it. I saw this seller step in, the buyer step in here, and it looks super good. Let's just trail the stop loss. Simple as that. Take out some profit. There you go. Push it. Okay, plus 39. Do you guys like this scalping? I can do it sometimes because it's not so good for your mental health. Like I'm being honest, like it's not jumping in and out 50 times. It's not the best. Opa, look at the seller here. I want to give it a shot. I saw these sellers as well. Failing. Go break even. I anticipated a squeeze. Because if we squeeze above this delta level, take me to the take me to the moon. I'm looking at the view up as well. I want to see if we maybe can revisit. Look to the touch, how we touch this. Yo, yo, yo. No, bro, too fast for me. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Sometimes I have to do it because it's good to build a buffer. I know we have some people that are like 15-second scalpers. Now that's a whole different beast. I'm gonna be honest. That's like, I'm gonna try it. Look at the buyer stepping in on the right side. Risking 35. If we fail here, take me out. It's okay. Fail. Okay. I was eyeing this delta level. I was like, if I want to take the squeeze, because if you get the squeeze, we go up to view up really fast and it's a quick scalp. Only thing negative with this is like the other reason why I don't like scalping that much is because of the commissions. Not as good. How can I use the delta levels? What you're showing? Deep charts. Go on deep charts. You can get it there. Buffer, better mental health. Yeah, for sure, for sure. If you're gonna do some buffer scalping, you know, we can call it buffer scalping. By the way, just really quickly, do you see how many times we reacted to the significant delta level? 1, 2, 3 times on the dot. And we failed again. I was trying a breakout trade here. But yeah, if you're gonna do buffer scalping, small size. You see me risk $30 per trade, not 200, 30. And I take profit at 30 as well, like 1-to-1, 1-to-1. Go fast. Build it up, build it up. Can you trade any broker with deep charts? I haven't connected, but yeah, you can trade. You can use Josh Schwab's. You can use what is that other broker called? Can't recall the name of it. Yeah, you can pretty much connect anyone to it. Good resistance. Yeah, AIBKR. All right, what was it? I forgot. Yeah, this range is annoying. I like how we saw that it would start building a range. We just looked at CVD and saw that, okay, it's planing out. So I'm going to look for longs in this area and shorts in this area. Or breakouts to 2V up. So I have a lot of like room to test, to trade what is presented. We're back at value area low soon. I'm gonna look for longs, not financial advice, always. If I see sellers like this on the right side failing. So exactly like the trade we took before. Interactive brokers, yeah. I didn't get that part about the delta. Where can I get that? Down here. Can you guys see my bottom? No, you cannot see. Okay. Oh, okay. It's not gonna show because we have the sponsor banner there now. At the left bottom of this window, you press it's like a computer, whatever, indicators toolbar, that's what it's called. And then you press DIY delta profile. And then you will get it, you will get this indicator. If you are on deep charts. On other platforms, no, I don't know. Gamma negative. I haven't checked. I didn't check options today. Pablo, are you planning to use deep dome? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're at poke. Okay, let's see. We have 2 losses, 3-4 wins, 1 break even. No, 2 break evens as well. I like it. We had quite good scalping. We are up today. Why would you not use options flow, gang? I'm fixing. We're getting another options data provider. I'm too busy with fixing all of that. I'm not even that dialed in right now at like trading options, using them right now. But yeah, I'm gonna use them when it's done. I mean, when I see absorption of big trades, 50 contracts minimum, or sellers footprint delta often show relative neutral delta, but sometimes they are buyer or sellers being absorbed with. Which is more reliable? So either big trades or footprint with delta. Footprint with delta, it might be little volume. You know what? Send me, yeah, big trades or footprint delta. Okay. It's the same thing, to be honest. Footprint delta is a big trade is just immediate order flow print. So whatever you see, it's like the biggest fish, which you also see at footprint. I guess footprint delta, it's more granular. You see, get more information. By the way, look at the right side. Okay, we have same idea now. Seller stepping in, trying to push lower. I want to either see them fail or win. If they win, we have IVB activation. If they fail, we go back up. But before they fail, I like to see a test to then go. Or we just send it higher. Look at them trying to push it. Okay, now you guys can see it, right? We had the producer has fixed. Yeah, you can see it. Look at the I'm paying attention to the right side, the delta level. Are we gonna succeed or are we gonna fail? Bam! Look, oof, how they're pushing now. By the way, for my teen options users, where do we have the put support? So I know I don't short into a put support. Opa. Okay, let's see. We got the IVB now. Sellers are pushing, buyers are stepping in. Look at that. They're trying to defend. They're defending. Sellers lost at the bottom. I love these tools, man. You get so much information. There's the retest. IBB is activated. But the real question is now, are we going to accept back into value or are we going to go? This was the problem. Okay, let me try it. I like the retest. Let me try it. Let's see. I want to see us go past where we had problem before. But if this fails, we go back up and we are in a range. Wow. Yeah. We accept the backup. That was my first attempt. Let's see if we get another one. Okay, how did that take me out? Wasn't my stop loss was above here? I'm gonna take this, give it some more room to go. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, big trade. What is IVB? Initial value balance. First 30 minutes, you have 30 minutes, 50 minutes, and 1 hour as well. Damn, it's like watching a movie, seeing the battle between sellers and buyers. It's so cool. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Something I'm doing now is I'm taking a little wider stop. Because recently we have had the IVB workout, but with a tight stop loss, it like takes you out quite often. So I'm going to give it some more room and cover myself above the big sellers. So the delta sellers, the delta level and the big sellers. This one. And yeah. So it becomes a little more swing, intraday swing. Kinda, but not really. Because it's still scalping. We are covered above where they had previously been the strongest. Okay, let's look at the interaction between buyers and sellers. Wow, they're defending. I can see at the bottom, we're building a B shape on the 5 minute with a lot of buyers at the bottom. But if we go through them now, I think we can go quite far now. That's my attempt. Let's see how it goes. Opa, where the hell did you saw that? How they all just spawned up from out? It was like, did it have a delay or what? Look at the buyers. Whoa. Yeah, I hope I don't get a Trump tweet now in a and I get stopped up here. They're really fighting. Look at this. Look how they're fighting it out. If these sellers lose, not good. But let's see. By the way, this is the retest with absorption, which is muy bien. But we have to see a flick here if I would take something more. Because then I would add, because this is more of my backtested model. Wow. Lot of volume. I don't like how they are destroying these. Okay, let's see if we get the breakout. Have you done any data testing on which time frame is Tasimos? Yeah, 30 min for sure. By far. 15 is more aggressive. 30 min is more stable and more like robust. And like, I'm gonna add here. I'm gonna add another contract. Same cover. Let's risk this. I like the reaction. See if we get continuation. So $156 risk. If it fails, that's it. It failed. Okay. Look for next. But yeah, 30 minutes by far the best. 50 minutes is more aggressive. But it's also really good. But yeah, definitely 30 minutes. Are you taking a trade on what if? Yeah, I took a trade. We're taking 7 trades today. So we have, what is it? 3 losses, 4 wins, 2 break evens. We accepted back into value. I'm still looking at the IVB though, because it's, I'll just be a flick out. What's your thoughts on view up bends? 1, 2, 3. 2 and 3 is really good from my understanding, like from what I've heard as well. From Andrea, Chimi, and Fabio. 2 and 3 is the most thing. So standard deviation 2 and 3. They are really good. I'm really curious if we're gonna get the breakout. Forming a B shape at today's current developing profile. No, we accepted back. We failed on the breakout. And we're back at view at POC. Come on, market, dump it. Dump it. How's it going for you guys? I am currently break even. We went more size on that one. Yeah, I'm break even on today, which is good. So we got a free IVB breakout trade to test out, to take. It didn't succeed. And yeah, now we're just sitting break even. I use first some okay. Hi sir, do you want to try the best chart colors background? Can somebody in the chat maybe try this and send it to me in Discord? I want to see what colors you use. Took L from trying the IVB. It's okay. Same here. It was a good idea though. I liked it. Even if we had expansion in the beginning, from the base, from the volatility, it looks really promising. But yeah, we failed at the end. No trade, but I'm not scalper, not for me. Okay, nice. Today's not the day for me. Paid IVB minus 58 with no risk at this one. Okay, that's good. It's good. Is this no? This is deep charts. I'm up 1% so far, but I moved stop loss into profit quick. It's good. It's okay. I'm watching because I have swing sales position from yesterday. Just watching today. Nice. Bello. Yo, I feel like I have some type of delay. Look at the right side, the delta profile. It's like from out of nowhere, it like comes up. Doesn't even activate. And now it's chopping a little. Yeah, okay. We're at POC. Either way. I just lost my... There was a big liquidity wall on Deep Tom. I'm gonna start using Deep Tom. And I know how to use it based on the liquidity. So if you have a lot of liquidity on the way down, or on the way up, just laying there for a while, then it's good places to aim for. But if you have big liquidity just out of nowhere, then it's most likely spoofing. And then you should not look to aim to that, if I'm not mistaken. You should actually just try to take a trade away from that. No, wait. There was Andrea Chimi. There was one guy, the second worst best scalper from the past recent world championship. He talked about this. It was quite interesting. You should not aim for that. You should actually take shorts away from that. Something like that. Good day for me. Nice. Bro, was about to get funded, need 20, but got panicked and lost. Oh. Okay. Don't make it worse now. Just relax. Calm down. Just do it slowly. Slowly. Pop or anyone did backtesting on last few days before months end? Backtesting on. Can you please turn off the I don't control music? Lost $100 today. Okay, that's fine. Typically on month end, usually there's this thing called rollover contracts where instead I don't know, no month and typically ranging. Okay. Would be awesome if there was like a D. Ask you, Alex. By the way, we're gonna look for that. It's not 100%, but yeah, maybe. Let's see. I'm looking for ways not to remain for long. Okay. So, Pop, do you think I call it a day for me? Were you down? You took one IVV, right? Up to you. I'm not gonna say what you guys gonna do. At least for me, we had tried it using the profits that we made. Now I'm just waiting. We're now at POC. Yeah. I don't want to diddle here. Looking to take reversal hit daily instead. Now I'm screaming locked out. Oi. That's I'm not waiting to see what Asian Gold session holds tomorrow before I take another. Okay, nice. Nice. Now I'll just wait for this to come up to value area high. One thing I've seen, and this is something maybe we can do some back testing on later in the community. When you have VWAP right above here, and you want to take a short from value area high, usually it does something like this. We go up to VWAP. And I've seen it happen. And I've taken losses just because of it. And I have to execute my model, right? But I've seen it specifically happen so many times, exactly when we have something like this. I'm really curious to see if I can take maybe a long that comes up to test this area. But I don't want to diddle here in the middle. I want to see us accept above the epoch a little. Get some more price action. Show me some more info. Oh, what time was your trade, the PM1 after lunch? Ooh. Whoa, look at that. Yo, that's cool. You what the hell? I didn't even know you guys had like on Chat Fanatics news. Holy shit. What time it was? It was like, what was it? 20, like 8, 7? I don't know, something like that. I put the screenshot in Discord. Hello, Pavlovich. I'd like to discuss trading stop loss strategy using order flow in a more trend following intraday swing trading style on ES. Thoughts? Thank you. Style on ES. Whoa. I don't trade ES. Maybe somebody here that is any ES traders in here that can maybe give him some insights on how to trade his stop loss. I know that ES is more stable. It's not as volatile, so I don't think you should be too aggressive with trailing your stop loss. That's at least all I can think of right now. But I haven't tested it out myself, so. Okay, look at the buyers at the right side. If we accept higher, let's give it a shot. Why is it still to 0? I'm gonna try type of covering myself maybe below here. We're gonna do a small size because the thing I want to take the long on is to VWAP. And let me give it a shot. Is this too big of a risk? Or maybe do some like swing type of trading. Cover myself below all of these sellers on the right side. If we go back, yeah, okay. Yeah, $100. This is fine. We're at POC though. But I have some data. When we come up from value area low, back up to POC, we then usually go up and revisit value area high. And I want to take a trade to VWAP. Let's see if we get it. By the way, for the guys that don't know why I'm trading so aggressively and why it's because these accounts get they have to get funded now, today, or they rebuild. So either, yeah, so after in PM session, I have to trade it either way. So that's why I'm executing so much. Still in the middle, right? Yeah, it's in the middle. It's in the middle. But I'm trying out a model here. A continuation model based on POC. Yeah, the new news burner is really good. They look clean. We did this type of aggressive trading yesterday as well. W to the giveaways. Anybody want? taking a short. No, I'm trying this long, but it's failing at the moment. Hello, Paulus. Any serious advice about over trading? Over trading. You can, wow, over trading. You just gotta look in, I guess. For over trading, how can you deal with that? So you have some tricks. It's called like Kaizen. You can stand up, drink a glass of water when you lose. It sounds super corny, but it works. It really does. So when you lose a trade, stand up, drink a glass of water. This is gonna interrupt your the pattern of trading too much, because usually when you lose, you go into another trade quite fast. And by doing this, you break that that pattern, that bad pattern. So yeah, that can be something. Besides from that, and to be honest, you gotta become really treat it. It's a job, right? You have to treat it professionally. So yeah, it comes a point where you like have to. How can you say it in the best way? It comes a point where you just have to stop making the same mistakes. And the only one that can help it is you. What's up? What's up, 300 on train? I'm done. Okay. I have an advice that I use on myself very well, but it's a bit rude. You know, this is the type of advice you should, the type of advice people need. If it's rude, it means it's real, it's honest. So go ahead, shoot. JC is a good trader, guys. He makes good money trading. And to become a good trader, you have to be like, it's a harsh reality. You have to be professional. But yeah, JC, let them know if you have any good advice for them. Save your ammo for the right. Exactly. Do you have as well? If you're gonna trade, okay, now for example, today I trade more aggressively because I have to trade on this account. Okay. But if I trade on a normal account, fund or whatever, save your ammo for the right setups. Exactly like Mr. Planetary said. Be rude to me. There's a psychological concept called release from proactive interference, which is basically drink some water or do something else for a few minutes. Exactly. Because when you lose, your brain experiences something called negative urgency. And what it does is, because like when you lose a trade, it hurts you, right? It hurts your brain, and you want to repair it. And by repairing it, you want to make back the money. So when you lose, the brain is automatically gonna be like, okay, shit, let me click on that. Let me enter another trade. Okay? Because it's gonna repair the damage, okay? You have to break that pattern. Exactly that. And the way to do so can be drinking just a glass of water after you lose. I hate people call me stupid, so whenever I want to do stupid things like overtrading or taking stupid trade before I were to do anything, I would always ask myself, am I being stupid doing this? If yes, then don't do it. If you do it, you're fine. Okay. There you go. I like it. We accept him back into value. Wow, this is really just chopping shit. I'm killing this trade. Okay, let's sit on hands. I'm gonna trade this account PM session. Maybe you guys have some more questions. If we accept above, then I can maybe look for the last breakout trade. If not, that's it for today. Because I know that some people here, they want to learn, right? So it's maybe not so good for me to like execute this aggressively. Maybe you're gonna pick up some not the best habits. You just have to, yeah. But just understand today it was just executing. Yeah, I had to aggressively trade. I stopped over trading when the pain of staying the same was more than the pain of changing the bad habit. There you go. There you go. No big trades, yeah. Hello, if you weren't trading slots with volume improvement, what's the best next order flow signature you use? Trade stop high volume nodes. Thank you. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, high volume nodes can be really good then, because you're covered below a high volume node, so it means we can have resistance that protects you there. Definitely high volume nodes. One second, guys. I gotta just check how many accounts do I have left. 2. Okay. We got 1 funded yesterday, and we need 2 more funded today, or bust them, because yeah, not gonna have them. Oh, I like it. Sellers at the top. Let's see if we get the squeeze. If they fail again, that's it. I'm not taking any more trades on this. I'm gonna trade it on PM session after. Stop loss. Let's just risk this. No, we can risk this actually. $50 to look for a squeeze. Let's see if the squeeze plays out. A little wider stop. I'm gonna try to average in, so I'm gonna try to enter more in and in. To build my position for the squeeze. What will this be? This will be like the last attempt. Wait, 1, 2, 3. We tried 3 times to break out. If this one fails again, chaos. Yeah, then it's, yeah. But let's see. See if we take out in the second one. There we go. We're in. Sellers trying to push, failing at the moment. Can we get the squeeze? This is the significant. There we go. Going to cover myself here. Okay, anticipating the breakout. Let's see. Wow, we're building value higher as well. This is actually good for us, but let me have a risk of 150. This can be good. And you don't want to see them fail here. Look at the retest. You want to see now the sellers, these on the left, right side, fail. That's not good. See it accept higher. Breakout is failing. Gonna kill this manually. Yeah, killing it. Ah, failed breakout again. That's a shame. I think we went minus 30, 40. Yeah, minus 30. Yes, yes, yes. Another one. We're back in the range. Shit. This day really started good. And now we've just been ranging. Well, well, well. Okay, how's it going for everyone? Everybody, is it going good for you guys? I'm still eyeing that VWAP. I really am. But damn, what a pity price action this was. We failed 4 times now at this level. 1, 2, 3, and 4. See if it's time now. Same idea. This is the part with scalping. You're dancing in and out. You just gotta try to time it. Now the buyers are pushing. We've really been fighting this breakout 2 times now. Let's see if we go for... Holy shit. Volume is kicking in. So we are in the correct move. Wow. Keep battling it. So that was the timing. You know, this is one of the parts with trading that I don't have problems with, but it's super clear. Like, you see how many times I had to fight this zone? 3 times, and we failed 2 times. Now on the 3rd attempt, and I can take out some profits. Then it goes. Okay, let me take out. There you go. Okay, nice. And I'm up on the day again. Damn, bro. I've been waiting for this move the whole day. Finally. I have a friend who used the money to subscribe for 1 month trade Zella and just backed this for that. 1 month. Good. 1 trade, 1 profit. Well done. Second month, you gotta pay, I swear. Why do you prefer Nasdaq over? It's because it's volatile. It's a momentum asset, so you have breakouts. Like I don't like. I like to be wrong or right within like seconds. And Nasdaq is, yeah, it moves so fast. So it's an asset. This was a good day to show you guys how it is to battle with Nasdaq and being. How can I say it? You saw how we risked today, right? I have really a concrete risk management system. So you see me risk $30 on the first trades, building my buffer, take a trade here, losing my buffer, break even on the day, trying a long here, doesn't work out so good, killing it, failing, tried a short here, no, a long here, breakout, failed, comes here, tried a long again, failing, coming back, killing it so I don't lose too much. And then I jump in the last time, covering here, take profit here. And we made the profits and we ended the green. This is pretty much example of how it looks if you battle with the asset for the day. And it's not like, oh, in hindsight, super easy, like you should have just taken that trade. No, it's not like that, right? But yeah, so what I want to show you with this is like you can do it, that you can battle the asset, you can take a lot of trades, but you have to be risk management, like it has to be on point. If you do this type of like buffer scalping left to right and you have wrong risk management, bro, my account, this one, kaput, will be gone by long. What's up, Fez? Day 25 done. Nice kicks. How did it go? Took that long. Minus 50 power. I'm gonna end the day here. Well done. 5 break even, 5 wins, 2 break even, 3 loss, 800 up with 3 micro. Done for the day, Pav. Good night. Nice, Purna. 0 trade because I'm waiting for payoff. Oh, that's a flex. That's a good flex, bro. Damn, today we executed a lot. I gotta keep battling this account though after. And 2 others accounts. So I'm gonna do some PM session trading. Try to get them funded by today. Yeah. Good session, guys. Was the session good? 1 in chat if you liked it. 2 in chat if you want me to next time go, how can I say it? You have scalping Pablo and then you have intraday, like, how can I say it? You know, when I take only IVB, for example, what do you guys prefer? I'm really curious because we have a lot of personalities in this chat. I know some people like the scalping and some people like the only IVB type of trading. What would you guys prefer? So 1 for like scalping, 2 for intraday IVB type of trading. You froze. 1 scalping. Maybe I can do it on the Chart Fanatics streams. We do some more scalping. But let's see. I want to see what people say. 1, 2. Is there for both? Red said 2. Hello, Palmer. Research showed that typical trade offering is but really clear. Aim 5 to 10, not 30. Wait, what do you mean? $10 to 20% of the day's move because it is excellent trade. Aim 25 to 10. Aha, okay, you mean like this. Okay. Something between intraday plus scalp. Like I just took 1 AAA, that's it. I like both, to be honest. Okay, you guys like one? Maybe we can do some on funded. We can do like IVB trading, so simple trading, and on eval account we can do some scalping. So I can pendle. How you say it? I can jump between. So maybe we do some hyper scalping before IVB sets in, and then when IVB sets in, we can then look for IVB. Hello, Pav. Do you have a daily point goal to capture? Thank you. No. I execute on everything that's in front of me till 5 o'clock, or after I take maybe, I don't know, a $300 loss. That's when I kill the day. I haven't had a $300 loss in months, weeks. 300 to 400, something like that. That's when I like, okay, today was not your day. Time to kill it. and I don't have a goal. No, I squeeze out the market as much as I can. Okay. Great. Yeah, wait, let me just around it. Okay, 5 minutes left. You guys have any more questions? Something you want me to answer? What is your daily PNL average if it's not a secret? Nothing is a secret with me, man. My daily PNL average. Depends. Maybe my journal now because I added, but depends on the type of trading I do. If I do IV 300, 400, if I do scalping, I really stop like risk management system, and it's any suggestion for someone who keeps putting close to break even just to see the trade playing out and stuff? I think it's the block moving must break. No, the only answer is follow your model, and there's no way. It's not a way to say. Let me just. Why is everything frozen? What's up? Just follow your model. That's it. I have to. Would you be interested in a tool that tells you one each today? Less money based on the trading model. Yeah, that something like that. All right, guys, we got 3 minutes. Wow, we're right. Thank you for today. Yeah, something with love. Okay, thank you for today, guys. Good luck. Gonna keep trading. Trade conservative, and yeah, I will see you next time. All right, guys. Bye bye. And good luck.
Bold Man is back. I'm waiting for what is it, day 5, day 6 of asking for my hair oil. I'm waiting for that comment to come up. We know it's coming through at some point in time. How is everybody doing? How's everybody's day been? We are gonna jump into the charts very, very shortly. See how things have panned out on the day. And we will go from there. Sorry, I'm just catching up on the chat. Here we go. Sherry. Right on time. Day 5 of asking for Sanjay's hair oil. This time got 3 tongues with it. I mean, Sherry, I don't know what to say. This is becoming a bit of a daily ritual now, though. Oh, boy. What is happening, guys? I caught the tail end of the stream there. There was a very interesting question that I wanted to add my 2 cents on, if you guys will allow me. I think it was, please forgive me if I'm pronouncing this wrong. Guil.cpa. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. Please forgive me if I'm wrong. They asked a question. Any suggestions for someone who keeps putting their stop loss to break even just to see the trade playing out after it stops me out? I think I have a mental block with moving my stop loss to break even. You know, the question that I would ask, I think Pavlovich was going on the right lines with this one, which was basically asking the question of like, you got to follow your model. So the question that I would ask is, why do you move your stop loss to break even? What's the thought process behind it? Like, what's the mentality behind moving your stop and trailing it up and locking in break even? Because the only reason that should exist, the only reason that should be a decision that you are making is because your data has told you that that is a favorable outcome in the long run. If you're finding yourself continually getting tapped out before trade actually hits your full stop loss and then it runs to your take profit, your data is then reflecting that actually going to break even is a bad thing, right? It's not something that's going to benefit you in the long run. And that's kind of, I think, the mentality that you have to focus on. You want to be asking yourself, why am I taking the action? If it's not based on something that is typically going to improve my edge in the long run, what are we even doing, right? That's the way that I would look at it. So keep that in mind. Anytime you are thinking about changing, adjusting your plan in any way, shape, or form, I think you got to start from the perspective of understanding, like, this is the rationale behind why this decision is being made. I have data that supports that if I do this over a large sample size, it gives me positive expectancy. That's really what you want to be seeing. Without that, you're kind of just making decisions based on your gut feeling, your instinct. Eldoran says to protect your capital. Again, I don't know if I completely agree with the idea of just protecting capital. If you do it with a view of protecting your risk, but it's costing you in terms of art, if it doesn't actually add to your edge in the long run, I think that's a hindrance in the grand scheme of things. And that's something, like I said, I think you want to be aware of. So yeah, I don't know. The advice that I give most people is, if you don't have clarity on how you want to be managing certain positions, like whether that's going to break even, whether it's trading your stop, where to put your target, where to put your stop loss, the thing that you probably need more of is data. The more and more data that you have, the easier it's going to be in order to make these decisions, because you can zoom out and start to see what is likely to occur past just the sample size of the trade that you are looking at. It becomes very easy to get caught up in that one individual trade. It becomes increasingly more difficult if you apply the logic of what is likely happening over a larger sample size of both trades and time. That's a very, very important factor that I think we should be, considering as part of what we do. So just my 2 cents. Sherry says, do you trade Aussie, Australian dollar versus the US dollar? Yes, I do. It's definitely on my FX watch list. To be completely transparent, the only reason I haven't already mentioned this is because I took this off stream and it wasn't something that I discussed. I am currently short Aussie. I do think we're going to see things roll over. It's a swing position. So I'll pull it up. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. But primarily what we're doing on the stream here, I would love to show things before, during, and after as much as I possibly can. Because this was a swing trade that I didn't discuss on stream, I don't want it to be one of those situations where I pull it up and be like, oh, of course you took that trade. Or, I mean, I could go out and get spanked on this trade. I have no idea. Couldn't really tell you. But yeah, it's Aussie is one of those markets. It's one of those things. All right, cool. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up the charts in just 1 sec, and we're going to get underway. Right, give me 1 sec. All right, let me throw the chart up and we will start taking a look at what the market is showing us. Sherry says, I ping pong it as of now. I have a limit order a bit above. Let's see how it goes. Fair. Let me pull up the chart of Aussie. I'm longing based on LVN fill and value area reclaim, reclaim on the H1. That's it. Fair. Look, as long as you've got rationale behind you, I mean, I'm nobody to talk about the elements of what you should and shouldn't be getting in and out of. I can only give you my view on the market, right? We actually spoke about Aussie. I believe it was like last week. We were talking about and documenting like what this was looking like for us. I marked up 2 specific areas, right? As I think we can all tell, it's very range bound at the moment. We've been ranging off this area high and this area low. And the obvious plays are shorting off the range area highs and longing off the range area lows until the range breaks. That would be like my short-term play. My longer-term play is a little bit more aligned with, I think, the more dominant trend. So if I took you to a, let me show you my my actual chart. This is the one I have for the lives. So my actual chart, a little bit more busy than what we're looking at here, but looks a little bit like this. Let me get rid of some of these alerts to clean things up. This one I'll leave on. It's just for my awareness. But what I am looking at here, so if I take you to a weekly chart, right? Again, I'm hoping some of you are kind of familiar now with how I analyze and how I drop my areas of interest for getting in and out of the market. They are simply drawn based on candle ranges, monthly, weekly, daily. If you wanted to get super intraday with this, maybe even 4-hour ranges, and you could play from there. But this one has been drawn off of a weekly range. So you can see this is the upper end weekly range. This is the lower end weekly range in here. And it's basically taken off the wick of this bearish candle here from the week of the 22nd of June, right? So for you guys that are maybe drawing this up on your guys' end, maybe following along, that is the week that I am referencing. So you've got the upper end of the range in here, and you've got the lower end of the range in here. Now, the swing play is framed off of the idea of the price action that we have started to see off the upper end of the range. You can see that at least short term, we are in a little bit of, at least we've got bearish momentum. We're creating lower highs, lower lows. And all I want to see is a rotation from the top end of this range back down to the lower end of this one. And my aim is to add and scale into this position as we move. So again, it's more of a swing play for me. Excuse me. It's more of a swing play for me. But yeah, the only reason I hadn't mentioned it is I didn't take it or talk about it on stream. And I don't want to be that guy that just discusses things in hindsight and says, oh, look at the trades that I've taken. Whether it wins or loses is irrelevant to me. But this is where we're currently at. So I got into this on Friday and I held over the weekend. My stop was clear of the weekend gap. You can see that actually yesterday's price action came in and retested that upper end of the weekly range almost perfectly before then creating a little bit of downward momentum today. What I am looking for from a swing perspective is I want to see this area fail. I want to see that area get lost. Once we start breaking that down, I'm going to start trailing my stops, start getting a little bit more aggressive with adding into this trade and looking to take this basically back down to these lows. So into this kind of weekly range here in and of itself. But that's, like I said, it's the swing play. I don't know how many of you guys swing trade. If you do, let me know in the chat. It'd be interesting to know if any of you, anybody else on here is a swing trader or whether we're mainly just intraday. But the bread and butter of what I'll kind of show and document on here will all be mainly intraday plays. They'll play out obviously a little bit quicker. We'll get quicker feedback. I believe we also had one to have a look at on dollar CAD. So we'll run through all the markets, have a look at where things are at, see what price is done throughout the day, and we'll go from there. Morning, Bella. Hope you're well. Right, let's have a look. Let's get back onto these charts. So we've had a few potential, I think the right word to use is, as Sherry was saying, ping pong, right? We've had a few ping pong plays playing the each end of the range. I think hypothetically, if we were using my way of analyzing the markets, we would have had one initial loss in here. We would have had a partial loss, I think, from a trailing stop in here. Partial profit in here from, again, a rolling, a trailing stop loss. I don't know why we didn't mark out that one, but didn't take that. We had this play in here, which would have come out with either a break even, partial profit, depending on how you would have trailed your stop loss. This would be, again, if you're an intraday trader, if you're looking to simply continue the range play environment, this could be another good area to be getting long. I'm favoring a break of this area personally. Again, I'm probably going to be a little bit more biased considering I've got a swing short on. But I think it's completely reasonable to play the long in this area. The only thing that I would want to see in an ideal world, I would love to see that low get swept. If we swept that and then created the rotation to the upside, like starting showing the signs of rejection, that would kind of interest me. That would also worry me a little in my long position, my short position as well. But that would be an ideal play. The fact that we've come down and we've created this kind of clean lows at the bottom, it makes me think that price is not yet done with this. I think maybe we could trickle back up. Maybe we'll get a breakdown further. Maybe we'll get a sweep and then a break back above this area. I'm not sure yet. But I completely see why you would want to trade in this area. That looks pretty similar to my view. Sitting LVN, once it breaks, it's going to snap to the downside. LVN is like a fair value gap, but the real one. If fair. You're gonna clearly piss off a lot of ICT traders with language like that, my friend. Digging out fair value gaps, the real ones. But there we go. But yeah, honestly, Aussie, like from an intraday perspective, there's, like I said, the play that I would want is a sweep below that. And then if that becomes the swing failure, if it becomes the the failed swing of that, then I would look for a rotation back to the upside. But I would want to see that get taken out first before I look to get long. I think if that doesn't happen and we trade up from here, I think this is going to be setting up some kind of bull trap to then squeeze people out back to the downside, and we go from there. I don't know. That's my view. Could be right, could be wrong. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's have a look at Euro. Getting a nice little pump in Euro today. Moving up as we speak. Would I want to get short Euro? The honest answer is yes. I feel like this low in here looks fairly vulnerable. The fact that the truth doesn't stay under a rock for too long. The fact that we didn't press higher after clearing out these lows in here. I believe there's another low in here that we cleared out. Like this price action came down, ran all of these lows in here. The fact that we didn't create the rotation from there has me a little bit suspicious. We got very lackluster price action for the last few weeks. I suspect if we are going to make a run to the upside, I would love to see it after we run this low and then create that rotation to the upside. If that doesn't happen, I think we're potentially setting up for shorts. Where would I want to get short is the question. I don't know. It's not the prettiest of charts, if I'm completely honest. There's nothing that like crazy stands out to me. The only thing that would come to my mind would look something like probably this. I would probably want to keep my stop clear of. I would probably keep my stop here. I would want entry at this point here. So where are we at? Opening price 14,081. So let's go 1407. Stop above that high. 1441. This would kind of be the type of play that I would want. Something that looks a little bit like that. And again, I want to like reiterate, this is not like my favored play. This is if I had to get an entry, if I had to take a position on this, that would probably be something that I'm looking for. Coming up into, again, I would call this a very loose area of supply. This is the kind of level that I'm looking for here. Stop, I'm keeping very wide to see if we get maybe a deeper test. But that is kind of the move that I would be looking at if I really had to force it. You know, in all honesty, my preferred play would actually be an entry up in here. That I think would make for a much nicer play if we got the reaction off of this, because I think this actually makes for a much cleaner level. If I look at this now, give me one sec. Let me refine this. If I was going to play that, I would probably want my stop clear of here, 1450. Something that looks a little bit like that. 53. And I would want to take an entry as we sweep the high. This would kind of be, this feels a lot more like something that I would love to see. Sweep above an old high into an area of supply. That looks like a much nicer area of supply than this one. That would be something that I would like. Again, if I was trading short term, that would be something that I would be interested in. Sherry says 44.60 on FXCM euro dollar. 44.60. 1.4460. Are we talking about the same market here? 144 is a long way away, my friend. Maybe you meant 1446. I don't know. We're at 1.13. So 1.44 is a few hundred pips away. Unless you're playing that as a swing, I don't know. But that, anyway, this would be, like I said, gun to my head. If I had to take it, that would be something that I would potentially be looking at. But I wouldn't say it's my favorite play. It would mainly be just to watch. Like I said, you know what? The areas that I like to play are the range extremes. Anything in between for me it's lower probability. I'm not saying it can't work. It's just lower probability. So I don't know. I'll leave it up. Again, I personally wouldn't like this play myself, but if you had to ask me for an entry, that's probably what I'd be looking at, but not my favorite. 1446. Okay, I thought so. 1446, which puts us here. Interesting. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Yeah, I don't know. I just I favor it touching these this kind of lower end range first and foremost. Where are we at with this daily? Weekly. Yeah, I see it. Sorry, I know I'm flip-flopping about here on the chart a little bit. That would be the play that I want. I would still stand by this, and we see where we go. But like I said, this is just hypothetical paper trading at the moment. My real plays will come off these areas, and I'll play those for what they are. GJ, ultimate slop city here. Just nothing that I would really want to get involved in. We touched on this yesterday, and clearly has not done much else today. But again, I think one to keep your eyes peeled on here. We've got Bank of Japan with their interest rate announcement. I believe it's Thursday. Let me have a quick look. Calendar. Yeah, Thursday. Tentative timing, but we have Bank of Japan with their policy rate and press conference not long after. So it'll be interesting to see if they mention anything about the Japanese yen. Again, this has been an ongoing narrative for some time. Bank of Japan not really comfortable with the levels that the yen is trading at. We've seen them intervene in this market a fair few times. If you look back at a daily chart, you can see it over here. You can see, I think this was a suspected day of intervention. There's been many moments of it. There was talks of it happening. Where was it? the last time I saw someone tweet about it. I think one of these days. Can't even remember. I think it might have been here. I think that was the day it was mentioned. That seems too early. July 28th. It was like last week, I think it was spoken about. I can't remember. I'm going to have to dig it out on the chart somewhere. Clearly, it's not that obvious. Oh, you know what? It was in dollar yen I was looking at the move. This move here. That was the play. Dollar yen actually providing a very interesting reaction there. I'm going to have a look at that very shortly. It was dollar yen I saw the reaction. That's why I couldn't find it. Wrong yen pair. But yeah, no short-term entry for me here on GJ. Like I said, I think anything in between these two areas, just no man's land for me. And I mean, you could see this in the price action just in and of itself. It's just very, very choppy. Just not really price action that you would probably want to participate in unless you're dropping down to a much lower time frame. Cable, spoke about this yesterday, said like this was the area that I wanted to get short. Obviously hasn't given it to us. And I mentioned I did not like the longs from this area. Yes, it was a point of interest. We did see a small bounce in there, but I mentioned like momentum is to the downside. Don't feel like it was worth chasing that long as we stood, and we did see a small move under that zone, but choppy price action as of today. Sherry says, I'm filled on Aussie, on long, no counterparties. Maybe you win, I lose, it's fine, part of the games. We'll see what happens. It's a good move to have. Like I said, this area kind of makes sense to me. I just think that this is very suspect. If we get back up to like in this sort of area in here, I would love to add to my position. I have scope under my risk protocol to be able to add, so it'll be interesting to watch. But yeah, I'll be monitoring this. Where are you looking for an exit, Sherry? If you're playing to range highs, then my trade's probably cooked. But yeah, I get the play. I see the logic. Drop back to dollar Canadian, because I think we were talking about this one yesterday. This has been an interesting play, in all honesty. A little bit sloppy, if I'm honest. So like the what we were talking about yesterday, if I take you back to a 5-minute chart, I mentioned, I believe price was trading in here when we spoke yesterday. And I said what I wanted to see was price break down below this area. And if that was to happen, I think that would open the door for short opportunities to the downside. Now, I did mention, and this is where I think price gets a little bit sloppy in this area, is this could be a break, a retest of this area, and then push to the upside, which we started to get. And if you look at this from a daily chart, we actually had the break and close outside of the range, which for me is often a signal to start playing like the invalidation and maybe the expansion of the range to the upside. But you could see today we've come in, basically reclaimed the level, come back into the range, and it's actually provided a couple of rotational points to get in alignment with the short trade. I don't know, a little bit sloppy. So, I mean, we saved ourselves a loss yesterday by waiting for the structural invalidation. But it's just not a play that I really liked, to be honest. Like, unless we gave us that the entry to actually get short, not something I favored, but definitely gave us a pretty nice opportunity. Where are we? A couple of hours back. You look at the structured tiered approach. If you maintain the short bias, you can see the area that we had drawn up gave an opportunity here and an opportunity here to engage with some shorts. I would have probably looked at something like the confirmation of the breakdown. I would say probably here. You could have got aggressive and done maybe here, stop above this high, and then you would play for the rotation of the range, right? You would play for that side. So that would be a play that kind of, again, ticks the boxes of what we're looking at. But I don't know if it would have, if I can speak, I don't know if it would have been a play that I would have taken given the looks of that daily chart. I'm not a fan of fighting that sort of price action. I would have much preferred to have seen a candle like that, and then shorting off the back of that. That's potential breakout territory, and I typically just don't like fighting the daily chart. That's all it is. But I mean, definitely play in here. You could definitely start trailing your stop down above these highs. It would have definitely given you something to get on board with. But again, it's at least nice to see the zones actually giving some reactions in price, which is always a good thing. Right, Sherry said 70075 on the Oanda chart. Let's have a look. Let's skip back over. 70075. So we're talking about here. That's your exit. Fair. Be interesting one. Like I said, very interested to see what happens with it. I'm currently at basically break even on my swing at the moment. Didn't get the best of entries. I'm not really fussed about getting this like pinpoint sniper entries. I'm more about riding a specific direction. But yeah, be interesting. I wish you the luck. I wish you the best of luck. I hope it pans out for you, my friend. I would love to see the price action if we tag in that. That would be one that I'm watching out for. I'm long Kiwi Yen as well as aiming for the other side of the range on it. GJ is shy to go up, but I'm long on it as well. Overall negative Japanese yen. That's what the whole risk profile is on both the swings. Let's have a look. Man, GJ for me just looks so ugly. There's a nice area of demand in here for sure. Like this area in here as a zone to play from, I think is really nice. That would be the only reason why I would want to justify a long, but I prefer to see these like off the back of reactions of these kind of rotational areas. That's just always how I view the market. So, I mean, fair. I don't, let me have a look at the Kiwi one. This isn't a market I look at too often. Long Kiwi as well as aiming for the other side of the range. I mean, God, look at the state of that chart. It's range bound. Like if you're a range bound trader and you play intraday, this is probably a dream for you. But for anybody else, Jesus, very, very sloppy. But yeah, interesting. Like if I was to, again, this is not really a market that I mess with too much. But if I was going to analyze this in any way, shape, or form, I would be doing the same sort of thing here, drawing out my ranges, right? So we'll paint a picture of what this looks like from my eyes, which would be, this was our dominant candle here from a daily perspective. Again, we're talking shorter term. This was our dominant candle, held range in here up until this day. Then the shift happened for me on this candle here. So for me, the dominant range becomes this candle and the lower end here. So if I pull these up, right, these become our reaction areas for price. Let's have a look, refine these a little bit on the hourly. I think that looks good. This one equally cool. And then you play the ping pong, right? You play the rotation from one side to the other. So we came into today maintaining the range, which leaves us with open room to basically play from one end of the range to the other. And actually, it looks like quite a nice setup because we've also swept the range end lows. If we were to throw this on a shorter time frame now and see what we're looking at, let's bar replay this back. Let's do this from the immediate test of the zone and see what we would have had here. So this is where the test for me really begins. where would we have got an entry is the question. So for me, entry at this point would have needed a structural change above here. If we don't get a crack in price through here, we maintain short bias and we see what happens. We had, I presume, Monday gap open. Oh, sorry, rollover, it looks like. No fill as we stand. Let me put this in green. Let's have a look. Here we go. So potential move here. Would it have given us an entry? So I would have said structural point would have been here. Right? This kind of would have been the area that I'm looking for. This was the leg that started the move down. Break above that, structural difference on the lower time frame. And that's what we're looking for. So far, still no entry if we were hypothetically looking for longs. Again, for the rotational range play, we come down, we sweep the lows. We get a test of the zone that we've been looking at here. And then do we get the break above? Okay, so waiting for the structure break kept us clear at the moment. Same invalidation point, I would say. That would be what I really want to see fold before things change. And do we get the break? Still no. Playing this forward, man. There we go. Okay, that for me, what time is this? 1:05 today. That would probably be my entry right there. Stop below that low, and that's what I would probably pay for. The only problem for me here is the risk to reward may be somewhat questionable, depending on how you want to play this. 1-to-1R, if you're looking to take those for what I look for, potentially. Let's see how price would have played out, at least so far. I would argue room to trail your stops in here for sure. I think you could bring them up at least safely below here if you wanted to get aggressive with your stop below here, but definitely some move here. Nice little retest back of our point of interest. And off to the races she goes. Really, actually, you know what? For a market that I don't really touch, that was actually a really nice, clean play. Very, very nice play. Yeah, 80, where are we? 6 points from target. I would be looking for an exit. Again, just me, not trade advice for you guys, especially for Sherry that's in the trade. I'm sure you probably have a very different target. But I would want to take it, like I said, one end of the range to the next. And I think it definitely gave a pretty clean move to actually play this out on. Yeah, it's kind of a quite nice one to look at there. Right, let's go back. Let's have a look. Quickly flick through. Dollar Canadian still going down, it looks like. Like I said, for me, eyes would now be on a potential test of this area. What will be interesting is to see how price reacts from the daily area, the daily range end play, right? Because for me, this range has become somewhat invalidated now because we've had a break and close through back above. Unless we come back to reclaim it, for me, the new range that I would love to be working from is something that looks like this. This would be the play that I'm looking for. Let's have a look. Firstly, let's adjust this. Let's adjust this. This would be the new play that I am personally waiting for. We've got, I mean, I wouldn't really call it an area of demand. I'm going to leave this range end low where it is. But what I would want to see in an ideal world, given that yesterday's candle was a breakout of the range, I would want to see this actually retest the lower end and catch a bid to support a move back up to the upside. I think that would be the favored play that I am working towards. So we'll watch this. We'll watch this area. Again, I'll leave the risk to reward tool there just as a reference point. I don't have an entry as we currently stand. But this would be the kind of play that I am sort of looking for here. Again, it would all depend on the lower time frame price action once we actually make it down there. But definitely something to be watching here. From a daily range perspective, I think there's a play to be at least to be watching. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Dollar yen. This was the one I kind of wanted to observe here because we've had a nice rejection from this the upper end daily range that we've been stuck within, right? If you look at this from a daily chart, you can see where the range has been drawn from. So you got the lower end in here, the upper end in here. And we're basically looking just to play reactions off either end of the range. In an ideal world, again, would have loved to have seen the failure of that high. Again, the swing outside of it, and then a rejection back within. But be interesting. Well, again, we'll play this out. We'll bar replay this to see if it actually would have given us something clean to play from. So first test happened into the area from here, from that candle. We dropped down to the 5. Don't know if I would have had an entry on this, to be honest. If you wanted to be super aggressive, this is probably for those of you trading a 1 minute chart. You could maybe have called an entry in, oops, sorry about that. You could maybe have called an entry. Why is my, oh, sorry. There we go. You could have called an entry on the break of those lows. You could argue that was a fresh swing to the upside. I don't think I would have done that. That would be a little bit picky for my liking. But that, I mean, definitely depending on how aggressive you wanted to be, my area would really be in here. If I'm being honest, like from a shorter time frame, I would want to see this area fold before I aim to get short, because that for me started the dominant swing up. Until we lose this area, I don't know if I would want to specifically get involved. I think that's probably where we are. Actually, we're on bar replay, aren't we? Let's have a look. Interesting. Big breakthrough. Would I have taken that? Depends on the size. I mean, there's some favorable room here to the downside. You would have, the problem is you're waiting for the break out of this, and you've got a very wide stop back up into the range. It's a tricky position. Like I said, it depends how aggressive you wanted to be in this. But that would be the kind of play that I'm thinking of here. Something that looks a little bit like that. It's just a little bit wider of a stop than I ideally would have liked. And you're stopping out basically right into an area of interest, which kind of sucks too, if it was to get back up there. But I would take, again, if I was trading this intraday, I would position size accordingly and give myself a couple of attempts. If price was to re-engage back up here, sweep out these highs, the old range high as well in there, give yourself a second opportunity to want to get short and try that out. So that would probably be the potential play, but that is where we are currently at. Price hasn't really done much off the back of that. So that would be like my maybe first attempt at playing this short. But yeah, interesting one. Very deep reaction, breaking through the lower end of that range. Be interesting to see how it pans out. Nature shows it looks for a buy. I don't know if I would want to buy this, to be honest. I see what you're looking at though. Sweep of these lows, shorter term. Let me get rid of this one. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you could maybe argue that this is an area of demand in here, and that's maybe why you're looking for the long. I don't know. Like I said, I favor the rotations from one end of the range to the other. And right now, rejection from this end of the range. I would love to be targeting somewhere in this area, but I would be trailing my stops down. So it all depends on how far price will go in my favor. We go from there. But the first area that would want to be cleaned out is this. I would want to see these lows get lost. And if that was to happen, could open the doors for some further downside. But yeah, interesting one. Very, very interesting. Aussie looking interesting here. This sort of reaction. Like I said, ideal world, I would have loved to have seen a test of that. But I think if we close with some kind of weakness here, Sherry, don't kill me. I know you're not going to like the sounds of this. I'm probably going to add to my short. Again, this is the swing short. Depends on this this candle close here. I'll wait for the 1 hour candle close and see what we're looking like before we decide anything. But I would want to see some kind of rejection. Some sign that sellers are present before I do anything from here. Euro still pushing. Cable making some fresh highs on the day. Get rid of this. Dollar Canadian coming down into our area of interest ever so slowly. Dollar yen. Let's have a look at some equities. Have a look at Nasdaq. Again, I only really interesting. I think when we last spoke about this, I was talking about potentially a bottom or a bounce forming in here. Clearly, wrong idea, but very interesting. Again, we look at the ranges which we have drawn, right? These were drawn last week, I believe, when we last analyzed this. Daily range most definitely failed, but look at the bounce in NQ today. Perfect reaction off of the monthly end range. And again, as a reminder, right, all we have done here is drawn up the range highs and the range lows of the candle. Prior month's range, which is encapsulated price, range high, range low, basically the entirety of the range from May. And we've got, at least so far, I'm not saying this is going to be the absolute low, but it's just a logical probabilistic area to look for some type of reaction. You look at the daily reaction from this, drop down to an hourly. I've got a delayed feed on this, but great buying opportunity off of those areas. Again, if you're looking at this from a lower time frame perspective, is there something that you can get in on? Possibly. But yeah, just very, very nice reaction zone. Be interesting to see where this closes, because of course, let me get rid of this daily range, not super applicable anymore. Let's have a look. Do we have anything on the weekly here? Nothing that really stands out. Up, down. That would be the momentum. So this would be our weekly range here. This would be the lower end. That would be what I am looking for, to see if we can get back and reclaim that area of price. So from a daily perspective, if we reclaim that, I think we've definitely got some legs to move back further to the upside. Could be an interesting one to watch for sure. Yeah. Let's have a look at ES. ES holding steady on the day. I mean, you compare this to NQ. NQ really dumped to start the day, made fresh lows, pushing below yesterday's low itself. ES holding, really holding in here. Haven't had a break of this since Thursday last week. So interesting. Do we have any ranges to work from? Really sloppy, just sideways price action. We are really stuck between this. This is the dominant range for me from a weekly perspective. Weekly range. These would kind of be like my zones to play from here. I would probably refine that to that. Again, these are like swing zones, right? You got your, if you wanted a daily, I mean, we potentially have a play already in play for the day. This would be the dominant daily range that I'm looking at. And we've got daily on this side, daily on this side. Drop down to an hourly. We're looking at something like this. Interesting. I mean, maybe I would have taken a loss on this. I don't know. See, the thing that catches my eye here, right, is the immediate range that needs to change in terms of structure would be this area here, right? That would want to be the area that I see change in terms of price to get me in alignment with a potential move here. The fact that we didn't have a solid break, I would argue I wouldn't take the trade. I want to see the clearance of that structure before I get involved. I would argue that my entry would have been somewhere here, below the lows. And then again, looking for the rotation back to the upside. That's kind of what I would be looking for here on ES. Went to grab some dinner. Been running on peanut butter since the morning. Oh boy. No rest till a Ferrari. Is that what we're working towards here? Yeah, interesting. Let's have a look at DAX. See what DAX is doing here. Right. Monthly, stuck in a little bit of a wedge here. As you can see, weekly. Interesting. So the obvious range that stands out to my eye is basically here. This is a weekly range, keep in mind. Weekly, yeah, I mean, you can see the reactions off of price in here. Again, all I'm really trying to demonstrate here is a very simple way to identify areas in price to make trades from. That's all it is. When you get good at identifying these areas, finding the entries, getting in alignment with the bias, they come. All those things come. But I mean, all you can see I'm doing here, very, very simplistic. Drawing up range highs, range lows, and then waiting for the reaction from either side. You could look at, like, I mean, if we were going to swing this, let's replay this out. Drop down to an hourly. Very, very big range in here. I would want to see at least like a break of this. Something like that. At least as we stand. We play this forward. Fresh leg to the downside here. I would want to say at least a minimum break of this before we start engaging in longs. Some patience, and we get the break. Jesus, there we go. That was our first break of the level, right? Right there. This candle here. So you would open the longs here, stops below the low, and then target would be opposing end of the range. And how has this panned out so far? maybe would have been tapped out of this depending on if you scaled risk. So like me personally, I think I would have trailed my stop after we had that test. I think I would have got tapped out of this, but it is going to give you exactly the same idea, a second opportunity. We'll take that to there. And then we get a new range in play. The problem is this range is much higher up. See, I would probably be wanting to see a break of that. That for me is kind of the dominant. Unless we get further punch down. Yeah, off to the races from there. Not the cleanest of longs for me, personally. But definitely some room to work on this. Started off nice, ended up a little bit sloppy. It was some means away as well from where we would have had our stop loss. Would have given you a very difficult risk to reward. Entry would have been probably here. Stops below at least the lows. And then you're playing for the upside range. Not even a 1R. Again, not that I'm opposed to things like that. It just depends on how you want to play the game. But yeah, interesting moves across in DAX. One I would love to talk about today is I would love to cover Bitcoin. Anybody actually holding any Bitcoin? Anybody trade Bitcoin? Let me know in the chat. I have an interesting perspective on Bitcoin, which I don't know. I think if you're a bull, it'll probably piss you off. But I don't know. Does anybody trade Bitcoin? Anybody actively like short-term trade it, or anybody like a long-term holder? I personally don't own any. Have not yet touched it. Would consider it if we got back a little bit lower. But I'll give you the thought process on what I'm looking at here. Yeah. I'm going to start this off by taking you to a chart that I think nobody is really going to care about. Right. This is a 1 year chart of Bitcoin. And I want to draw this up to kind of point your attention to the rationale behind why I have the kind of target in mind for the price that I'm looking at. Fez said, I don't own any, but I think it is the future. I don't know if it's going to be specifically Bitcoin. I think maybe I definitely think crypto and blockchain will become more prominent in what we do in the future, but I don't know if it will be Bitcoin. It's just my personal perspective. Maybe I'm just bitter because I haven't bought any for all the many bull runs to come. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. There's just something about it which just sits a little bit like, I don't know. So I tell you what it is. From my perspective, when I am thinking about a long-term investment, I'm a big believer in sentiment, right? I only really like to buy or sell when I think that people are overwhelmingly bullish or overwhelmingly bearish. So like if I'm buying stocks to pick up and things like this, then I'm really like focusing on the idea of what sentiment is on the market. Like you look at like SpaceX, for example. Let's actually pull up SpaceX. Let's take this back to a weekly chart. Maybe it might be the right place to start. SpaceX, right? When it IPO'd, this is, by the way, a stock that I want to hold, right? I do want to buy a little bit of SpaceX change. For those of you that were watching this, for those of you that were watching the IPO of SpaceX, if you spend any time online, you will probably know that there was so much hype around SpaceX. So much hype around SpaceX. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone wanted to own a piece of it. I did not like the amount of hype that was supporting the idea. So, and I will say, there's every chance I could have been wrong, right? And when you do have a lot of hype, it tends to create momentum, which is why I think you tend to see moves like what we initially got after the IPO, right? You had a couple of weeks where we really pushed higher. The stock went up almost 50%, right? From sort of like IPO prices. And that was kind of like where we were at, but I just didn't like it. I spoke about this with another community that I coach in, and I talked about the idea that I do want to hold SpaceX. I just didn't really favor it at IPO prices. I said, if when we start getting sub IPO prices, when sentiment on it starts to change, when people start talking a lot of smack about it and saying, I told you, you were wrong, shouldn't have done this, shouldn't have done that, blah, 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 blah. That's the sort of time where I would start to get potentially interested in wanting to buy. And I don't believe we've had that yet. So, I mean, we got first earnings report coming up. I think that, I believe from memory, opens up the first like lockout period where insiders that were holding this, holding stock, meaning, I think that will be their first point in time where they can start to cash in on their shares, I believe. Again, I'm going by memory. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I mean, you look at the sentiment here. When everyone is overwhelmingly bullish, that's a good time to probably start anticipating some kind of like top in the market. And it's, of course, hard to time, but you did see the ultimate move down lower as we are seeing by current price, right? So now I'm going to couple this up with a little bit about what we're talking about here on Bitcoin. So I want to take you back firstly to this 12-month chart. Everyone seems to be overwhelmingly bullish with Bitcoin. And I think until that narrative starts to change, I don't really want to be buying it yet. Fez said I was talking about the general concept of it. I still think the chances of BTC being the chosen one is still the highest probability. Fair. I personally don't see it. I think that there are, I'm actually the only crypto I've actually ever bought, and I'm currently sitting in a loss in it, is XRP. It's the only one I bought. It's the only one I hold. It's the only one that kind of made sense to me from like having a bit of a practical use. But I've got a very small percentage of my money in there, enough that if it went to zero, I wouldn't care. It's crypto for me has always been a little bit more of my gamble play. I've never gone super heavy in it, but that's just me personally. I know people that have made tons of money in it, and I've been sitting and watching from the sidelines whilst they did. Right, let me talk you through the Bitcoin perspective here, because I think this will, again, it'll be interesting to see it play out over the space of the coming days, weeks, and months that we spend together. So keeping with the same narrative, we're identifying firstly our ranges. And this is going to be a large range, granted. I'm looking at a yearly range here. This is a 12-month chart of Bitcoin. But you can see from basically 2024, price has been kept within the entirety of that range. We attempted a breakout last year. We had a move back inside, and then price reclaimed that area of the range, and that's where we are currently at. If we take this down to a daily chart and I just clean up and refine these areas, and you can see like kind of the reactions that we saw in price. Let me make sure I'm getting the end of the year correctly. So the high in price would have been from here. That would be my top end yearly range. And then my lower end would encompass this area, something like, I would say something like this. So these would be the two ranges that I am currently watching in Bitcoin, right? So, and again, you look at the rotations from these levels, right? This was a range that you could have had drawn up from the end of 2024. Going into 2025, we created I'll zoom in a little bit, a swing point from here to take you down some. I wouldn't say this would have been a profitable trade, but definitely a reaction in price from here. Nice little swing point from here to create the rotation to the upside. Rejection from here, possible swing. You've got a small daily leg in here, which you could have taken something from. And then the rotation back down to the downside, you could see a perfect retest of that same range before moving to the downside and creating the ultimate leg, which led to this larger move lower. So what I am looking for here, and again, we're framing it off the exact same concept, the exact same idea that once we lose or reclaim one side of the range, it's not uncommon to see the other side of the range get tagged, right? That would be the simple bias and narrative that we are working towards. Price at some point is possibly going to gravitate towards this level. The fact that we have these stops, this swing point sitting just above that as well, is kind of maybe more of an indication that price is maybe going to sweep this at some point in time. Now, when you couple this up with, if we look at the most recent range that we have been working within, we have been trapped within basically this range for a period of time, which I'm going to draw up. And I want to see how price reacts specifically this month to this, to see where we go. So it looks something like this, and then this range high in here. Again, exactly like what we talked about from a yearly perspective. Look at the exact same observation from a monthly perspective. Came up, tested the old previous month's range high. As we lost that area, we didn't get the perfect retest of it, but provided the catalyst to see a rotation back down to the lower end of the range. Now, are we going to remain stuck in range? Are we basically going to rotate from this area now back up to the upside? You could definitely favor that play. But I am definitely keeping an eye on this area of price. Anything between here and here is very much an area of interest for me that I am observing. And I really want to see how price reacts in this area to see if we kind of create that rotation to the downside. I'm going to put this in maybe a little bit of a different color. But that would be the kind of area that I'm looking for. For me, today, we've had our kind of first crack with the bears taking a little bit of control. The first test that we had in here, we still had higher highs, higher lows. This is the kind of first point where we've cracked a lower low here. And it'll be interesting to see if we can actually continue that potential move down. And we go from there. But yeah, very, very, very interesting price action here to see where things go. Sherry says Fez was 30-minute opening range breakout with a 5-minute close outside, stop loss on the other side of the range, 1-to-1 with square off at market close. If it was not profitable on my test, 15-minute was. Which data did you use? You need at least 1-minute data. And what was the back testing range for how many months? Tick data is super, but hard to get for free. 6 years of data. I did 1 month on NQ. You probably had a bug in your code. 30-minute is profitable, but the 15-minute orb is currently better in this regime. 30-minute is more stable. So it was profitable. 15-minute was more profitable. 2.5% more win rate. I've never actually played with the opening range breakout. It's an interesting one. I think the concept of it makes so much sense. Do you have any tips on how to stop sabotaging yourself? Let's say I took a loss and lose control and revenge trade with higher risk. How do I stay composed? Lucian, it's a great question. I want to give you some context to this, right? I'll draw this up on the chart here for a second so we can give a little bit more of a visual aid. The first question that I would ask, right, when we talk about this idea of sabotaging yourself, the first thing that I wouldn't start with is how do I stop sabotaging myself, right? This is what I think most people will start to focus on. I'm not super keen on starting with that question. Why? Personally, I don't think emotions are a problem, right? In the simplest way, I do not believe that what you're experiencing is necessarily because of the emotion, right? The question that I would get you to ask, and this is where I want you to think about the reframe to this, is in the context that you gave here, you said, let's say I took a loss and I lose control and I revenge trade with higher risk. The question that I would ask is, why does a single losing trade bother you? That would be the question that I first get you to think about. Why does a single losing trade actually bother you? Because the truth is, if you're position sizing correctly, and if you've accepted that one trade outcome means nothing in the grand scheme of things, then what exactly are you frustrated about? The chances are, if you're frustrated with this loss, it's because, one, you either didn't expect that the market would actually, give you this loss. You weren't aligned with the probabilistic nature of the market, or you were uncomfortable with the amount of risk that you were using in the trade. One of those two things is typically true for most traders. So I would say how you stop sabotaging is you have to fix what's going on beneath the surface. You have to understand why the loss is actually triggering you. So there are two ways to go about fixing this, right? The first thing that I would say is, if you are attached to money, right? Let's say you're frustrated with the amount of money that you lost in this specific example, then I would say it makes sense to drop your position size, right? Start by risking like half of what you are currently at the moment. That is what I would say is maybe like a safe way to go about this. If you're attached to money, drop your position size in half and see how you feel about that. But you can gauge this simply by asking yourself the question, how much did you risk per trade at the moment? And what are you actually comfortable in losing? You'll be so surprised at how many traders I ask this question. They say, so like, how much are you risking per trade? And they say it's 1%. Okay. Based on the account size that you are trading, what is 1% relative to your account? And they say, well, I'm currently doing this challenge for 100K. 1% for me is $1,000. Cool. Now the question becomes, how much are you comfortable in risking? How much would you be comfortable in losing today and be content with the idea that I can go about and do this exact same thing over and over again? They turn around and then they say, well, I don't know, like $500. Do you start to see the disconnection? You're risking 1,000, but you're only comfortable losing $500. Immediate disconnection in your risk profile here. You're risking an amount of money that you're fundamentally not happy with. I would say, let's say, and we'll keep the numbers round here. If your limit was $500, I would say at least be risking less than half of that, because then you're giving yourself at least 2 chances in order to make money from this trade or from that day potentially. Because then if you're risking, let's say, $200 per trade and your upper end pain threshold is $500, you could take 2 full-size losses and you won't be at your pain threshold anymore, right? You're not going to be hitting it. If you say my pain threshold is $500, so I'm going to risk $500, the moment you take 1 loss, you're at your limit. And that creates a little bit of an issue for most people, right? So I would say side number 1 is, if you're attached to money, it makes sense to drop your position size. Perspective number 2, if you're uncomfortable being wrong, test more data to understand what your strategy, if I could type, is likely to produce, right? If you're saying, for example, and again, I'll give you the most common example that I point out for a lot of people here. If you're saying, I've taken 3, 4, 5 losing trades in a row, and I'm going crazy because I believe my strategy is fundamentally broken at this level, right? I would say, what is statistically normal for your strategy? What is a normal amount of losses that you are likely to take? Because hypothetically, if you had a 50% win rate, which is very, very respectable, if you had a 50% win rate over a sample size of 500 trades, you are likely to experience somewhere between 8 to 10 losses in a row. So if you're getting frustrated over 3, 4, or 5 losses, that immediately tells me the issue is not strategic, it's psychological. You haven't accepted that your strategy is going to produce these losses, and therefore you're not allowing yourself to accept what the market is inevitably going to present for you. And that becomes an issue, right? Something that you kind of want to be aware of. So I would say it starts by understanding which one of these you are experiencing. Why are you actually getting frustrated? Because if you fix the thing that's going on beneath the surface, if these no longer exist in your trading anymore, then there would be no reason to self-sabotage, because you're not going to lose control, and you're not going to feel that need to revenge trade. So I say it's not a case of like keeping yourself composed. I would say it's actually more of a proactive approach. You want to understand why you're feeling the emotion to begin with, and how you actually go about fixing that in the long term is fixing what happens beneath the surface, if that makes sense. Lucian, I hope that answers your question. I hope that gives you something to think about in terms of where things may go, right? Let's have a look. Aussie, no trade, well, as in no addition for me at current price. Sitting on my hands still. We will see how price trades maybe when we get a little bit higher. Sherry, I think, is going to be absolutely loving this. Really nice pump up as we stand, but no changes for me in my swing short. We're going to wait and see how price works from here. Fez says, get more data on your system, Lucian. Fear and greed is mostly a lack of trust in your data. I honestly 100% agree. 100% agree. I think most emotion that we tend to experience, or at least like most surface level emotion, it tends to come from a place of not truly understanding what your strategy is likely to do over a large period of time. And this is why, like, for most people, when I talk to them about trading, I always focus in on the idea of, like, you have to have a foundation to get you in alignment with the market. You have to understand what that foundation looks like. You have to understand what to expect from your strategy. And data is always your indication for that. I already say that, without the right expectations, your mind has nothing else to go from except hopes, wishes, and dreams. And that's, what you want to move away from. If you want to be more controlled, more process orientated as part of everything that you're doing, you have to give your mind the right expectations to let it know what to potentially expect in the long run. And that's, I think, what most people miss. So yeah, Fez, I think you honestly hit the nail on the head with that. I think data is definitely the key in what you're doing. Arcantile says, hi Sam, thanks for the breakdown. Could you look at pound Canadian for me by any chance? It might look pretty interesting. Let me know your thoughts for sure. Let's have a flick over. Pound Canadian, right? So let's start off on higher time frames here a little bit. So immediately, I'm seeing weekly range in play, right? This is the first thing. Again, I'm doing this from a little bit of a top-down perspective, but this is the first sort of range that I am observing. If I could actually click the right template there, give me 1 second. Weekly range, which we are tapping into at the moment. Then I want to drop down to flip-flopping back and forth. Daily chart, let's have a look. So let's clean up this. That's the range high, that's the range low. Daily chart, we have this range in here that we are working within. So range high in here and range low in here. We got this overlap with the weekly range. Weekly and weekly. Oh, sorry, that should be daily. Daily. Where are we at? Arcantile, what's your perspective? Be interesting to know what your perspective is on this, because if I was looking at this, and I'll give you my view on where this is at, I would potentially be looking at a swing long to the upside. And again, this is purely a technical view, but this I think I don't know if you were saying this with a view of like what my strategy would be looking at here, or whether it was just an overarching. I have been looking for longs here technically, but fundamentally it's not looking good. So I'll play out where my entry hypothetically would have been. And I'll start this from a swing perspective, right? So I'll start this from this candle here. Let me drop down to an hourly. And we'll play this forward to see where I potentially would have had an entry if I was going to be trading this. So for me, I would have nothing here as we stand until we probably got a break of this area. I know obviously from hindsight of seeing how things played out in here, we're going to have a little bit interesting reaction here. We're going to have a little bit of a sweep of these lows coming up. I wanted to see if I had an entry and a possible loss before that, but it doesn't look like I did. Okay, so this would be my first point of call now. Right, this sort of area in here is what I would be hunting for in price. This would become my point of interest, and this is what I would want to see a break of if I was going to get long. This is where we're at. This is current price. So as we currently stand, this is GBP CAD, British pound against the Canadian dollar. So I personally wouldn't have an interest. I personally wouldn't have an entry in this. From a swing perspective, from a lower time frame, you could possibly validate something, which I'll get into in a second. But my swing play would very much be, I would want to see a break of this specific area to aim to get long. So it would be something that looks maybe like this, but then I would be playing the weekly range, right? I would be looking for something that looks a little bit like that. So 1 to just shy of 3R. And again, it depends on where my entry would be, but it would look something like that. Okay, so no entry yet, but potential for 1-2 setup. It depends on what price wants to do. Now, from a shorter term perspective, that's exactly what I'm looking at too. But I would love to swing this. Fair. I think price hasn't yet done enough. If you're looking for that confirmation, if you wanted to be aggressive, if you wanted to take, a failure of those lows, there's potential in there for you to get a grasp of things. But I think the conservative approach would be on a break above that high in there. If I wanted to look at an intraday play, because we are also within a daily range as well, right? Let me show you this. So we have this range here on the daily, which is basically encapsulated price since Thursday of last week. So you could also play from the lower end of the range to the upper end of the range for a potential short-term, like intraday, maybe intra-week play. And we'll have a look to see if we've actually had a setup in that as well. So let me backtrack a little bit. I want to rewind before we actually got our test of this. Before I mention this, a quick message for anyone that is currently watching the stream. We currently have a giveaway running in the Chart Fanatics Discord. Please check out the giveaway channel. I presume if you're watching this, you're part of the Discord already. If you're not, this is your opportunity to get on board. We have giveaways running for Apex and Ola Prime. So feel free to check them out. There'll be I believe, a link for the Discord in the chat. Very nicely plugged by our producer. Thank you very much. But if you guys want an opportunity to be getting involved, great opportunity to win you guys some free accounts. So make sure you guys take advantage of that. Right, where were we? British pound Canadian. So we're talking about a short-term entry. Billy says, can you look at gold? Billy, coming to gold just after this. I know though, I have been looking at like kind of overviewing gold. For what I look for, looks super, super sloppy. But I will pull it up. We'll do some analysis. We'll see where things are at and what we are potentially looking for. So sorry, Short-term opportunities here in GBP CAD. Let's have a look. So we're focusing primarily on this range in here. This is that daily range, playing it to this potential range in here. We come in, we get our test down in here, quite a deep test and break kind of lower. Then the reclaim of this. On a 5-minute chart, do we have something to get us on board with this? Yes, but a little sloppy. I would have been looking at, this would have been the last structural area before creating some fresh lows. This would have been my point of interest. If you wanted to really get aggressive with this, the entry would have been something like this, stop below the low, and then playing up for the daily range high, which would look something like that. So a 1 to 4R in there. The only thing that I did not super favor in this is if you look at this back from a 1 hour perspective, we had this fresh close below the low, but just after that, we had an hourly candle of weakness. I mean, there's a potential play in here. I would say it depends on how aggressive you wanted to be with playing this range. The fact that we've got the daily and the weekly ranges overlapping, real potential play here for an upside move. What else does it give off? That's kind of where we're at. So definitely a short-term play. Again, I'll leave this on as something that kind of ticks the boxes. It's aggressive by all means, but a potential short-term play here for a move. And we're basically at around break even on this play. But I would be looking for a rotation back up to the upside. Right, Billy, coming on to gold in just a second. Let me see. Been burnt too many times being aggressive, so I'm waiting for the 15-minute break of structure personally. Then 87.83 for a retracement to go long. 87.83. 87.83. Yeah, I think that's kind of where we were looking at on the hourly chart, right? The shorter term, we had it here. The hourly, we had this area drawn up in here, which is, I think, kind of similar to what you were referencing here. So that's kind of what I would be looking at. Short term, definitely, I think there's a play. If you were aggressive, you could be in this. From a swing perspective, if you were really looking for the swing play, I would kind of be waiting for that point of interest to get broken for a swing to the upside. I think we're kind of aligned with what we're looking for, and we go from there. I was wondering on taking a sell trade on it, but I have been kind of in the mindset of the trade going sideways. Let's have a look at gold and pull this up. How much time has it been since you've been trading, Sanj? Well, Billy, put it this way. When I started trading, I had hair. So I don't know if that gives you any indication of where we're at. I actually first started watching the markets in 2012. I lost money for a long time. I'm not going to sit here and say I've been killing it for many, many years. I lost money for like my first 6 years before I even started breaking even. And yeah, like I said, it was back in the days where I had hair. Long time ago. Billy says you have a nice sense of humor. Like, I mean, you got to make jokes about the situations. But yeah, so it's been a little while, right? Let's pull up gold. Let's have a look. I think we did some analysis on this. Was it last week we were looking at this? I think I was probably looking at this being my daily ranges. I mean, look, you can't cherry pick this stuff. Simple, repeatable ways to drop areas of interest. Look at the reactions in price that you're kind of getting off of these zones. Now, granted, it became, it wouldn't have been one that I focused on trading, but when you're looking at a very objective way to identify high probability zones to conduct some business from, these are really nice ways to do it. This was always something that stuck with me with a means to just identifying points of interest, because I always found like everything was so subjective when you started looking at, you know, the different ways that people analyze the markets, draw levels, identify order blocks and fair value gaps and supply and demand. Everyone kind of does them in their own different way. I wanted something that was just simple, repeatable, and just gave me an easy way to look at the markets. Right. Okay. Let's start off with a weekly. I mean, it's just such a choppy market. And again, I say this purely from like a swing perspective. It's just not something that really stands out to me for like high probability trading conditions. But we'll map it out. I'll show you the areas that I would be looking at. It would start off with the weekly ranges, looking at something like this. We've had some deep tests of the lower end of this range. Weekly and weekly. Give me 1 second. Right, sorry. Right, so weekly and weekly ranges. Let me go down to a daily and refine. So this would come down to this. This would be this area in here. So these would be our weekly ranges that we're kind of working within. And you can see that price has really been stuck to this lower end one. Purely from a place of like considering market conditions. I can't remember who said it. I think it was Billy. Where was it? Been burnt too many times being aggressive. No, sorry. I think that was for the other market. My mistake. Billy said, looking at gold, I've taken a trade in it. I would help you if you can give in your opinion at whether I should buy or sell. I was wondering on taking a sell trade on it, but I have been kind of in the mindset of the trade going sideways. So this is the kind of problem that I have with this market at this point in time, right? Normally, what I like to see, at least for how I draw up my zones and areas, D-Boss says, did you mark supply and demand levels? So I can do. That is something that I kind of look at. But from the very objective ways of looking at price, these are basically just range extremes of either monthly, weekly, or daily levels, right? If I show you this back from a weekly perspective, you can see where I have drawn these from. So you've got this weekly candle in here, and you can see price has basically remained stuck within the confines of these two areas. So this forms the area or the range that I kind of work within these two zones. So these are not really supply and demand. Maybe some of you will call it supply and demand. I wouldn't consider it supply and demand. I just consider them ranges that I like to work within. Right. So as I was saying, gold. The thing that concerns me about this is when we have had the first test of the range lows. Again, in an ideal scenario, I would want to see a rotation to the upside. Right. That for me forms the cleanest ranges when you get the ping pong of the upside, the downside, the upside, the downside, the upside, the downside. That is what I would be looking for in terms of, kind of playing that range. However, and again, this is just an observation. I don't have a bias. I don't have a trade in gold as we stand. But if you look at how price is moving here, we are not finding any buyers off of the lower end of this range. And when I say finding buyers, we're not making fresh higher highs, right? We're not able to find that upside. We failed to do it here. We failed to do it here. We're now retesting the area again. But what we are doing on the way down is we're creating lower highs, lower lows, right? Lower lows, maybe not so much after this one, but we're definitely getting the lower highs, which for me is a sign of weakness. So if I'm simply just sitting and observing price action, yes, we are at the lower end of a range, which would be the essence for a potential buy. But we are also, I think, experiencing downward pressure in the market. So to answer your question, so a sell is better to trade currently. Again, for me, not really, right? It's a difficult situation. My honest bias on this would be from this perspective. Again, and I'm looking at a daily chart when I'm saying this, my honest perspective would be sidelines. I don't have a play. because we're in an area where you could validate taking a long entry, but the price action is representing bearish momentum. So when we have a conflicting bias in that way, for me, it's more of an indication that I would prefer to be on the sidelines and wait for something cleaner to set up. So I don't know if I have a perspective on either wanting to get long or short, because I think we're seeing conflicting opinions from both the area and conditions of price, and then what price is actively communicating to us. The question that I would have is, if bulls were really in control of this market, why is it on this second test of this area, we didn't at least make an attempt to take the highs? Why couldn't we do that? For me, that is communicating that bears are in control. We formed this lower high. We're continually coming down into here. I personally would be looking to see what happens if we can go in and test that low. I suspect that this low could be vulnerable, but I just think the overall conditions of the market are low probability. Again, at least for what I'm looking at. I will hop down a time frame. We'll look to see from an intraday perspective if there is anything to look at. But to answer the question from DeBoss, which is, where do you think is a high probability to get long? In an ideal world, what I would love to see is a sweep of this low. If we saw a sweep of this low and then a rejection, that would be my first indication to say that maybe I want to think about getting long. Until that happens, I'm kind of neutral on this market. I don't really have a strong conviction that would make me want to put money on the line and actually take risk, is my honest opinion. And I don't want to sit here and try and force something to say, you know, this is something I really want to be getting involved in if it's not. So, you know, I don't know. I think that's kind of where I'm at from a higher time frame perspective, right? Let's drop down. Let's have a look at if there is a potential range. Just not a market I would really want to trade, to be honest. Right, so let's start mapping this out. So we had bearish momentum here, which capped price for a period of time. Bulls took over in here. Bearish somewhat. This is the last bearish momentum in here, which, I mean, broke through. We have this range end in here. If I was to take these off for just a second, I'm gonna just I want to just hide them for a second, because we'll bring these back out. We'll reference these in the future as well. But from a lower time frame perspective, the range that I would be focusing on would probably be something in here. Right, this would be my daily range that I think we are currently working at the moment. Here and here. And if we now drop down to an hourly chart and we observe, the idea and the premise here is exactly the same, right? We're looking for rotations from the lower end of the range to the upper end of the range, and we build and we go from there. So what are we looking at from a daily perspective? We have this low being swept in here. So again, until we have a close outside of the range, for me, the range remains valid. The fact that we've got a sweep of this area and now moving back up within the range, I think it's a little more likely that you're likely to see a short-term long position up to the top end of the range. Now, again, granted, number one, it's not trade advice. Number two, I still don't think the conditions are super favorable. But if you were asking me if I had a short-term play, the short-term play would probably be looking for potentially a long position on this. And what I would really like to see here, I think if you were super aggressive, you could have potentially taken this break in here and initiated a long position, but it wouldn't be my favorite play. I'll tell you what would be mine, right? I think my favorite play would be on a break above this area in here. This would be the play that I kind of favor a little bit more. Did I draw the range high correctly? Yes. And here encompass this. This becomes the point of interest that I'm focused on. And I'll give you my rationale, right? Largely because if you look at this from an hourly perspective again, sorry, 1 second. If you look at this from an hourly perspective again, this is our daily range end low, right? We created a hard break below here, which again is not a breaking point by any means, but we had some acceptance of price to the downside. Now, we failed old daily swing low, created a rejection back up into the range. The only thing that would concern me here is as we have had acceptance of price below the range, is this potentially going to lead to this now being resistance and this forming a lower high and now creating a rotation to the downside? That would be my personal concern. If you're aggressive, I think you could have taken the range end play in here. If you're conservative, which I'm a little bit more of a conservative trader in how I like to play this, then I think the play that you would have been looking or you will be looking for will be a breakout of this. Stop would go a little wide below that low in there. And then the rotation play would be back up to the range end highs in there. And that would be the kind of play that I'm looking for. So at least as we currently stand, it would be no entry. But we wait and see. So again, I will kind of keep these, I'll keep these on the cards to see what potentially happens from here. But at the moment, I'm inclined to say from a short-term perspective, slightly more bullish rather than bearish. But no entry for me to get long as we currently stand. That would be my outlook. Billy, I don't know if that's confused you or added some clarity into what you're thinking of, but that would be my perspective on maybe where I would want to potentially do some business. Billy says, I just lost $100. What just happened? I didn't even finish my analysis. Billy, come on, man. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. All good, man. All good. Like I said, I do think there was an entry there if you were aggressive. I just play things a little bit more conservatively. That would be the perspective on what I would be looking for in terms of price. So I hope that helps. Never mind. I am still in minus 30 though. Fair. Rumo, I think I missed this one from earlier. Rumo said, I'm short NQ, 28,024 entry point, expecting a sharp pullback to the downside. Let's have a look. Pull up NQ. Again, my feed is delayed, so I'm probably not the best person to look at these. I don't really trade indices, at least from a short-term perspective anyway. 28,024 was his entry. 28,024. So we were getting a fill somewhere in here. 024. Okay. Interesting. So it looks like you're a few ticks on side as we stand. Yeah, wishing you luck with it, man. Like I said, I don't really have a perspective on this. The only thing I was observing was the bounce off of the lower end monthly range. Again, it's probably a time frame long above what you're currently looking at. But yeah, wishing you the best with it, man. I'm a little bit more inclined to. I would love to see if price closed above yesterday's daily low. That for me would be a little bit more indicative of a little bit of a bullish sign here on NQ. But it's all on the daily close. I don't really have a view on it until that happens. So we'll wait and see. We'll see how it pans out. Oh man, got hiccups. Let's see what we're looking at here. Dollar yen still making its push to the downside. Dollar Canadian, no fill in our little zone here as of yet. Let's see how Aussie is doing. Aussie still pressing up. Nothing for me to do as of yet. Euro still also moving up. A lot of wait and see at the moment. Again, this was our hypothetical entry, what we could have taken a little bit earlier in the day in dollar yen. Dollar Canadian waiting for a potential long from that area. I think, what else do we have on the cards? Euro, gun to my head position. This is, again, like I said, not probably one of my favorite trades, but gun to my head, that's maybe what I'd be looking at. Aussie, like I said, from a short-term perspective, you've got this rotation from here to here, but not one that I would have taken without seeing a sweep of that. Just personal perspective. I am holding a swing short in this, looking for an area to add. Don't currently have it yet. I'm going to start getting very bearish if we lose this low. Until that happens, the range remains in play and we go from there. What else do we have on the cards for today? NQ, ES. ES we had on. We had a potential play here in ES. Early days. Not much to talk about on this one. DAX. Nothing really for us here. YM. Dow Jones. Silver we haven't looked at. And gold to be seen. I think that's covered the bulk of what we are looking at here. Where were we? Is your name inspired by One Piece? Billy Stylist. I'm not really sure. DeBoss says, do you find Trump's administration price action difficult to trade? DeBoss, in all honesty, I have been getting slapped about over the last like 3 months for my swing strategy, that is. I've had some trades that I've ended up in a position for like weeks and then they panned out to nothing. So it's been honestly a very, very difficult period. I've really struggled with Trump's the Trump market conditions. With the war going on, it's been very difficult for my swing strategy, which is why I kind of want to dabble back into intraday, which is, for me, this is all like just training the eye a little bit. But I'm going to start getting active, doing some challenges, and I'll document that process with you guys as well. I'll start picking up some challenges very soon and taking some short-term trades, exactly like we're mapping out here. I'll be doing the exact same thing from an intraday perspective. I really think that gold can go down. I mean, yeah, look, it's definitely possible. It's just not a play that I'm currently favoring. We do have our ranges up in here. Might unhide these. Did I lose one of my other ones? Where's my other weekly one? 1 second. There we go. I don't even know which. I've completely lost the plot with these. My weekly zones were in here somewhere. Was it this one? I think it was these ones. Yeah. Daily. And then this one here. There we go. Those are my weekly zones back on there. So we'll wait and see. Wait and see what gold wants to potentially give us. It's looking a little bit colorful. Maybe I should keep these hidden for now. Matt says, hey Sanj, could you take a look at dollar Swiss shorts from a swing perspective? For sure. Right, let's have a flick over. Dollar Swiss. Let's do this on FXDM. So he said dollar Swiss short from a swing perspective. Okay. So again, we're going to start off on the weekly. Let's have a look at where we are at. Let me take a quick look at the monthly. I just want a reference point of where we're at. This is not a market that I watch so often, so I just kind of want to get a gauge of where we are at with this. So broken this range and high. Okay, so dominant monthly range for me would be sitting in here, right? That would be a kind of the first point of call that I'm using as a little reference point. Down to a weekly chart. Let me refine this a little bit from the monthly. So that was June's price action. So our monthly range will be this area here. And then weekly range, we're working within this top end one in here. And one in here. We'll label these not monthly, weekly. Sorry, guys, I'm just doing this all out loud at the moment. This is like my roadmap of how I would want to engage with the market. So got our daily zone, got our monthly zones, got our weekly zones. Let me refine these, clean these up. Okay, cool. So the question was, could you take a look at dollar Swiss shorts from a swing perspective? The first thing that I would say is the swing short feels very counter trend. Not that there's a problem with that. If your strategy is part of looking for rotations in price, it's definitely feasible. The only thing that I would probably say, if I was looking for a lot, and I guess this depends on the type of swing play that you're looking for, but I would probably want to see at least maybe, oops, sorry, one second. This top end weekly range, a rotation maybe down to this end. If you wanted to open up a much larger swing, I would want to see this monthly range give way and then opening up further doors to the downside. But what are we looking at in here? You've got a little area of supply in here, which I don't know how you trade. Maybe this is something that you're looking at for your, which is what is building your narrative. Had an initial test of that supply area in there, coming in and retesting again. We've got this area, this old swing point in here. I mean, it feels a little aggressive. It feels slightly aggressive in getting short way up in here. Is it saying it's not going to work? Not at all. I think I would, if it was me personally, I would probably wait for some more daily confirmation to see how this plays out. I think the immediate thing that I would have been looking at would have been maybe a failure of that swing, but we haven't had any confirmation from that from a daily perspective, right? If you look at this in here, we had an initial failure in here, but then we had close through. And that for me is a continuation of momentum to the upside. Now, when you couple that up with the idea that actually this monthly range has come in and held as, at least for the time being, now support, that for me would also be a fairly poor indication. For me to get some conviction back into potentially holding shorts again, I would initially want to see a break back below this level. Right? I think this for me is like a key swing point in an area of interest from a supply and demand perspective. But I would want to see that level reclaimed. And I would probably want to see this weekly range holding in here, right? Let me clean this up a little bit. I'll show you a potential, like if I wanted to get short, this is what I would want to see. So we're starting to get potential failure at the weekly high, which is a somewhat positive sign. But from an hourly perspective, I would not really want to be considering shorts. I think if you were going to be super aggressive, maybe this would be your area to be considering from a breakdown below. Again, I don't know if it would be my area, just because the price action here was a little choppy. I think conservatively, if I was going to take a swing play, I would prefer to focus on something that looked a little bit like that. And I would want to see a break of this area. But we are quite far away then from the range end zone. I wouldn't say it's my favorite short play, is maybe the right way to put it. I think I would be sidelines as we stand. If anything, I would be more inclined to see what would happen if we see a retest of the weekly area and provide a rotation to the upside. So yeah, Matt, I think if we're looking at the same area, I think from a structural perspective, that makes sense. If we start to lose that, then I think, yeah, we're opening up doors to the downside. We've had a shift in structure. Bears are starting to show maybe a little bit more control. So that would kind of make a little bit more sense to me. But as we stand, I'm more inclined to say that I still feel as though momentum is basically to the upside. And what I would want to see is what the price action would be from this upper end weekly range. So if I refine this from an hourly perspective for just a second, I would be looking at, we want last week's range and high. I would be looking at something like that. So if I wanted to get long here, what I would want to see is some price action in this area to get me back long. Now that we've broken down below, I would be sitting on my hands. But if I maintain that long bias, I would want to see price come back up, retest this area, and then give me the kind of confirmation to go long. But I would want my trigger ideally to come from here. What I would be looking for is, in an ideal world, I would want to see something like that. I know this is not in alignment with your short bias, but if this was going to be long, which I think is where momentum is currently at, I would be waiting for probably something like this, and then taking a move to the upside. Targets, I don't really know yet. Do we have anything obvious in price that price is going to be gravitating towards? I don't know. I don't know if I have in all honesty, I don't know if I like the trade. I don't know if it would be like my standout one to kind of pick on. I think some of the other positions that we've highlighted look a little bit more cleaner for what I'm looking for here. This it doesn't tick a lot of, like, a huge number of boxes for me here. The ones that kind of catch my eye more than this, I think dollar yen potentially. I mean, I would have preferred to have seen a little bit of a rotation after taking that high in there. We did sweep that one. Potentially something in dollar yen. I think dollar CAD definitely has my interest in this area if we can make it down that far. I don't know if it will happen. Aussie, obviously I'm going to be a little bit biased. I have a swing short in this. I just don't know if dollar Swiss is the cleanest play to the downside. Doesn't mean there's not a move. And at least, again, this is what I look for. I saw you mention that you trade SMC. You might be seeing something completely different from what I am. That's just my 2 cents on the market. Right. I think we are gonna start winding things down. We got about just under 10 minutes left of this stream before we wind down. If you guys do have any other questions that you want to throw my way, and again, I know I'm talking a lot of like potential moves in the markets and things like this, but if you guys do have psychology, performance, consistency related questions, these are all more so my area of expertise, to kind of go back and forth on with a few traders. So if you guys do have a perspective of or a question that you would like to throw my way, please feel free to throw it out in the chat. In the last sort of 5 minutes or so of the session, if there are any questions that I can answer for you guys, I would more than happily do that. I had an interesting question literally earlier today on a coaching call that I had this morning. And if there's nothing immediate, I thought I would probably mention this in here because I think it makes for a very I like to throw out this mental reframe as something to keep in mind. I got asked today, how do we start treating trading like a business? And I think it's an interesting question. We've all probably heard this at some point in time, that you want to think of trading like a business. You have to treat it as such if you want to ultimately make money from this game. But how do you actually start to adopt that mentality? I find there's a little mental reframe that I use for a lot of traders, and I find it often taps into a different part of the mind, which opens up the door to start thinking of this a little bit more like a business, which is how you, or the language that you use to describe the outcomes that you are experiencing, right? What I mean by that is, normally when we take a trade and we have, maybe something that goes our way, maybe it doesn't, whatever it is, when we take a trade, we look at something and we say, this was either a winning trade or a losing trade. The problem is, we as human beings, we don't necessarily respond to the idea of winners and losers in the right way. We sometimes have certain belief systems around, what we're thinking of within the markets. We have all been conditioned in some way, shape, or form to think about, winning is a good thing and losing is a bad thing. And that provides a little bit of friction in trading, because losing is essentially part of our job. We have to learn to become good losers if we really want to succeed in the long run. So I would always argue that actually the wording, the terminology that we use to describe our trades, at least the outcomes of the trades, can be improved for a lot of people. So instead of using the idea of winners and losers, I like using the words revenue and expenses, right? The moment you hear the words revenue and expenses, the immediate thing that comes to mind for most people is a business, right? That's where you often hear that terminology. And so when I have a winning trade, I tend not to think of it as an immediate winner. I tend to think of it as revenue. I understand that there are costs to be paid, much like you would in any business. And when I have a losing trade, a one that does not make money, but ticked every box that I am looking for, I will simply see it as an expense of doing business. So I find when you start to categorize your trades as revenue and expenses instead of winners and losers, it helps you to tap into a different belief system to understand that certain losses are supposed to happen, right? There is no strategy that has 100% win rate. And you kind of want to keep that in mind. You want that to be your mental framing and foundation for how you approach this game in the long run. But I think it's a concept that's very easily lost. And simply by changing the terminology, it's a really nice, psychological trick to get you to start thinking about the outcomes of your trades a little bit differently. And it's a really nice thing to kind of take on board here. But yeah, just a little something a little bit for you guys to try out. If you guys do try it, update your journals and see where you go. It could be an interesting one to see how it changes your perspective on the outcomes of your trades. That is pretty much a wrap for me today. Like I said, we have I'll keep these annotations drawn up exactly how we've done them so we can monitor how these things play out. So to recap, we have no position for at least what I'm looking for here on Aussie from a short-term perspective. Euro, gun to my head, we're waiting for a potential sweep of that high. Again, not my favored play, but if you had to force me to something, that would kind of be the play that I'd be looking for. GJ, no man's land. Cable, nothing that screams out at me. Dollar Canadian, waiting for a potential reaction from 1.4080, 4080. Dollar yen, in a potential trade, if you would have wanted to take this again, I think the size of the entry away from the area of interest would have been something that concerned me a little bit, but there is definitely something that ticks the boxes here for me. So I would be looking for potential shorts on this. I think gold, we said wait and see. Potential rotation to the upside, but we would want to wait and see. And I think that was it. Was there anything on ES? We had a potential long trade. DAX sidelines, NQ sidelines, Dow Jones sidelines. I think that was it. That was the bulk of kind of what we were looking at today. Billy says down to -10 now. Billy, keep it up, brother. Keep chipping away at it. But you know what? Honestly, don't chase the P&L. If I'm going to wind down this session on anything, don't chase the P&L. Keep to taking those trades that tick the boxes for you. And I'm sure it will serve you well in the long run. Right, that is a wrap for today, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in for all the streams for today, right? Not just my section. If you were here during London, New York, closing down into New York with me here today, we always really appreciate your time. Show some love if you've stuck with us to the end. Make sure you like the stream. And we'll be back with you guys tomorrow. I believe Artan is back with you to see through the London session into the morning. And I'll be back with you guys into the afternoon. Hope you guys have a disciplined rest of the day, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. Take care.